bum 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 bum. Wait, I can do that better. What if it's like bum 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 bum. Wait, I can do that better. What if it's like
what we had compared to what we have been given, it's actually astonishing when you look at them side by side just how far we've fallen in terms of entertainment, quote unquote entertainment. I just have no words. And for some unfathomable reason, for some unknown reason, they continue to peddle out these same talking points, and at this point they either all have like the same PR agency, or I I or they're all attached to like the same brain cell. Like that's kind of where that's sort of where I've landed at this point, because there is nothing that is even remotely makes sense anymore. I just like Occam's razor. So, but I don't know what the simplest answer is outside of the fact that they all have the same PR agency. Like that's the only thing that I can arrive at that makes any kind of sense, because they keep saying the same stuff. They're all saying the same stupid things. I don't know what I I don't know, guys. I wish I had an answer for you. I do, but I don't. There is just there's just confusion and torment and loss and pain and suffering, and why is it like this? So I wish that it was as a simple fix. I wish it is a simple fix. It's literally like, you know what needs a reboot? Hollywood needs a reboot, or a return, a recall, a rebirth. I don't even know at this point what to call it. But that, like, something there's we're gonna get into the Rings of Power stuff that has dropped recently. But hey, Sultan, what's going on? Outcasts, hello. It's wonderful to see you. I want you guys to keep this in, because here is where we're at. All right, here's where we're at. This is this clip has been making the rounds again of late. But this is that infamous no good or evil in Star Wars clip. All right, here we go.
Parts about Star Wars is there is no good or evil. Depends on what side you're standing on, truly. You know what I mean? That you can look at any angle and see yourself relayed through all the characters, Darth to Luke. You know what I'm saying?
Darth to Luke. Yes, that's Max. Hello, Max. You guys, if you're not Max Von Presley MVP, he's an awesome channel, awesome guy. You should definitely go subscribe. But that was Star Wars Celebration. That was Star Wars Celebration. And that was what was told by one of the stars of the upcoming The Acolyte series. Okay. Now we've had a few things drop for Rings of Power season 2, right? We had the I don't think you can really call it a teaser. But we had the announcements. I wish the thing that's really driving this, if we're going to be perfectly honest, the thing that's driving this is the competition, or like the quote unquote drama from between Rings of Power and whatchamajingle, the House of the Dragon stuff, right? So here is the oh, almost boomered it. I almost boomered it, but not today. Hopefully. Still early. So here we've got the that out the way. We've got the trailer that dropped a few weeks ago, right? So it's
evil, ancient and powerful, has returned.
And his name is Amazon. That's the ancient evil. But so this is right. That looks like Venom. It looks like Venom. I don't care what anybody says. They ripped off Venom. You've got the Barrow-wight back here. If it's a Barrow-wight, I'm gonna lose my crap. Oh my god. They're literally taking like bits and pieces of the story of, but like it's like they're grabbing whatever they can, like Easter eggs, but they're not even Easter eggs. They're like cracked, deformed Easter eggs that have like pieces of the shell missing, and once you get there, it's actually radioactive goo that turns you not into the turtles that defend New York City, but into like Shredder, and you destroy everything. I swear, like it's terrible. There is, it doesn't make any sense. The story itself, even if it stood alone, if it was its own thing, it does not make a lick of sense. It doesn't follow any type of coherent timeline. You can't really define any of the characters. You have no idea what is happening in terms of relativism to anything else. There's no concept of how far anything is to anything else. It's just a big gobbledygook mess, right? And she looks constipated in this frame. That's just like a side note. So
He worms his way inside your mind. The rest of him slithers in.
I think I hit the mute button. Yep. But yes, the goo turns you into Bebop and Rocksteady, and it's not even Shredder. But yeah, the goo, this whole like the burn that comes in these trailers now, I hate it. I hate that drop. It doesn't do anything except be really, really, really annoying. I just, there's nothing about this. Oh, by the way, I found out, or at least I have a guess at what this is now. This is supposed to be like a callback to in the Peter Jackson trilogy when the elves are going through the forest, right? Remember, they're making their last pilgrimage to the boats. And so this is supposed to be like a callback to that, apparently, allegedly, an homage, if you will.
I think he has been here.
I think he has.
I think he's been here among us all along.
Yeah, because we didn't tell anybody that, you know, super bad guy was just chillaxing. Unreal. It's unreal, right? So yeah, August 29th. God help us all. So that was our first like snippet, and there is more to the trailer. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing because it's just not worth it, guys. It tells us stuff we already know. It shows us places we've already seen. It doesn't give us anything of any value to go off of. And quite frankly, this show is just an insult to Tolkien and his legacy. So you've got to wonder, like, what are they going to do? So we saw what looked like Barrow-wights chilling in the background, right? So what else could they possibly have in store? Well, Tom Bombadil is making his debut. And this is Tom Bombadil. Grungy, sad looking, not at all the jolly old soul that you would think him to be. I don't understand. And at what who is in charge of story adaptation? Like actual like from word to visualization. Who is in charge? Because those are not bright yellow boots. Like everybody's like, "Oh, don't get all, he has a feather in his cap." They couldn't even get the freaking feather in his cap. Like, it's such a small, simple, yet important detail. The details matter. The details matter when you're doing this type of stuff, especially when it's Tolkien and the Tolkien fandom. Like, obviously we're going to pick up on that stuff, and it's not a nitpick. These are very specific things. So you go through and it talks about how, oh, you've not seen Tom Bombadil, and J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay decided that we're going to figure out how to make him turn up in our show. Knowledge that's not particularly relevant to anything that they're doing or about to do is the type of knowledge that Tom drops on them. Okay, so I have a feeling that it's going to just be a lot of pandering for pandering's sake. If like it's how they're going to shoehorn in some more like messaging and such. Like, he observes drama, but largely doesn't participate in it. In the Fellowship of the Ring, the characters kind of just go there and hang out for a while, and Tom drops some knowledge on them, right? And the reason I did this line first is because I'm telling you, this is how they view Tom Bombadil as a whole, and so he is going to become the mouthpiece for their message. If he wasn't important or didn't matter to the story, Tolkien wouldn't have put him in there. I do not understand why you would view a Tolkien character as unimportant if you are the one in charge of adapting the story itself. Like, that is as bad as people in the on the Witcher cast saying that they hated the books or have never played the game and they hate video games. And they're just here to pad their resume or because they wanted to be part of, this ability, that this strong woman cast or whatever. It's just asinine. But Bombadil looks, so first of all, in this particular picture, he looks like the drunk uncle that grabbed his niece's coat from 20 years ago and threw it on to go to like his niece or nephew's game or award ceremony or something. Like, that's what this looks like. He doesn't look whimsical and aloof. He looks like he's meant for modern audiences. He looks depressed and sad. Oh, look, there's the feather. You can't see it. It is there. Okay. And I can only tell because of this tiny little bit right here. This thing is supposed to be huge, and it's supposed to be the exact verbiage. Hold on. I just happen to have my copy of the Fellowship right here. Concerning hobbits. So, while we mosey on through that, I wish that they paid any amount of attention to how things are stated. Let's see. Put it out. All right, dancing. Da 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 da. Okay, here we go. There was another burst of song, and then suddenly, hopping and dancing along the path, there appeared above the reeds an old battered hat with a tall crown and a long blue feather stuck in the band. Long blue, that is a short, almost black feather. I hope that whoever does the color scheme to this just, figures out color balance. With another hop and a bound, there came into view a man, or so it seemed. At any rate, he was too large and heavy for a hobbit. Too large and heavy for a hobbit. He doesn't look heavy, he just looks disheveled. Like, phew. If not quite tall enough for one of the big people, though he made noise enough for one, stumping along with great yellow boots on his thick legs, and charging through the grass and rushes like a cow going down to drink. He had a blue coat and a long brown beard. I'm sorry, that looks like a ginger beard to me. Forgive. His eyes were blue and bright, and his face was red as a ripe apple, but creased into hundreds of wrinkles of laughter. In his hands he carried a large leaf on his tray and a small pile of white water lilies. Does this man look like he has done any laughing at all recently? Is he wrinkled with laughter? No. No, they didn't. No, he doesn't. Not at all. His eyes are blue. Congrats. But your feather looks black. I didn't even see it. It's not stuck into the band. They just laid it across the brim of the hat. His coat's blue. Congratulations. Why is he wearing a dingy shirt? Like, this is supposed to be a merry old soul. Like, literally, I would think of anytime you hear he was a merry old soul, that would be, I would always think of Tom Bombadil anytime I heard that nursery rhyme afterwards. Okay? So, I am just flabbergasted would probably be, like, this doesn't look like a jolly old soul. He looks angry and depressed. Not happy. Am I supposed to believe that female Frodo makes him happy? And why is he not? Where did they put it? They stuck him in Rune, didn't he? Goldberry. Yeah, Goldberry is nowhere to be found, by the way. So this is where they stuck him. He looks very out of place. He doesn't look jolly and happy. His boots kind of look yellow here, but it looks more like the tan hiking boots that you get at like Bass Pro or other places like that. But my brain just went blank. What's another? Shields, Bass Pro, Academy, whatever your Dick's Sporting Goods. That's what those look like they came from. That's exactly where they look. Where like they came from. He looks tired and dingy and like he hates life. And I just don't understand it because he's supposed to be a jolly old soul, was he? And I don't know, Disparu, what do you think? Hello, Disparu.
I think that if you say, do you want to come on a stream in about 3 hours' time? Don't send the link in 2.5 hours. That's what I think.
Don't send it at 2.5. Don't send it at 2.5 hours. What? Sorry, I was trying to give you time. I was hoping you'd see it. My bad. My bad. I was like, I'll send it early. He'll see it. It will be great. Obviously, I miscalculated. Kind of like when I saw you in the chat, but I kept talking to you in the private chat because we seem to have these miscalculations a lot, good sir. How are you?
Yeah. What can I say? This British efficiency, 3 hours to me means 3 hours. But yeah, this is a guy. It's so weird to me what they've done because essentially they have a character that's only in the books, and even then, no one really cares about him because he just kind of exists for a bit and then leaves and then goes away again for the rest of it. And so the only people that actually care about whether he's in the movie are the same people that want the scouring of the Shire and stuff. So you are talking literally like the hardest of hardcore fans that like you can't even alter a single word. I don't want an adaptation. I want a literal conversion from book to screen.
Yes.
That's the kind of guy that you're talking about. Mm-hmm. And so it's like you're deliberately trying to piss them off.
Yeah.
Because nobody else even like they would have been happier if you just left him alone. Yep. Except this one group who are like, if you put him in, you have to do it exactly right. And you come out with 4 photographs which are not even remotely like his description at all.
Mm-mm. No, like he is supposed to be wrinkled with laughter. This man looks like he fights grizzly bears for fun. Like he looks mad.
Like, this is a guy who used to star in bum fights, is what this is. It is literally you would just throw a takeaway on the floor and watch him go. If he walked down a dark alley, you would turn around and go the other way rather than cross him.
Yes, exactly. This isn't someone that you would go to in like fear or times of great need, or if you're being chased by barrow-wights. Like, you'd probably hide behind the barrow-wights. Like, if I saw this guy and it was between him or the barrow-wights, I'd be like, dealer's choice. How are we gonna die? Like, that's kind of where I'd be.
I know in a lot of fantasies, one of the criticisms has been, because it was for Wheel of Time, everything just looks so clean. I feel like they've overcompensated.
Very much so. Remember they tried to say that they wanted this to look like a lived-in world, and I was like, okay, there's a difference.
But they do wash.
Yeah, right. I'm like, there's a difference between lived-in and filthy. Like, it even says in the books that they live in a hole in the ground. There lived a hobbit, but not a filthy, dirty, wet hole with ends of worms, and not a sandy, uncomfortable hole. Like, I don't even have to. That's the very beginning of The Hobbit. He literally explains that they are clean and cozy and well kept. And Tom Bombadil is of that same world. Like, these, even when you go to Rohan, they're even in the midst of war. And yes, the hall feels cold, but it's still like clean. These people aren't filthy.
Well, also, even with the rest of the Harfoots, they kind of eat their own kind and stuff, so you could understand them just being savages. But if that wanted to be the aesthetic that you had for the rest of the thing, if you had Tom Bombadil, it would actually make him stand out more. If he was suddenly like the clean guy, the one who was in flam. That's what gets me about this article, right? They actually put in the description from the books into the article, and it's like, what? Why? This is meant to be your advertising marketing. Why are you putting in the thing that proves you're doing it not correctly? Flamboyant. That's a word in the article.
Yes.
And you're like, what?
Yes. And he's supposed to be, it's like they leaned into that he was older than old. Like, when you looked at him, you could tell that he was much older. Like, but he doesn't look older than old. He just looks tired of everything. Like, he just looks exhausted from everybody else's stuff.
Who's that guy, Flash Gordon?
You got to be way more specific.
I'll have to carry on. I'm gonna have to go through the cast.
You can, okay. Yes, but so this is supposed to be Tom Bombadil. So we already didn't have high hopes when we saw barrow-wights in the season 2.
Brian Blessed. He looks like a young Brian Blessed.
Oh.
I keep expecting his voice to go, no! Like, really deep. Like, the way he talks, like all the time. I'm Tom Bombadil.
I'm Tom Bombadil. Oh my god. That makes so much sense. But does this man look aloof and jolly and flamboyant to you?
No, he looks depressed.
Doesn't to me. Right? That's what I'm saying.
That's a guy who looks beaten down and lost. Like, I've just walked in and my wife's cheating on me. That is that. Like, he's literally just, he's looking at him now. He's like, oh no, what's happening? I'm gonna have to make him disappear.
Yeah, poor Goldberry. Like, and I doubt she's gonna make an appearance in this show, because I have a feeling they only got the rights to use Tom's name. Because as far as I know, it's still the Stranger. So we have a wizard with no name.
Well, no, search for Gandalf in, like, Control F Gandalf in the article. I'm pretty sure they mention him. In fact, I think they say the Stranger and Gandalf, like, in the same sentence.
Yeah, the Stranger gave off major Gandalf signifiers.
Yeah.
Yes, that
now,
I thought you.
If this is a marketing thing, though, like, it's an official marketing thing, where presumably Amazon will have signed off on it all and worked with them and stuff.
True.
That's the closest, because before it was like fan people going, oh, well, you said a sentence. Well, this is about as close as they can probably get without breaking copyright. Like, well, the Stranger, isn't he like Gandalf? That's all I would say.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
So
this is really close. Like,
I don't know whether they bought extra rights and so they can call him that now, but it's like, oh, well, they may reveal it, or whether this is just that he is, but we can't confirm it, so we're going to do it by proxy.
We're gonna sidestep it and do it by
Yeah.
proxy.
'Cause
Yeah,
that
see,
is basically saying it.
this whole article is it's literally like what the novelization of the Star Wars, the Disney Star Wars, oh god, what was the first one? Force Awakens, right?
I just call them 1 to 9.
No, because it's Disney Star Wars. It's different than the prequels and the OG, but 'cause it's not a sequel.
7, 8, and 9.
It's not a sequel. No, it's 1, 2, and 3 of Disney Star Wars trash. But they were like, oh, if you read the novelization, because everybody's like, what about this? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, why are we doing this? And they're like, oh, it's in the novelization. If you want the context for this movie, you have to go read the novelization. That's not the purpose of a novelization. A novelization is to maybe put in some Easter eggs, maybe go down a couple of rabbit holes that aren't really tangential to the story, but the story itself doesn't change, right? The novelization isn't there to explain the movie.
Yeah,
right?
If you need to go to a novel after seeing a movie to work out what on earth happened, you've made a terrible movie.
Exactly. And that was what happened with Disney Wars. This is the same thing. They're putting in stuff that they can't legally put in the show. And they're like, when you've read this article, I know you have. When you read this article, they're like fluffing up. So it makes me wonder, one, how much screen time this Bombadil actually is going to have. Two, how accurate it is actually going to be. And three,
he's not going to take part in the fights and stuff, but I imagine he'll appear probably throughout the series to give advice and things. They do talk about him getting involved and helping people.
Yes,
guiding them. Because what it was, because I said it in my video, the way it was in the books, what I think like Tolkien intended is like, this is an incredibly powerful and old being where if he sees someone in trouble, he'll help them.
Yes.
But
somebody good.
Well, I'm not even sure about that. I think it's like he just notices what's in front of him kind of thing. But going beyond, like, going out of his way is a bit... He just doesn't care that much. And so, if he's literally walking along a road and you happen to be there, he'll save you. I think it has to be that kind of close. But there was... Because other people had done the interpretation of, well, he didn't need to interfere because they were successful. And so him interfering at that bit saved their lives and allowed them to do everything else. So they saw him as like... you could interpret it, although I don't think it was intended, as without his interference... none of it would have happened, and he knew that because he's so powerful, and so he only did what was required. And I don't think that's what was intended at all, but you can interpret it that way, and it seems to be the way they are interpreting it.
It is, like knowledge
to get the
not
rings made, he will interfere.
Oh, I'm sure. And like, look, this is J.D. Payne said there's a reason there hasn't been prior adaptations because in some ways he's sort of an anti-dramatic character. He's not a character who's particularly strong agenda. That's their big thing. He doesn't have a strong agenda.
Like, you can have characters in a show who don't need to be dramatic and have agendas. They're
not to
there
these people.
For something else, like some kind of entertainment purpose. Eye candy. There's loads of reasons why people can be in a show that contribute something. Everyone doesn't have to be punching people in the face or like a key pivotal person that does something massive throughout the story.
Yep, go tell that to Amazon.
Mm.
Because when you read the rest of this, he observes drama but largely doesn't participate in it. In the Fellowship of the Ring, the characters kind of just go there and hang out for a while, and Tom drops some knowledge on them. Knowledge that's not particularly relevant to anything that they're doing or about to do. The way that they are viewing Tom, I just said this a little bit ago before you got here, the way I think they're viewing Tom, he is going to be the mouthpiece for their message and their agenda. Because they've already said he doesn't have a strong one.
Well, that or a MacGuffin where essentially it's like he just gives them the next part, like the next quest.
The next part
He's like
of the
a quest giver.
Yeah. But
It's like, well, wouldn't it
my-
be good if actually you went over here and did this? I'd be like, oh. Like, he's the kind of person that would come over and go, have you ever considered an alloy? Like, that's what he's gonna do.
Oh, I foresee him being used as their agenda mouthpiece.
If you go down to the next paragraph, I'm pretty sure it's in the next one. Blah, 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 sings a song where he's... No, it must be the one after that. It's one of these.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's challenging him to integrate because he doesn't have... He's not driving it... Ooh, what have you done?
I made it bigger.
Pushing people forward in a particular way. No, it must be further on. There's a bit...
Tell me what
No,
you're looking
that's
for and I can
explaining
find it.
Well, I
Which
can't remember the exact word. Oh, I think
He has
it's...
no clear dramatic function.
No, there's a bit where they're talking about ours is different. It's like 5 to 10% different. Because I think it's the bit where they call him a helping character, and he's nature himself, and he interferes, and so that's where we thought we could find
Nature personified. Yeah.
Yeah, he's nature personified. That left showrunners to figure out exactly how he might turn up and why. I don't think that was the one. I need the actual article to find what I'm talking about.
Well, here, I'll let you dig. There you go.
It's all right. I just searched. I just typed Vanity Fair in my.
I put it in the private chat. You know that thing you never check.
Yeah, well, I just typed Vanity Fair.
But yeah, so here, there's a reason he hasn't been in prior adaptations, because he's some sort of anti-dramatic character, not a character with a particularly strong agenda.
Okay,
Observed
if
drama.
you search 5%, that's the one.
Okay.
Percent.
Well, you didn't tell me the word or the sign, so
I said 5%. That's a percent sign. Yeah, because they talk about when he finally crosses paths with a stranger, you could say he has a desire to keep the destruction that has happened here from spreading to his beloved lands in the West. No. This is a guy who wouldn't care about the One Ring. He didn't care if the entire apocalypse happened, because he's too big and powerful for that. And now he's supposed to care about the West all of a sudden after he's moved somewhere else.
Yep.
He cares so much about it, he's actually left it and gone somewhere else. So he nudges the stranger along the journey. They are taking the... if I hadn't saved Frodo, the world would have ended. So actually, I was the pivotal thing that set them off on everything. That's the interpretation they're taking.
Yep.
Which he knows will eventually protect the larger world that he cares about. And it is... Then, so they are literally now going, he knows the past, present, future. He can predict all the paths. He knows exactly what his actions... If I drop a pebble here... It's like... I don't know if you've ever watched Person of Interest, where the AI can predict through models what's going to happen in the future. So it is like, if I put this pen here and kick this dog, then in a week's time, this thing will happen that I need to happen. That's the level of future prediction that they're thinking that he can do now, which I have no idea if that's all, but I don't think it is.
No.
Because it's just like really powerful, but nobody really knows how or why. But so he says he nudges the stranger along on the journey to eventually protect it. And then he said, I'd say Tom Bombadil is slightly more interventionist, but only 5%. The other guy didn't intervene. He just happened to walk along a road and found people. Like, it would be actively evil to leave them. That was the position he's in.
Yeah, it's the fact that they called him an interventionist. That's what I latched onto. I was like, that isn't who he is. He is this. He radiates power, but not in like a dangerous kind of way. They could tell that he was more than he seemed, but they couldn't figure out why.
And there was a bit as well earlier. Oh, sorry. I forgot your mic cuts out randomly. I thought you'd stopped.
Oh, no, it's fine. It'll be all right. I'll fix it. But so we've got the Tom Bombadil just bastardization going on. And now, did you see this? You commented on it. The new actor for Adar.
Oh, hang on. There was one more comment from the previous thing first.
Mm-hmm.
Where he says, because he was the first thing he'd cut as a film, but we have the advantage of television, so we're going to find a way to tap into that. All their comments were like, we're going to find a way to tap into it. We're going to look for it in this way. When he does this, we're actually going to use that to try and make him part of the story. And everything was like, how can we crowbar him into this place that he doesn't fit? He didn't naturally come about in. It wasn't like he had a role and now we're going to see what happens with the character. It's like, no, where can we force him into this story? Is the way all of their comments come across.
Yeah, exactly. And like right here, they know what Tolkien sees Bombadil at. Like, they know who Bombadil is to Tolkien because Tolkien has said it. He a natural pacifist view, which always arises in the mind when there is a war. But also he believed the character would tip the scale of fate in favor of the hobbits and their fellowship as they stood against the forces of evil rising in the eastern portion of Middle-earth. Ultimately, the only victory of the West will allow Bombadil to continue or even to survive. Nothing would be left to him in the world of Sauron, Tolkien wrote. So we already know that Bombadil is aware of this, but he can't be bothered one way or another. This is kind of like the argument of like, why didn't the Eagles just fly them to Mordor? You know what I mean? Like, just because someone has power does not mean that they will ultimately use it. And even though that this is what Tolkien wrote afterwards to describe Bombadil, that's not how he put him in the story. So what the author says after, so that you sort of get that context of the power of this character, it doesn't change anything that happened in the story, except maybe you'll be able to view him with a little bit more complexity. That's about it.
Well, he also said he represents something that I feel is important, though I would not be prepared to analyze that feeling precisely. So I don't think Tolkien knew what on earth he was. I think he just wrote him as a character.
Yep.
And he's like, whatever. I don't think he cared that much about him. I think this is something that fans have picked up because they like the character. But that's basically it. And it seems to be, like, we don't even know if the reason why he didn't intervene is because he couldn't be bothered because he had bigger things to do, or if he's like, well, without the West, he couldn't exist. Where he's just like, fate is fate, my time is time. If that's what happens, it happens. We have no idea why he wouldn't do it, but so we're left to make it up. But then these people come along and go, well, you know, as we don't know, that means that we can tell you.
Fill in. This is that. Do you remember for season 1 when they were like, it's the story that Tolkien didn't write? That's what they're
Never
doing
wrote,
again.
yeah.
Never. Yeah, the story Tolkien never wrote. He never wrote it for a reason. Good God, it hurts. So now, guys, remember we have already had the Star Wars. I showed the clip of a Star Wars celebration. There's no good or evil in Star Wars. Just depends what side you're on. Now we get, but it's for the children. 'Tis for the children. I couldn't believe that this man actually said this. I don't even, what is the new actor's name? All right.
Just call him Adar.
Yeah, Adar. So the actor for Adar, this is a direct quote from him for Entertainment Weekly. For me, the appeal was that he's a dark character, but he doesn't see himself as a villain. He's just trying to protect his children.
Which he wasn't.
He's just
At no point was that part. That wasn't even part of season 1.
No.
It's like, yeah, he cared about them, right? But he wasn't trying to protect them because he actively sent them into danger. He actively put them in fights, and he dug a massive trench across a population in order to set off a volcano that wiped out all life in the area. Now, what they said in the first season, which is entirely different to that, is he just wanted a home, right? So the idea was he created Mordor because it not only does it get rid of the people there, but presumably maybe they'll thrive in that kind of environment, I guess. So, but that's not protection. That's invasion, conquering, and the moving in.
What is that? Colonization?
Well, yeah, but your children will die during that, so you can't care about them
Yes.
that much. You're expansionistic. You're after power. Because otherwise, if you just wanted a homeland for them and to protect them at the same time, there's plenty of places in Middle-earth where no one's there.
Yeah.
I mean, the Harfoots prove that. They were going all over the place, and you never saw anybody.
So he's doing what he feels he has to do to save them from the genocide. Whether it would be from Sauron, who sees them as cannon fodder, or from the elves, from the genocide. Like, they didn't even, that the should not be there, but I'll whatever. Save them from the genocide.
The attitude with this, it's the equality narrative again of
Yep.
combined with no one's evil. It's like everyone's equal. We're all the same. Everybody's good. They're not evil innately. They're just forced that way by society. And so in this, it will be the world. They're not actually evil inherently as a species. No, what it is the world has made them this way. The world is attacking them. And so they don't have any choice. They have to go around and set off volcanoes that wipe everybody out. They don't, that's just, they're all little innocent, really. They're as innocent as the human. It's like, no.
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
They were written to be an evil species. This is the same thing that's happening in D&D.
Yes.
With the orcs.
Yes. Yes, it is. It's happening everywhere. And like I said at the beginning of the stream before you got here, it's Occam's razor, but I don't know what the simplest answer is. It's either they all have one PR firm, or it's like 3 PR firms that are owned by the same guy or something.
No, it's a moral system which has actually been held by a significant portion of the population since forever. But a lot of people actually will just submit to whatever the dominant social order is. And so now you've seen a moral order flip from one to another. Like, this was always there. This was always there.
How is this moral? Like, who in their right mind?
Because this is feminine values. Equality, everyone's equal. Think, like, if you go back to, like, tribal days, the men were out hunting, they had hierarchy, it was about competency. They would go out and hunt, and your basically lives were in danger all the time. So you just let the most competent person lead, because he'd get you back home. You'd be alive.
Yeah.
But back in the tribe, you'd have all the mothers and stuff. When the men weren't there, they needed people to protect their kids. So they'd get together with other mothers, and they'd all equally distribute all of the resources, share everything fairly, so that everybody in the tribe survived. That's also where things like shame and everything comes from. That's what you've got here. Everyone's equal. No one's evil inherently. Oh, no, we can't actually... justice doesn't happen in that scenario. Like, punishment and everything. It's like, no, we might need them for the future. Whereas the men came back, it's like, no, this is justice. You get what you deserve. And that's the difference. Like, in D&D, in Lord of the Rings... the orcs and everything, they get what they deserve. Yeah. They're evil, they're attacking you, there's only one solution for that. Whereas this is the more... it's the other side. Well, they're not evil, they're actually equal to us. Their moral stance is equivalent to yours. That's the attitude.
I hate feminism.
They have a reason... they have just as much right to survive as you do. It's like, no. Actually, no, they're orcs. They go around, and their only reason to be is to wipe everything out. They're literally spawned from Sauron. They are spawned from evil to do evil. That is literally the point of them. This
is like someone arguing. So 40K,
but
there's
they don't
not
believe
really
in good and evil. They believe that everyone... it's literally everyone's a hero in their own story.
Everything is subjective.
Like, but that doesn't mean they are. Like, objectively, they're not. It doesn't matter. It's like, well, if you think you're good and think you're doing good and intend to do... no, it doesn't matter what you intend to do. It doesn't matter what you think you're doing. It matters if you are doing good.
The bad guys from Germany, a bunch of them thought they were doing what was good. For the greater good, might I add. But it was for the greater good of Germany. Not the greater good of mankind. It was the greater good of Germany. But it would be for all mankind, because the German values... and obviously
you don't even have to go to that. Because you are in a different fantasy world in this, in that, and it's the same in 40K and everything.
Yeah.
There are just species which are evil.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what they are. They're just made to be that way.
Yep.
And so, you don't even have to go into complex moral arguments. It is literally, in this world, good and evil exists, and they came from the side of evil. And that's it. But if you go into all of this stuff, and it's the same thing happening in the Acolyte as well. Oh, well, like the Jedi and the Sith, good versus evil. And the Acolytes, no, actually, morality is a spectrum. And some people, there's good people who are evil as well, and evil people who are good as well. And we'll see the characters go from one thing on the other in the spectrum of morality. And that's the way they see the world. It is all moral equivalence. You can justify anything, and as long as you can justify it, that's good.
That's disgusting.
That's what they're doing with this.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Adar just wanted to grill.
Yeah. Yep. He just wanted to farm and hang out with his kids and play soccer.
And occasionally set off a volcano that wiped out everybody within the region.
This kills me. So Hazeldine, that's his name. At the beginning of the season, Adar is kind of in an existential crisis because he doesn't really know what to do next. Yeah, it's because he successfully wiped out an entire subcontinent, essentially. Sure, they're going to have to deal with various attacks, but he's finished what he set out to do. This part kills me. He took on the responsibility of caring for these children of his and finding them a home. And now he's done that. This sets up his call to adventure in season 2. I have never quite heard the successful genocide of an entire...
You may want to stop saying that word.
Why? It's in the article.
YouTube doesn't like it.
Well, YouTube can... I'm just kidding, YouTube. I'm just kidding, YouTube. Fine. I've never quite heard this particular cleansing routine. There we go. We'll tap into beauty tube for a second. I've never quite heard this cleansing routine phrased in such a way, it was your responsibility to wipe out a country.
Because he's saying that he feels it's being done to them, and so his actions were justified because he's the oppressed class, and so anything that he does when he's being oppressed is justified. That's the moral, the reasoning behind all of this. Like, they were attacking him, and so he just had to do what he had to do to make a home for his people, is the story they're going with.
That sounds like if at the end of Dark Knight, when Joker was like, these people are going to eat each other alive, and was expecting them to push the button to blow the other one up. It would be
I would
like...
have pushed that button instantaneously. You wouldn't have seen that for dust. I would have needed him to finish reading out the instructions.
You realize that your boom boom stick was probably attached to the bomb on your cart, right?
Yeah, well, that would have been funny to find out, though, wouldn't it? If you press it, a load of
But this is like, so now he's done his good deed. He's got a home for his kids, so now he can go adventuring. He's free of the burden.
Because I haven't read this article yet. I just kind of put it in a list because I had something else to do. I didn't know he was going to go adventuring. I thought he was going to stay in Mordor and just mess about with them for a bit. I assumed that they were going to get attacked or something, but he's like, no, now I can go and quest and be a hero and collect golds and go into dungeons.
Pretty much. Do you recognize this?
He started a second campaign.
Yep, he's leaving everybody else. He's leaving his Uruks in Mordor so he can go questing. The boy who was the key to everything or whatever, when he picked up the handle, looks sneakishly similar, slightly different. I'm sure that wasn't at all intentional. But yes, he's gonna go questing. So the two actors who've played Adar... Go ahead.
I still can't get over, that his whole quest line from the first one, which was essentially, we've created this incredibly overcomplicated dam that needs a sword to open up the lock just to move the dam down. And that's all it does, because if you just open the dam, nothing happens. You open that dam, it'll just water pulls out. But it'll just start a river going somewhere. But that is all that overcomplicated lock does.
Yep.
And his part of the story was, I need to guide it, so I'm going to dig a big tunnel that guides it to do something. So if anything, the lock should have been on his face or something, because he's the one that did the complicated plan. The other one is just a dam.
I know.
Why did we lock up moving a bit of water behind a sword? I want to know the story of that. That's what I want a backstory of. And what did he think he was doing at the time?
I wish I had answers. I'm sorry, I don't.
That was never explained. Who set that up? And it was an elven tower. Now, was the elven tower set up?
I know.
Presumably, the elves knew about that lock, and so set up the tower to guard it?
Yes. And then they just forgot why they were there.
Or was it like somebody else's temple, and the elves took it over and built it to guard the... Because there was a tree symbol on there as well, if I remember. She just moved some leaves, and he's like, oh, now I know. It was very weird.
It was very bizarre. They tried very hard to appear much smarter than they actually were. And okay, so here is the thing about the way that volcano eruption occurred. So there is
Oh, I know the physics behind it. Yeah.
Okay. Chat, do you know the physics behind it? I'm going to wait for a second because I know there's a delay.
I think most people can work it out. It's one of those things where at first thought you're like, that doesn't, like, how? And then you just go, oh, of course it's steam and then pressure.
But it doesn't work that way because there wasn't enough. So the only way that you're going to get a ferromagnetic eruption, which is what those are called, is when enough water mixes with magma instantaneously. So the way that those type of eruptions happen, we're talking
because
like
otherwise it'd escape up the same tube that the water's coming in.
The only way that those type of volcanic eruptions happen are if like the a side chamber suddenly collapses under the water table, right? And then all of a sudden, so it collapses and all of this seawater gushes in. And
the other issue you'd have is, yes, it might cause it to explode, but the instant it's exploded, all the pressure's gone, and so it's not going to keep flowing out.
No.
It'll just blow the top off the mountain.
Yeah.
It won't be an eruption.
It's Mount St. Helens, essentially. It's Mount St. Helens.
I don't know what that is, but okay.
It's look it up sometime. It was a huge eruption here in the US. But Mount St. Helens does not still have a dark cloud of magma of volcanic ash pouring out of it to this day. It doesn't. It's gone. Like the whole side of the
Disney
mountain.
headquarters.
Yes, that definitely has like freaking I don't even know which the mistress of all evil. Why can't I think of her name from Sleeping Beauty? Maleficent, the mistress of all evil. She helped out with that cloud, because apparently Maleficent, like her name is literally Maleficent, and she is known as the mistress of all evil. She's just also misunderstood. But the thing about the eruption that they're describing,
I tried to watch her movie and it was so boring. I think I just had it on a side monitor and can't remember anything.
For that type of eruption to happen, you either have to have, it has to be an underwater volcano, or there has to be a pressure block above where the water table is, and so the magma's trying to escape and it cracks and then all the water gushes in that way and then it blows up. Like that's the only way. There's only two ways for that type of eruption to happen. Having water.
I mean, you say this, but I think they have done their research and they'll know the science behind it.
Oh my god.
Also, I think that's probably the least.
That was enough water to maybe. That was barely like what they essentially
how it started. It's probably a bigger problem than is it physically possible. No, I tell you what's a bigger problem than the volcano being set off that way. Galadriel tanking it to the face, and the humans.
I know.
At least the humans went behind a small wall, and you're like, okay, maybe I'll just give it you. Like,
You tried.
It's already trash. We'll just give you that one. But Galadriel stood there and tanked it to the face.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. I mean, it's no worse than Damsel. I've gotta release that review too. She took dragon
even
fire.
In Damsel, she got hit and then fell in the water. So you're like, okay, yeah, liquid fire, she'll already be burned, all that kind of stuff. But at least they immediately put her in water to try and give you an out. Like, they gave something for your ability to, like, disconnect reality from the series, to grasp onto and desperately hold it there going, no, I believe, in this, nothing. They didn't care. They're just like, no, of course Galadriel can tank a pyroclastic flow to the face.
Pyroclastic flow to the face. She did, and it didn't move her. Like, she didn't flinch. She wasn't pushed back.
She walked into it.
Her hair didn't even move. Like, she just closes her eyes and takes a step, and you're like, listen. It's not how
like
it
an
works.
orb around her or something, and it's just like, no, we don't want to go near her. She'll nag us.
Oh, God in heaven. Okay, side note, Psychotic Mongoose, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. You have been so generous and kind. I genuinely appreciate you. Thank you. But yeah, so as you're reading this, so Adar is going to go adventuring, apparently. And so the two actors who played Adar, they know each other from previous work. And they're like, oh, he's like, I think he's a fantastic actor. I really loved what he did with the first season. So, I'm going to take this baton from him. And obviously, we don't look the same, but the character is instantly recognizable. Here is him in this season. And if you give me just a half a second, I will
to
show
be fair,
you.
having a different actor take over, he's going to be unrecognizable.
Like,
I
character.
Oh, sorry. It's very hard to tell with your mic whether you were pausing because you were looking for the picture or pausing because the mic ran out.
No, the mic is the mic will be getting fixed. Fear not. I'm gonna have to save up some money and get myself a new mic. Or
Well, is it the mic or the cable or?
I don't know. Like,
such a weird thing to happen, and it's so regular.
It is. It's very weird, and so I think it's the cable, but I'm not sure because when I traded it out with this other cable, it still does it.
Oh well, it's not the cable then.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's like a connector.
It's too predictable. Like, I know if I wait a certain amount of seconds, you come back, and that's the way all the time. So if it was the cable, you'd have to like mess with the cable, but you don't even know it's happening. So you just leave it how it is. So yeah, it doesn't sound like the cable. I wouldn't think it was the mic either, really.
So it's my computer. Okay, so I just need a new computer. Sweet.
Well, it wouldn't. I mean, it could even be like a software thing or anything. What I would do is I would try the mic on a different computer if you've got one.
Yeah, I don't, but I will.
Well, if you've got like a family member or something, you could just take it round.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give that a shot so that I can get this solved and situated so that you guys can have not have to deal with all of this.
It's like there's an instinct that when someone stops talking, you take over. But it's just really awkward in the scenario because sometimes you do it at the end of the sentence.
I am sorry. Okay, but he says that the character is instantly recognizable. I would disagree. I don't think the character is instantly recognizable.
To me, I'm just like, they call him Adar and they move on.
So,
I don't know what else you're supposed to do in that kind of thing because he's meant to be a pivotal character.
But
so
this is going to be this is the Witcher situation, except the Witcher is going to be this times
no
a billion.
Cares about Adar. If Adar wasn't in season 2, no one would care.
Yeah,
so, I don't really know why he's in.
I feel like he's going to disappear anyway, like be in maybe 1 or 2 episodes while he goes adventuring, and then he's going to come back to Sauron taking over his home and now using his Uruks.
Well, yeah. They could have, if the other guy didn't want to do the role, they could just be like, look, if we pay you this much, will you do like, a couple of hours filming, and they just have Sauron come back and he kills him. They could have easily got away with that.
Yes, they could have. Okay, so do you know who I think this guy looks more like? So I blame you, and I blame
me.
Yes,
what have I done?
You're gonna understand in a second when I show you this picture because you're gonna know exactly where it's from, and you're gonna know exactly why I think he looks more like this particular individual than the other Adar. Let me see if
Hawking.
Not quite. But like the jawline, or I don't know why.
Oh, the jawline? Is it a modern video game character?
No.
Oh.
It's him. Looks like he got blasted in the face and grew his hair out. And I think it's because you wouldn't stop talking. You and Lethal.
I never mentioned that guy in my life. I kept saying Klaus Michelson.
Yes, but you wouldn't stop talking about those characters, so I finally went and watched. And now I see them everywhere, so I blame you guys. But also, I'm
assuming they're right up your street because every time I mention them, Gary's like, "Yeah, they're chick flicks." I
think Gary secretly likes them. I love the tactical Auric right here. They gave him the camo paint and let him go ham with it, and it's just unbelievable.
No. Are we sure that's camo paint?
It looks like camo paint. What else would it be?
Or is it meant to be a skin condition?
Why are you doing this to me? Why?
You know why? Because that has cropped up in every single video game in modern times. Never saw it anything. The only time I ever heard it referenced was with Michael Jackson. I knew nothing else about it. The only time I'd ever heard of it my entire life was Michael Jackson. But now it's in every video game. And the reason? Well, we have to include everybody. And so you need to see yourself in a character. And so you can make a character like you if you have this. And then I see that. And it looks the same. And I don't know why they'd be using camo paint. They don't care about camo paint. And everyone was talking about how in the first one they were all so pale. So, and that was a deliberate design decision, and I just think that probably is as well.
No, this is a deliberate design decision, but like I thought that he was just trying to like block out the sun from his skin. That's what I thought.
I mean, he hasn't done a very good job of it, though, has he? Because the top
No.
of his head, like the entire top of his
Oh
head.
my gosh. It probably is a skin condition. God dang it, Disbrew. If you're right, I'm going to lose my shit. Here we go. Are you ready for the hardest
You're
thing?
welcome.
Are you ready for the hardest part about being Adar? You ready?
Is he just... No, he's already been misunderstood.
The hardest thing was I had to go straight into speaking black speech on day 1. It's hard on your throat. And it's hard to remember because it doesn't really follow the Elvish languages, which have roots in real languages like Welsh and Finnish. But he just didn't
saying
write...
Welsh as a language is pushing it, all right?
But he just didn't write that many words in black speech, of course, talking about Tolkien.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I just thought that was like slang.
It's supposed to be an ancient, evil language. So, do you know the story of the Tower of Babel?
I thought he was going to come out speaking in Ubonics or whatever it is. Or Pigeon.
Pigeon. Perhaps, maybe, mayhaps. But no, do you know the story of the Tower of Babel?
I've heard of it. It's one of those things, if you start, I'll probably know it, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
So, at one point in our history, all humans spoke the same language, and they, instead of using that power to glorify God and build themselves up in his image and his and glorify him with what they had, they built the Tower of Babel to reach
Oh, is this where
heaven.
they're trying to reach him? Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
to prove that they could be, that essentially they pulled a Satan and were like, hey, we can be on your level too. We can come up there. We have all this power. So God struck them all dumb and divided them by
This
by
is
language.
a bit like Wales.
So then after Babel, everybody spoke different languages, but nobody remembers that root dialect. And because it would defeat the purpose. If someone still remembered the root dialect, then they could just go around speaking to everyone. That's why Pentecost, which the tongues of flame above everyone's head, when they spoke, you would, no matter what language you spoke, you heard it in your language. It's called the gift of tongues. It's very rare, and I don't know the last time it was granted to anyone. But
quite popular in Amsterdam, I think that is.
Well, essentially, you can speak every language if you have this gift.
But why would you want to?
Because God has a calling for you.
Now you can understand people in California. Yeah, but who cares? Like, why?
Why? But I think, so for me at least, when I was reading about the etymology of Tolkien's languages and such, I believe black speech is supposed to be in reference to the language of Babylon before the fall of Babylon.
Yeah, but why would he have the evil people speak it then?
Because they were evil. Humans were committing evil.
Well, yeah, but that was all humans.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you got humans.
If you've got to be like, well, you know, you can't do the language because, like, only the evil people keep up with it. It'd be like, wait, what?
Well, yeah.
It just seems like an odd thing because that would be tarring us all with the same brush. I have the same problem with Original Sin for the same reason.
Oh,
be
okay.
Like, what? Babies are evil now? It just seems a bit weird.
That's not what original sin means, but we can get into a theological discussion some other time about that, because that is hours and hours and hours of discussion right there. Okay, but are we ready? So, but Hazeldine took the challenge as an opportunity and actually had the show's Tolkien lore experts rewrite some of his lines from English into black speech in order to give Adar the proper gravitas. but it's not Tom Shippey. So who is rewriting?
And
like-
what color was their hair?
Right? So if Tolkien didn't write that many words in Black Speech, why are lore experts rewriting words from English into Black Speech? What?
I'm pretty sure that's a hate crime, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, right?
If I do a Chinese accent and just start making up things that I think sound like Chinese, I'm pretty sure that's a hate crime.
I 100%, yes. Like, that has to be. That has to qualify. and my favorite
Well, I've
thing
seen
is
people get cancelled for doing it, so...
their cop-out is always the same. Well, it's a fantasy. It's not real. Like, no, there's still laws in the world itself that you have to follow. And, like, it's just... there isn't a Rosetta
Imagine if he
Stone.
came out and started speaking Klingon.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Jesus, take the wheel. Don't...
He'd be like, expect,
Okay, in addition to showing what's next for Adar and the orcs of Mordor,
I like Klingon.
Season 2, of course you do, you're British. Season 2 will
I
also
had a alarm clock when I was a kid that had you could choose whether it woke you up in English or Klingon. And the alarm literally said something along the lines of the Enterprise is under attack, wake up and do something, but it said it in Klingon. And I only remember that it ended in like expect attack.
The thing I've noticed about British people in general, if you say, okay, if you can't be part of the Federation, who would you align yourself with, or what race would you want to be? Almost all the British people say Klingon. Like, I think maybe conquering is just in y'all's blood. Like, in your blood memory.
The Klingons would be fun.
Yes,
but
yes.
I still kind of like the Romulans. I've always liked the Romulans.
So you must be Scottish then. You just like to fight. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't know. I do like, though, how it was like, I thought that ale was illegal, but everybody has it on every ship. Like, who are these smugglers that keep talking to Picard?
They do like Picard. But yes, so we're getting made up Black Speech from English to Black Speech. I want to know what they used as their Rosetta Stone. Because, I mean, you could use
I think they just made it up. I think they just took the tones and like the syllables and just made it sound the same.
The closest thing you're going to have to an actual Rosetta Stone is the ring itself. But even then, it's not going to be accurate. Like, there's a reason he didn't write very much in Black Speech. It blows my mind. In addition to showing what's next for Adar and the Orcs of Mordor, Season 2 will also show viewers, ready, where they came from. As in, how did he go from being an elf to an orc?
Now, we do already know that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that story's already been told.
Yeah, we know how the orcs were made.
Yep.
And we know that they all came from elves. So...
Mm-hmm.
I mean, unless they're going to say it's specific for him.
No,
so it's not like the orc's origin, he had a unique one.
It's flashbacks. Look at the next sentence. Previous confrontations between Adar and Sauron, how they unfolded. We get to see flashbacks.
So it might be Sauron did it to him, which would be completely apocryphal.
Yep.
Because I don't think Sauron made orcs, did he? He just used what he had available.
Yeah, so...
The
Anatar...
outdate Sauron? Because wasn't it the original elves that were being turned into it?
So...
Because it was like what did they call them? Like the lost ones?
Yes. So essentially, so if you think of Morgoth, so like this is the problem. They've just sort of skipped over everything. This show, like I said earlier, it doesn't make any sense.
Like you go back a long time to it was literally like before the time of dwarves and men and stuff. So
yes. So the dwarves are not sons of so like. The biggest issue is right now the version of Sauron that we have been presented with, it doesn't track with the timeline that they have.
Oh yeah,
the
that'll never
orcs.
happen. But
It doesn't align.
so they're basically compressing everything together.
Yes, and so
But
because
you would still think you could keep things like, even though you're compressing it together so that people existing in the same time, the creation of a species, you could still keep that in the correct timeline and just be like, well, it was before Sauron.
but they don't care. Like they are much more about the spectacle and the
this seems like
visualization.
Sauron is going to be the one that does it to him.
Yeah, it is. And well, they hinted at that in season 1, if you remember. Like
I didn't.
he talked about his tormentor, about the one who made him this way and why he hates Sauron. Okay, so they've already alluded to that.
Now you're going to have to explain why Sauron isn't doing it to everybody and raising a massive
Exactly.
army.
Exactly. And the other issue is Anatar. See, they really fucked up season 1 because he was barely in Numenor. And he's supposed to be. There's a reason he's called the Deceiver. And he earned that nickname largely because of what he was able to do to the Numenorians. And that is why you had this split. Like, Meryl's character, she's not the she was Queen Regent, but when she climbs to the top of the mountain and she is begging for mercy and for forgiveness, essentially, and is apologizing, because so under this dome, have you read the Silmarillion?
I think I got maybe like halfway through.
Okay, essentially a bunch of it. So they cut off the stars, and as you know, stars, elves, very important. Starlight, right? They cut off the stars. They hated the West, so they created this dome, and it cut everything off, and they committed unspeakable atrocities in there. Not the least of which being sacrifices, right? But it was sacrifices to the Dark One, and so when that was all said and done, she climbs up to the top of the mountain because she's begging Iluvatar, essentially, like, for forgiveness. She is begging for them to have mercy on Numenor, but Numenor's fate has already been decided. It's already going to be plunged to the bottom of the ocean. It took too long. Okay, they didn't, because they had turned back at one point, and then they fell right back into their evil ways once there wasn't any retribution delivered upon them. And so she has been loyal to the old ways and to the ways of Iluvatar, but it doesn't matter because her people weren't. And it doesn't matter that she swore she would turn them around. That's why that whole if you remember, the Numenorians that left, they were the loyal ones. I'm trying to be as generic with my speech as possible, because it, like, the Silmarillion is really dry, but it's so good. A great backfill for a lot of information. Tolkien the man knew what he was doing. But when it gets to,
well, wasn't it written originally so that he had like a foundation for the universe for the story he actually wanted to tell?
Yeah.
I don't think he wrote the others first and then went back and filled in a history. It was like, no, if I'm going to write a story, I need to know what led up to it.
So
it was never meant to be read by people. It was for him, is what I thought.
It's a lot of his notes. Yeah, it's a lot of his notes. So when it was put together, it's not put together as a narrative because it's not a story. It is literally like, it's almost like reading a history book, honest to God, which I happen to love to do. So I didn't find the Silmarillion dry at all. But as you're reading it, you really, like, you can start to see, like, the pieces, everything, how it all fits together, why the ages worked out the way that they do. I mean, no story is perfect, but he got damn close. And so what Amazon is doing is they are taking bits and pieces. Like, do you remember at the very beginning of episode 1 where she just breezes past the kinslaying? Do you remember that?
No, yes, I do. Well, no, it wasn't that she breezed past it. She went, and then we went across the ocean, and
Yeah.
this, and I was like,
Yeah.
hang on, love.
So we just, it was literally,
hang on.
we saw things differently, so we decided to leave. And I was like,
I just slaughtered half my species.
oh my God. I was like, is that really, we're gonna get, because like the kin slaying itself, that could have been an entire season right there of just
Why did you do it? We
brutality.
wanted their boats. Oh, and you think that's good enough, do you? Yeah, and then we screwed over the other half with the people we brought with us.
Oh my God. Like, the fact that we saw things, like, I don't even remember, but it was literally like, we saw things differently, so we decided to leave. I was like, that's how you're gonna describe the kinslaying. That's how you're gonna do. Okay. All right. This is off to a terrible, horrific start.
To be fair, if you speak to enough ex-wives, that was probably an accurate description of how Galadriel would have explained that.
I don't know. I've never
like,
been
well,
an ex-wife, and
we saw things differently,
I
and
saw
we just grew apart.
we grew apart after I slept with 20 other men and stabbed him in the neck with a pencil.
Well, you know, I only wiped out everybody with that. It was a disagreement.
It was just a small.
We
it was
fought
just a small
often.
kerfuffle. Ridiculous. Like, this show, that was as bad. That was as much of a twisting of Tolkien's words as Wheel of Time did with Jordan's words in episode 1 of Wheel of Time. Like these, I don't know what
the
it is
men
about
calls the fall. It was like, what?
these female modern day narrators, but they're all about twisting the words of the author, especially the male author, around. It's just wild. But
Well, it's all
yes,
they have. It's word games. Because they don't
it's
have any other
insane.
kind of form of power. So
after Sauron had done all of that, he went to the creatures that his, like, quote unquote fought Morgoth, right? So Sauron is essentially, like, he's the equivalent of an angel, and he served Morgoth, who was the disruptor. And because Morgoth started to sow in the discord in the Song of Creation, right?
Mhm.
And so Morgoth did not make the orcs. He corrupted the elves because he couldn't make anything as equivalent to the elves in power and beauty on the opposite scale. So he corrupted elves.
Well, that was what made me laugh when it was like, well, the elves were there and they were wandering around and we all split off in different directions, and then some of them just kept going missing though, and nobody really knew what happened to them.
Nobody
It's
thought.
like,
Nobody thought.
did
to
you
go
not try
look
and find out?
No, see, they had a disagreement and they went separate ways.
That's just how one of the chapters in the subreddit just described it. Said, yeah, this, strangely, they just kept going missing. It's like, it was such a minor thing. We're like, I know what happened there, though.
They just kept disappearing. Maybe they thought they tried to go home. Yeah.
It was the equivalent of, he just went out for a pint of milk. That's the way it was described.
He just went to the grocery store.
Not he got abducted and turned into an orc. Because that was the thing. It was like several elves kept going missing, and then these dark creatures turned up.
And then suddenly, and they looked strangely. They looked strangely
they kept
like
wearing
us.
the same clothes.
They were wearing the same. They looked strangely like us, except as if they had been corrupted. Gee, I wonder where they came from. We're almost done.
It wasn't the elf's smartest moment of history.
No, it wasn't. Like that line where Galadriel says, when she's talking to, oh gosh, was it Celeborn? Whenever she's, when she's like, she's looking back and she's like, even we elves cannot see all ends. It's like, no kidding. You couldn't figure out that your people were being turned into the greatest threat of mankind. Yeah,
it's not as if the elves had it's not like they could predict all the future and like the time and everything. She really kind of exaggerated her people's abilities at times.
Yeah, I'm okay with it though, because if you are in power, you are going to exaggerate a bit, and because it adds to the mysticism. But there is a difference between.
Do you remember when what was it? She was in Numenor and I think she just got let out of prison, and she's speaking to the guy, and he starts taking the piss out of her. He goes, "Who are you? Some mere mortal to have words with me?" It was like, what? And we're supposed to root for this person.
Yep, we're supposed to root. There's a tempest in her. Dang it!
Oh yeah, that was.
Come
the
on
curry
now,
from the night
Disparu.
before.
It's because she has a tempest in her.
She did Taco Bell and was regretting
it. This paragraph, dear God, save us all. So, remember how the power of the ring and the power of corruption, like it's supposed to be alluring and tempting, and it's very hard for anyone to deny and to reject, right?
Yeah, because even if you're good, you like think of the good that I could do with this.
Yes. Ready for this? There was an offer for power and for something else, which you'll find out later on in the show, and Adar willingly took the deal. So he's accepted.
You have to remember who you're talking about when you in this regard. And again, it is an ideology driven by power. So to them, that is a moral good.
Ready for this? It's kind of like he took a red pill and was duped. And then he was horrifically tortured and maimed.
I'm not even sure what they mean by the start of that. Because that analogy has nothing to do with being offered power.
No.
At all.
No, but this
Nor
is
being
what
duped.
Nope, this is what he's saying about Adar's origin. He's saying it's like he took a red pill and then got duped on the red pill. So the truth wasn't really the truth, and he ended up getting horrifically tortured and maimed. And the deal he took was actually a lie.
No, but that could be the truth. Like, the entire point of the Matrix was that, like, when he came out, they were living, in a crap hole and just eating slop.
Yeah.
But that was the point. The point was that the truth may not be good. The Cypher's entire thing was, I wish I didn't find out the truth because the lie would have been nicer.
Yeah,
but we've already done this story. So if you did take that, if you found out the truth and it was horrific, and then you get maimed and you suffer horrible consequences for it, that's not being duped. That's just the fact that maybe I shouldn't have known this truth in the first place.
Mm-hmm. No, but
then it comes down to what you value the most.
Yeah, he got duped. It's not his fault for accepting an offer for power and something else. It isn't his fault for accepting the deal. Like, these are the people who sign one of those 10-year contracts with a demon, and then when the Piper
comes, mean tuition fees?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, hey, you signed this deal 10 years ago. You got everything that you were looking for. And now it's time to pay up. And they're like, no, I didn't actually know what it meant. And I didn't realize that, that you'd actually take my soul. Like, I've been duped. Like, no, you knew exactly what you were getting. You were told exactly what you would have.
Yeah, when he stabbed the fountain pen into your finger, you should have known something weird was happening.
Right? Exactly. So before we learn about this horrific torture and maiming and the red pill that duped him, he accepted the deal. Season 2 starts with a bang, and I was even surprised at how kind of bloodthirsty and violent it is. So get ready for what Rings of Power Season 2 premieres August 29th on Prime Video. So now, he is gonna...
Also, it's not even as if he was duped, right? Because let's say he was offered, power and a family or whatever. That is what he's got.
Yep.
He has a load of orcs, he has an army. Because he can't be that pissed off with Sauron, because at the end of the day, he did enact Sauron's plan.
Yeah, he did.
I can only assume it was Sauron that built the big complicated dam and stuff. And I think Sauron even said, I had this big plan to do this kind of thing, but then I left it because I just wanted to grill.
Yep. He said that he was... remember, don't forget, it is Galadriel's fault that Sauron came back.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. But I think Adar didn't come up with the whole volcano thing.
No,
I think he was just using Sauron's ideas.
Uh-huh. He knew about it.
Yeah.
He knew about it. And so, I have a feeling we're going to get to see how he knew about it and why. And it said we'd see previous conflicts and how they unfolded. So this is going to be, flashback mania. Season 2 is going to be flashbacks, and more flashbacks.
Yeah, they probably think that that's like artistic.
I'm
if
sure
we
they do.
can,
I'm sure they do.
time jump around and stuff.
Worked so well for The Witcher.
Yeah, the first series of that was really bizarre.
Bizarre.
To actually work out what was going on.
Yeah, it wasn't that it was actually clever. It was just so difficult to follow. You had to put so much effort in just trying to figure out what timeline you were looking at that
Yes.
it appeared more clever than it actually was until you got to the end and you were like,
it's the same with Westworld.
yeah. I didn't go past season 1.
Even in season 1, I don't like the way they built that kind of thing. It's a different timeline. But in the later ones, they keep doing it, and it gets far and more complicated and far more stupid all the time. It is a trick where just the more you keep doing it, the worse it gets. Now, I like episodes of television or movies and stuff where they show somebody going through the world, and at the same time you have other people also going through the world. So you see the same day from multiple people's different timelines.
Yes.
I like that kind of time travel far more. Because there used to be an entire time travel show about it, where they would show you, they were police, right? And they'd go through and they'd find the crime, but then they'd travel back and try and work out, I don't know, it was called Time Cops or something like that. I'd always have to look it up. But they go back and they can't change the past because the past has already happened. So they also can't meet themselves. They have to be back where they left the time travel thing from. But they were always like, well, we can travel back to the scene of the crime and see it being committed and arrest him that way. So a lot of the stuff is the first time through that day, you'll see weird things happen and clues and that kind of stuff. And then it turns out when you go back, they were the ones doing it all. It was generally them trying to escape themselves or they're about to end the world.
I just don't understand how Amazon... Well, I mean, I understand. Amazon has trillions of dollars. Or at least they'd like you to believe they have trillions of dollars. I just don't understand...
It's a bit of a misnomer. They care about money.
Yes.
That's why they have millions of dollars. They don't want to throw it away.
But then you see stuff like this and you're like, they must want to throw it away because they do not care about the lore, about it being accurate. I mean, this is like someone took the Cliff's Notes of a professor's lecture that was covering the first that was covering the highlighted points of the Silmarillion and the Second Age and what it means to them personally, and then turned it into a show. That's what this is.
Yeah, but it's the thing with Amazon you have to realize is they're so big and they've got so many different companies. Like Amazon WS is one of the largest players in the server space.
Yeah.
And you never hear about them because, you're not a big major company. But that's a massive thing in itself. So if you're the CEO of the company, it's like ruling an entire state and then us looking at a school or whatever and being like, well, this is poorly run. And it's like, yeah, but they're running the entire state. It's almost too insignificant for them to notice. And occasionally the Eye of Sauron will turn to them and look. Because there was what I think it was last year or something. There was a story came out. The CEO is looking, because this was back when everyone was struggling, is looking at the accounts of Amazon Prime Video.
Yes.
And that, like, a few weeks after that, a load of things that Sulky had renewed got cancelled. He was like, these are obvious failures, what are you doing? And both of them were in that article of, well, we kept these going because we didn't want to lose, like, prestige with the people that were running them. It was, like, political capital kind of thing.
Yeah. I remember that.
Now, the issue you've got Lord of the Rings, so you don't know what contracts have been signed. You don't know how long they committed to. You don't know what the penalties for that are. Like, whether we just have to pay them anyway. And you've also got, like, the brand damage of cancelling this after one series. And so it's kind of like, well, you're going to have to go on. And to them, they think that Sulky, for some reason, can actually lead all of this stuff.
Yeah, no, Bezos has made it very clear, regardless how much money this is going to lose them, it will have 5 seasons. How they're going to make 5 seasons out of it, like, they've already...
You can do a lot with that, right? You can change the people at the top, and they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it was me, Sulky would have been gone years ago.
Yes,
That
but
would have
that's
been
because
my first deed of business. I would have seen Wheel of Time and got rid of her.
I don't disagree with you at all, but I like you and I. Unfortunately, we don't have a say when it comes to these companies in any aspect.
Well, yeah, and like I say, she's probably too small for them to like notice. Like when the CEO had a meeting, he probably saw the line items and said, like, "What on earth is this? You like justify these things?" She probably justified the rest. And you know, they have a meeting, they justify their job for a bit. He's like, "Yeah, okay, then whatever," and they don't pay enough attention to really realize that people don't know what they're doing. Because a lot of the time in a company, someone's like ability to do the job is simply judged by what they were paid in their previous position, and was it anything to do with this before? So a CEO, even CEOs which have tanked companies and they've gone bankrupt, just walk into other CEO positions.
Yeah,
Because they're
it's
just like, well,
James
you were
Gunn.
CEO here, now you can be CEO.
Yeah, no, it's James Gunn and J.J. Abrams. Like, you remember J.J. Abrams in 2019,
I
Warner...
think the movie industry is a bit different than the private sectors. Like, I've always seen the movie industry as, like, it has so much money, and they've had so much money for so long, and they've had no competition. It's almost like it has inefficiencies in it, which you don't normally get in private companies, if you know what I mean. It's like, yeah, we can spend 20 million on an actor. That
It's an insane
will
amount of
not bring
redundancy.
in 20 million worth of customer base. Like, we could put Steve down the road in for 20 quid. And
and we've talked
as long
about
as he brought his family, he would have made more money.
Like, we've talked about this before. There's no way that they're actually spending, what was it at one point? It was like 35 million an episode on Rings of Power, wasn't it?
Well, no, those numbers, all the numbers we had were wrong, basically, because there was lots of stuff about it was like 1 billion for this, and there was rights, but Sulky came out, or it was Sulky or somebody on the production, and said the figures you've seen are inflated because that money was meant to like set up things for multiple series. So like the sets and things, that would just be passed on to the next series.
Yeah, except they have to rebuild it now because they left New Zealand.
Yes, all that went out the window when they had to move.
Yeah, so they encumbered all of that cost again.
You know, Numenor, they said they built that, right? They physically built it over there.
Yeah.
There was an article a while back where they said they moved it, or they were planning to. I don't know whether they actually did, but they were going to move that brick by brick to the UK.
What? Hold on.
I don't know whether that actually happened, but there was an article that said that's what they were going to do. And they were going to move all the sets rather than rebuild them. Whether they just ended up rebuilding them because it's cheaper, I don't know. Because there are ways around that. You can write new scenes which need new sets and stuff. I don't know why we don't do the Stargate thing anymore. Where we literally just build a load of bonkers and we use it for 9 seasons. Or 15 or whatever it was.
Because there's such a lack of creativity. Let's see. What you need to know before moving from New Zealand to the UK. Hold on. I can't find anything referencing Numenor being moved. Hold on.
I mean, there would, whether it's an article or an interview, I remember it being said. But all this stuff goes back like 2 years, and then they went radio silent.
Yeah. Because I knew that, like, they made the announcement that they're moving from New Zealand to the UK. And then, thousands of years, 17 Academy Awards. They're talking about Peter Jackson's trilogy.
Well, that was the thing. That was the big thing that Amazon, because they want to be taken seriously and not as a place that just sells dishwashing cloths, really wanted prestigious awards so that people would take them seriously, because none of the actors, none of the directors all do. And it even said they have to pay the Amazon tax because nobody takes them seriously. So they would rather sell their stuff to Netflix for cheaper than sell it to Amazon. And so they wanted these awards to, we're a proper entertainment thing. Nothing. It was like completely failed. That's the thing. It'd be like, well, we don't care how much this costs because it could have had other benefits for them. It could have given them awards. It could have given them prestige. People might have taken them seriously.
Yep.
And they didn't.
Nope.
didn't even work for their own industry friends.
According to this, so BBC, from 2021 says the production is moving to the UK from New Zealand. While there are plans to move certain sets, as of right now, they are working on the logistics of it. So, okay, so UK Culture Secretary Oliver Dowden welcomed the decision, but it's a major blow for New Zealand's entertainment industry, where the award-winning movies were also filmed.
New Zealand
Honestly,
did it to itself. They didn't want
yeah.
to move. New Zealand forced them to move.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, we cannot film this under your rules. And they could have just gone, well, you're exempt then. They could have just said it.
Yeah.
Because that's what the UK did. That's why they moved here. Because ours just went, yeah, you're all exempt.
Yep. Because they were, so, oh gosh. I just realized I can, like, show this to you guys. My brain is not firing on all cylinders today. Sorry, guys. Hang on. Okay. So Amazon was already receiving the 20% rebate on its expenses in filming Lord of the Rings series in New Zealand before the government added the extra 5%. Mr. Nash said the agreement with Amazon generated local jobs and creates work for local businesses and enable a new wave of international tourism and branding and promotion for the country. But the film industry, so Mr. Nash said that it's incredibly competitive and highly mobile. We have no regrets about giving this production our best shot with the government's support.
I remember that they were moving to a studio, and I think they were filming in that studio as well, but they also wanted to build some massive amount of extra studio space outside.
Yeah.
So
I remember.
The cost would have been astronomical.
Yeah.
Unless they did some kind of deal with the studio, because obviously the studio would own all those buildings afterwards, I'm assuming.
Yes. And, like, the crazy thing is they wanted all these awards, they wanted all of this prestige. They were banking on not just Tolkien is only outsold. The Lord of the Rings is only outsold by
Tolkien.
So okay, sorry. So the Lord of the Rings, so Tolkien's The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings, there is only one book that outsells them. And it's the Bible. That's it. If you look at just raw sales, like Harry Potter got close. Song of Ice and Fire gets close, but you're talking Harry Potter.
Not fair comparisons because there's so many more books.
So many more books, exactly. So when you look, so that's why you have to do, when you look at the math and you do all of this. So 7 books for Harry Potter. How many is in A Song of Ice and Fire? 6 now, and there's 5 or 6.
There's only ever gonna be 6.
Yeah. So allegedly there's 2 more coming out, but so you're talking double the amount of books, and Tolkien still outsells them. And that that tweet was making the rounds again, where she's like, this is who modern fantasy authors are competing against, a bunch of dead guys, referring to Tolkien and Jordan and C.S. Lewis. So that already shows you what kind of mentality they have in the writing and publishing industry.
I remember that tweet. That was what the author who was moaning that her, like, do you know how difficult it is to get on the shelf, let alone face out, whereas they're taking up all this shelf space.
Yeah. Write better books. Like, that's...
Well, that's like, okay. You can't even compete with dead guys. That's how crappy you are. Like, you can read their stuff and then, like, crib note it and do your own thing, because that's what everybody else did. Everybody else read Lord of the Rings and then just made their own.
Yep.
Like, you're capable of doing that. Well, you're obviously not capable.
Not capable, yeah. I'm flabbergasted at it's not even mediocre. Like, it's not even mediocre. It's not mediocrity anymore. It's legitimately bad. This is like, instead of a kid taking a pen and scribbling it on paper and you putting it on the fridge and saying, you did such a good job, sweetie. This is like if that kid reached into their diaper and smeared their poop on a dinner plate that's got a bunch of leftovers caked onto it and handed it to you with a smile on their face and you just accept the poop plate and say, "Oh, it's beautiful, sweetie," and then you put it on display for all of your family to see, and then you make them eat the poop off the plate. That's what this is.
This will continue until people realize everybody is not equal. Some people are better than others, and those people should never be heard of. You can't literally go around and have this idea that, oh no, of course this person that's been trying to break into the industry for however many years it was for, like 10 years or something, and never even got their name put on a script. Like, that's enough. You've had enough time. Yeah, you can write stuff, you can send it to us, but that's about as much as we're going to trust you. We need you to finish the thing first, because you're probably not even worth our time to give you many more opportunities. Let alone handing you the most expensive TV series of all time.
Yeah.
When you have no credits to your name.
Yeah, nothing.
That only comes from the idea that they are equal to anybody else, and that means that everybody is interchangeable. And so giving them the role is just as much as, like, giving Brandon Sanderson the role. And it's like, Brandon Sanderson would have done a better job of this series, and he's never done it before. He has absolutely no idea what he's doing, but he can write. And that alone would have made at least the story good, even if it was badly put together. The thing about putting things together is you can actually employ those people. Like, it was the story that was actually the key part of it. It was the adaptation that was the key part of it. You would have done better with somebody like Brandon Sanderson and then outsourcing the filming of his script and just getting him to say, I like this, I don't like that. You would have ended up with a better thing. And this is so easy and obvious. But when you have egotistical people who think everyone's equal, it means that, well, I kind of want power over this, so I'm going to get someone who's got no name to it so that I can tell them and we'll manage it.
Yep.
Because I'm the CEO, and it's like, well...
that is exactly what it is. And because they don't care about Tolkien's legacy. They could give two flips less. They don't
No, but
care.
they should at least care about their jobs. But they don't have to do that, because no matter what happened, nobody lost their job. Everybody's still here for season 2.
Yep.
Like, if there was consequences, people would care more.
Did you see, the, one of the girl bosses, the human one that's in love with Elf Boy, Lemonless. Dang it. What's her name? I can't even think of her name. Like, they're so unremarkable.
Oh, she's dead. Bronwyn.
Bronwyn, yes. She's not coming back.
Yeah, she ain't coming back. Yeah.
She's not coming back because...
That's definitely their son, by the way.
Oh, yeah. The reason she's not coming back, though, that her character isn't coming back, do you know what the actress is doing?
No, I didn't actually look into why.
Okay, so she is in Iran fighting for women's rights. Like, fighting for...
She did say she was an activist.
Yeah, so she's claiming that her activism has not disrupted the plan. Like, it has nothing to do with her activism.
I don't believe that as far as I can throw it, to be honest.
Yeah, but I'm like, you're literally in Iran.
Would be earning, like, people do this for career and stuff, and I don't really believe that, I really care about this stuff in a different country. So the money is better, presumably, where she is than anywhere else. I can't imagine why else she'd have turned it down.
No, like, from the article that got released, I don't know where it is. I can't find it now, but
you have to remember, she's been doing this for years, so she could have filmed for a couple of months and then just carried on. Yeah.
So yeah, she's in Iran fighting for equality and such, which arguably is a much better.
Sounds like hope to me.
It's arguably a much better way to spend your time than filming Rings of Power, in my humble opinion.
I don't know. Do you want to ruin their country too?
Probably. I mean, what is it? Isn't there a phrase from Game of Thrones that all men have to do something, but just men?
But throughout all of history, they're the ones that have done everything, basically. There's a reason why women and children were the first off the Titanic.
Yeah, so that men could think.
We need to think of a solution.
We need to think of a solution. Get all the men, get all the women and
That's
children
not where
out.
I was going with it. I was about like men even will protect the people. It was just
Yes, I know. But that joke, like when I heard it, I laughed so hard because it is true. Women do tend to fret over stuff, and like the men will be like, okay, this is what we need to do, and they'll just be in agreement. But women, I've noticed that this is in script. A lot of women, the way they write men,
you know the
they
reason why men are just like, this is what we have to do, because men innately sort themselves into hierarchy,
yes,
and so they all know at all times which person is more competent than them and where they are in the pecking order. And so if somebody comes up with a better idea and they're higher up, then everyone's just like, yep. And it's just like, you're leading it now, you know more than me. And it just goes that way. Whereas, this is why if you look at The Apprentice or Survivor and stuff, the islands always turn out. Because the are like, oh, should we debate who's leader? The guy's like, you know this, off, go, bye. And it's like, just sorted. But
yeah.
that is the difference. It's hierarchy versus equality. It's the
it's not just that. Okay. The women are gonna turn on me. But women are. When I say this, please understand. As a woman, I know how hard we work, but comparatively, women do not.
That washing machine.
Listen here. So women inherently do not do heavy labor job. They do not like heavy labor jobs.
Well, look at the career paths. Like,
yeah.
All the go on an oil rig. Like, you know,
yeah.
that is an incredibly well-paid career.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why we're not all there.
Yeah, it's very much like if you look at, I mean, Dr. Jordan Peterson has brought this up too, but if you look at construction workers, road workers, electric, like linemen who are out in like the middle of blizzards and in the middle of 110-degree heat and stuff like that. If you look at plumbers, if you look at trash collectors, if you look at any type of really high dangerous fishing, like commercial fishing, is 99.9% male. It pays almost $500,000 a year, and it's.
Well, there was a thing recently. There was someone complaining. Whenever I go backstage on these sets, all the staff working on the things, loads of my blokes. It's like, yeah, that's because it's actually hard work. Like building these sets, holding the cameras. That's all incredibly laborious, heavy work. It's not surprising. Like nobody's kept you for. Nobody's standing there going, well, you know, I'm sorry, but I've inspected you. You just don't have the dangly bits for it, so I'm not going to hire. No, this is voluntary. You don't want to do it.
Yep, it's the women. Women do not want to do it, and the thing is, the few women that do actually want to do it, they get, for lack of a better word, they get cut out under their knees by other women. It's not men telling women they can't do this. It's not men being petty and jealous that women are taking on these more high intense labor positions. It's other women. Other women are like, just, they're horrible. Women are horrible to each other. You should, in the Marine Corps, I never got more hate.
Not me.
What?
Women are horrible.
To each other, yes, but women are. Like, when I was in the Marine Corps, I never got more horrible advice, more piss poor leadership, or more hatred than from other female Marines. There was a female sergeant who, to this day, I utterly like, I was running 2 miles a day while 6 months pregnant, and she told me that I deserved to be on BCP, and that I was a fat body, and that I was using my pregnancy as an excuse to not be as physical as I could be. Meanwhile, she's walking around in a moon boot for a twisted ankle. Like, it doesn't track. It's just, women will use every excuse in the book to play victim, and then they will be the biggest hypocrites in the world when it comes to someone else who is doing better than they are, especially if they are in similar positions. And that's why you see these moms. Oh my God. The pettiness that happens in mom groups, that's the reason I'm not in any, because it's vile, it's twisted, it's sick. Like, you're supposed to be there for the kids. You're supposed to be there so that they can socialize, so that you guys can talk, you can give advice, that there's this sort of camaraderie. When I went to one of these things, it was a bunch of talking behind other people's backs. It was a bunch of just narcissistic judgment. It was unbelievably toxic. And it's just wild how they treated each other. And like, anytime you had an actual real concern, they would like they would piss on you. They'd make fun of you. They would be like, you haven't figured that out.
A bit far, but to be fair, I mean, it's not like they can fire it at you. You've got to still got to get underneath them.
Oh my God, disprove. You know what I mean? Like, metaphorically, with words. That
Is that like verbal diarrhea? But
yes, exactly. Except it's aimed at a specific person. It's bullying, and it's horrific. But when you get into stuff like this, what I've noticed, to get back to the main point, what I've noticed about women who are writing men, they make the man ask the question of like, why are we doing this? Like, why should I listen to you? Like, questioning authority, like, even if it's ranked, like Star Trek Discovery was a perfect example of this. It was like Michael Burnham was outranked by everybody on that ship, but people wanted her opinion, and they were asking an ensign.
No. Men will like they're very good at like if someone's losing, it's like, well, do you know anything about this? Can you do anything about this? So asking somebody else's opinion,
no,
isn't unusual, but they'll be like, oh, okay, and they may completely ignore you. But he'll be like, no, okay, I think I know something about it.
No, that's not what was happening. They were literally when you, how can I
see, now Michael Burnham herself, she would have been the opposite. She wouldn't ask for advice from people unless it was someone she wanted to like pat on the head. No, I haven't done well, girl. Like she would be, no, I just know what to do. Like, I'm ignoring you. This is the correct thing. I'm just going to do it anyway. Even if you order me to do something else, I'm still going to do it because I know I'm right and I know you're wrong. That's the opposite of, like...
Yeah, but I forget who the redhead was, but, like, the captain came to her to ask, like, what his saying should be. Like, he was focused on what his catchphrase should be as opposed to running the ship and, like, actually taking on the role of captain. And... women, so like there was a, God, I can't think of the show, but literally the guy, the man in charge was like, all right, like, we need to go, and like, this is what we need to do, and his subordinate was like, why should we listen to you? Why should we follow you? Like, he's not giving an if you ever do any type of research into like armed forces or anything like that, you are allowed to question unlawful orders. But he isn't saying, let's go in here and, you know, wipe out an entire Southlands and make this new place, right? He wasn't saying anything like that. It was simply
would have
like...
been a better show if he had.
It was...
That would have been cool. Like, it's time for us to go and wipe them out.
Wipe them out! No, he was simply like... He was like, we need to get out of here. This is the way we need to go. Move. And the other guy was like, why should we listen to you? Like, basically threw a temper tantrum and was like, what if I want to go this way? And so the guy had to stop and turn around and be like, looked at him and said, you know, that's the way we just came from. You know that it's a bog pit that we could potentially die in. Like, there is no path through there. We know that. And the guy is like, well, maybe we didn't try hard enough. Like walk on water type of situation would have to occur for them to get through this scenario, this situation. And instead, he sat there and threw a fit because it wasn't his idea to go the other direction. That was what it boiled down to.
Yeah, but no, I mean, normally the idea, because isn't the idea in the army, the reason why they make you not question orders is literally for that reason. It is because the boss has already considered all of the things, and you don't need to know why you're doing it. He knows. He's got his reasons. It's just your job to do it because there isn't time.
Yes.
Like, if you're walking across a field and he says, get down, if you go, well, why?
Why?
Because if we
You're gonna
walk
get
there,
shot.
now you're just all shot in the face.
Yes.
So, like, he saw something you didn't need to know. You just needed to, like, do the action.
Yes, you're supposed to trust your leadership. Like, and that's why at the top, everything moves much slower, but like boots on the ground, they can adjust to the moment. That's why, because they don't have to worry about the big picture. They are solely focused on what they're doing right there, and they follow the orders that have been given to them, because people who have a bigger view of what is happening in the entire area and everything like that, they already know. And so they're like, here's what you need to do. How you do it is going to be determined on the environment on the ground. But this is your objective. This is how you need to go, and these are these are the main obstacles that we're aware of that are in your way. But so then it's up to everybody in the fire squad, or the fire team, the whatever you're in, to trust those orders. Because, like, can you imagine if you're on like an aircraft carrier in the Navy and they're like, the siren goes off and everybody has to, run to prep the jets to get them off the deck within a certain amount of time? Could you imagine just standing there and being like, well, why are we doing this? Like, it's silly. Why should I have to go out there? What's the reason for me having to sprint out there? Like, that's how people die. That's how your ship goes boom boom.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same with lots of stuff. Like, the way I've always lived things is like, it's like one of my videos. I'm not trying to convince anybody. It's just, this is what I think, and like, you can disagree, but also if you disagree, I don't really care. Like, it just be like, there's some people in the world where you'll say something that'll be like, source. It's like, no, you don't understand. This is how I think the world is. That's why I'm saying it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need you to agree with me. So I'm not going to go to an effort to prove it to you.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter whether you agree with it or not. Objective reality exists, and I'm correct or I'm not. But you don't factor into that at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm either right or I am wrong. And so me convincing you won't change that fact in any way. And I think that is a more male way of dealing with things, whereas the other is literally, let's all go around in a circle and have a debate and then have a vote on it and get everyone to agree so we're not pissing anyone off. A lot of it seems to be based around the idea of we don't want to offend anybody, not to their face anyway.
Mm-hmm.
We all need to get on because that way we can work together and we're stronger together. Whereas the men's way is more, do as you're told.
Yeah.
This is what's happening, and this will get us through it.
Yep. Yeah, it's such a difference. This doesn't sound like Tolkien's work. Who's Tolkien? You're hired. Rings of Power production team.
Well, in the Acolyte article that I read,
oh god,
she literally, Leslie Headland said to, I think it was a wife, but it could be one of the others, what do you know about Star Wars? And she said, I think it was Han Solo runs around with a giant dog, and she goes, you're hired. It is literally the meme.
Yep.
Literally the meme.
It was her wife, Rebecca.
What do you know about Star Wars? There's a dog in it? You're hired.
Yeah, I was just...
Did you see the video where she's talking about... well, there's loads of videos. She's talking about how she's making a new lightsaber. And
no, I know.
She says, I got to do lots of stuff. And I don't mean the whip. Turns around to her wife and goes, because I gave you the whip. Turns back... The smuggest face in her life. It's like, as if, like, I've got one over on you. She went, you're welcome. And I'm like, I don't know what that expression is meant to be.
It's meant to be pure, unadulterated smugness.
It was like, because it was essentially, it was almost like I gave the coolest thing to my wife.
Yeah.
You owe me. That's the kind of the way I took it.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm just not sure if you're leading something you're supposed to be doing favors for your wife. It seems a bit weird to me. I'm actually not against
quid pro quo.
Well, well, no, because that means you get something back in return. I don't even mean that, but I'm not against. You know, if like Tom Cruise gets a major movie role, and then his son also gets a job as like a cameraman or something, or like doing the lights. I'm not actually against, you know, getting your family working alongside you and that kind of thing if you're a major movie star and stuff. So I kind of get it. I'm not sure they should be one of the main cast. Seems a little bit odd.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just the way all of this was done. It was almost like, no, I gave what she thinks is the coolest weapon to my wife.
Yep. Okay. So since we're on this god awful show, let me. Oh wait, because I didn't. I almost boomered it, but I caught myself. All right. So to put this in perspective, the one on the left, Rebecca, is Venestra in the show, and she is also Leslie Headland's wife. So this is Leslie Headland's wife.
And it's interesting that she is also the one that when the first clip arose of the guy saying Anakin blew up the Death Star, she's the one that makes. Now she could have just been scratching her chin, but it looked remarkably and was very well timed to be like cut,
yeah,
and like shut up.
Yeah.
And she was out of his eye line, and when she did it, he still looked over, and it was almost like she was looking past him at somebody else.
Yep.
And somebody else could have like made a noise to him, and he looked over as if, "Did you signal that?" And when you find out it is the showrunner's wife, she will be more aware of PR. What would make a PR disaster?
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't want you to make your wife look bad. So that to me does imply it was more of a signal of this is going horribly wrong.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Because a normal actress wouldn't care, but if you're the wife of the showrunner, you would.
You do. Okay, so here is the lightsaber that Leslie Headland's wife chooses. Here we go.
I'm gonna ask a question I'm sure nobody's ever asked you so far, but I'm having fun with it though. What color lightsaber would you have? Not your character, but in real life, if you could have a lightsaber, what color would it be?
Red.
Why?
Because I'm a Sith.
Oh my God.
I'm evil. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know whether you've seen
it that way.
If you just put it, I don't know whether you've seen my video on it that I did with this as well.
Yes.
But yeah, well, there's a bit where Leslie Headland is asked the same question.
I know. I was going to
with
share that clip.
Amanda Steinberg, and Amanda's like, "Yeah, she'd have a red one. She's a Sith."
Yeah.
And Leslie's like, "Yeah, I'm a Sith."
Yep. That's the next clip that I was going to share because it's. One second.
They're a power couple. They're literally, we will have red sabers, be the Sith, and through power and rage, our chains will be broken.
Sorry, here's that clip. I hit the mute button. My bad. Here we go.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether you left or you were muted or whether your mic wasn't working and you were talking.
No, I accidentally hit the mute button. I was talking for like 10 seconds before I realized that I had my mic off. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, if ever I just talk over you for a long time, I can't hear you.
Okay. All right, here we go. Oh God, this one's bad.
If you two had your own lightsabers in real life, I'm starting here. What color would it be?
Red.
Red.
It's like obvious. And look at him.
Really?
His reaction to it.
Yes.
Like, red. He's like, his next question is, what does that mean to you? But you when you get red, he is like, that's like amazed. Mm-hmm. It is like, do you know what that means?
Yeah. And but she like watch how she responds after this.
I knew that. I said that about you yesterday.
Really?
I was like, Leslie.
Yeah, she's like, I know you're evil. It's fine.
What does that say about you?
I mean,
Leslie is Sith.
yeah.
I'm dark-sided. I'm dark-sided.
All Sith here.
Yeah, a lot of the color. Yeah.
Oh,
Mine's purple.
Purple. Okay. All right. I like it.
He's so wildly uncomfortable right now.
Well,
Like,
it's a weird answer.
it is a weird answer.
It's like if somebody goes, you know, do you think you're a good person? And they go, no.
No. Yeah.
And you're like, wait. So you wouldn't say you were good, you'd say you're evil. I'm like, yes. Oh. It's like, oh, I wasn't expecting you to read that. But you have to remember, their entire ideology is based around power, gaining power. They even go around to like saying things like rest in power. Like it is literally the be all and end all of life. The entire idea behind the entire ideology was to grasp, use, and for power for our own ends. So it is a very Sith-like belief system. You just don't expect somebody to come out and admit it. That's the strange bit.
Yes,
It's
it
like
is.
something someone would accuse you of.
So this one, she admits. So this next clip that I'm going to show you guys. I know we've derailed from Rings of Power to Acolyte, but guys, the Acolyte comes out in like less than 24 hours. Someone at Disney effed up Disney Plus because on their banner and everything, it said that it dropped today. And so they had to go and they had to fix it and correct it. It comes out tomorrow, but it drops in less than 24 hours. And this show...
That's the thing. Normally, when they say it drops on the date, they do actually mean the day before for America. Like, generally, if they say it drops on the 4th, they actually mean it'll be like 2 a.m. in the UK.
Yeah.
And, like, whatever the time zone difference
is. And I think that's what someone thought.
It's normally the day before.
It changed from the banner said releasing today, but then when you clicked on the banner and it took you to the Acolyte show, it said tomorrow, June 4th, 6 p.m. Pacific. And you were like, oh, someone fucked up. But okay, here we go. So this is her talking about how KK wasn't nervous about.
It's so weird to me, releasing a streaming show at prime time.
Yeah,
is bizarre to me.
It is
like
very
it's
bizarre.
Television. Everyone's gonna be hanging around waiting to watch it as fast as possible. It doesn't work the same way. You can just release it at midnight. It's fine.
Yeah, but I think they're trying to make some kind of statement with this thing.
I think they want streaming to be television, and it's not going to work.
It's not going to work.
What you did there doesn't work before.
Nope. The hype is it changes everything, and the streaming wars are just the new cable wars, essentially.
I think the streaming wars are over. Netflix.
Well, Disney doesn't realize that apparently. But yeah, so this is Headland talking about when she pitched it to KK, how KK wasn't nervous about it.
So I think once you can kind of get people into that place, then they're more supportive. But I think when you think you're going to tell the story about bad guys and the Jedis might be the antagonist to those Jedis, I think that makes people nervous. But it didn't make Kathy nervous.
So she just admitted. So she pitched this to KK and was like, the Jedi are going to be the bad guys, but they don't call them.
Because again, it's all moral. It's the same thing as Adar. It is literally, well, the Sith aren't evil to them. So actually, they are. They know they are.
Yep.
This is the whole point of it. But she, in one of the more recent things, she went, well, no one is all good and no one is all evil. It's a spectrum. And the amount of times they said outside of the binary, and I actually genuinely think that's why they've done it. I think it is literally so they can keep using that as, it's not right and wrong. It's actually a spectrum. They just like using the words.
Spectrum. Yes, they love their words.
It's same as bi-generation. It's exactly the same thing. We just want to get the language used.
Yes, they do. Because it's all about the ESG money and the backing from other entities that aren't the customer. Because it's the mentality for a while was we don't need the customer because we have this ESG money, or we have these.
Well, I'm not sure how accurate that kind of narrative ever was, because all of that, it's not money, it's loans.
Yeah.
And it was low interest loans, but it was still a loan. You had to pay it back. Now, a low interest loan is a great thing to have as a business, as long as you can make money on it. But if you're spending it and losing money on it, well, now you're in a hole and you need to pay the loan back. So it doesn't really make sense to do in the first place. It's not like they can get rid of the customer for that, because they still needed the customer to pay for to make a profit. So it was such a bizarre thing. And I think what they've done, they may have thought that, again, if everyone's interchangeable, then we can just hire these people who won't be anything. or we can control them, executive oversight and everything. And I don't think they realized that if you put somebody like this, who is literally like, I just want power, like it was one of the Twitch thing that they've just recently got rid of. They put somebody who was just a normal Twitch person, and she went, no, I've got power now, and now people need to be scared of me because I have power. And it is just, it's like a kick out of it. It is literally, I can do whatever I want. And so they're the people that don't care about the customer because they just want to do what they want to do, and they're getting paid anyway. So they don't need to worry about the customer. It's not that Disney is doing this and doesn't care about the customer. Disney as a corporation still does, but they filled themselves full of people that don't. And a corporation is literally just the sum of its people. And if you get enough people with a bad attitude, it falls apart.
Yep.
And my only real question is, I don't know why they never fire any of them.
Optics. Because these people cry on social media.
You're going bankrupt.
Yeah, but people
and I would literally just be like, no, we're targeting them. It's like, no, we're getting rid of all of them. Like I would literally go in with a clipboard to every meeting, and if anyone used this language, I'd just fire you.
Yep,
I'd just be like, note it down, and then in 2 months, once you've got everybody, that's it.
Well, did you see I forget what she was, like what exactly her job was, but she said as a small business owner, if I see pronouns on an application, I immediately move past them. I disregard them as a potential hire. She was like, so thank you for weeding yourself out of the hiring process for me. And I was like,
yeah, but
damn.
that's also one person, but for every person like that, there will be another woman in an HR department that absolutely loves it.
Yes, I know. It's the same strategy where you set the other else up for failure to make yourself look better. I'm well aware of it. But on that note, as you were talking about words and them using or disusing them, listen to what she says. So he has just finished his rant about there's no good or evil and it's all relative. And I think that's why Lucas wrote it. Listen to what she says after this.
It's why I've kind of stopped using the word villain, because I feel like people look at a villain as like a surface level, like bad person. Whereas if I say antagonist, at least that implies depth and that we'll get some justifications for why they've done what they've
done. What?
She does realize that antagonist comes from antagonize.
Yes. Yes.
Which isn't a good thing in the first
It's not
place.
a good thing.
Here's the hero, and here's the who, by the way, a hero is innately good. That's why they're the hero.
That's why they're the hero.
And you're the one who's antagonizing the good person.
So I've taken it off.
Which means by definition, you're a 2D evil person.
Yep. And so they're like, oh, this word is longer, so it sounds like it has more depth. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? So I took it off screen for a second because I need you to look at so pay attention to, you're going to look to the right of the screen. You need to see his face because the two of them are like, they were nodding along and they were like, yeah, absolutely. Listen, you can say whatever you want, but as I was having to comb through these Acolyte interviews, not a single Asian person that was hired to be on this show ever gave me a clip-worthy anything. Like they never made fools of themselves in these interviews. Look at his face in this his body language. That this is ridiculous. He's sitting there and he's like, antagonist is literally a synonym for villain. Like a villain is the antagonist. He's like, his jaw, I swear to God, is his. If he doesn't have lockjaw right now, he is very close.
Well, this is the same kind of the people that will be like, well, I don't want to be called short. I want to be called person who's vertically challenged.
Yes.
And all it is, it's just trying to rename something because something used to be an insult that they got annoyed over and they don't have power over it. So they're trying to come up with a new word.
Yep.
But trust me, we can use anything to insult you. It's like, literally, we can say with them spite and bile. But my favorite thing is how whenever they change the words, it always gets longer and it gets less and it gets more vague. So it gives you less information. It's literally, we have specific words for specific things. And like, no, I want to try and spread it out to make it harder for you to actually communicate what you're trying to say, what your intention is.
I desperately need, like, I get. So for those of you who
Because
are not,
she is a bit different. Like the antagonist, like if I'm trying to buy a pint of milk and there's a cat in the way, that would be the antagonist of my story of trying to buy a pint of milk. The cat is preventing me from buying it, but the cat wouldn't be a villain. Like there's a moral element of being a villain. You have to be evil. Whereas an antagonist just has to be something that's preventing you from doing an action.
It has to
not necessarily evil.
intentionally prevent you. So like the
Well,
cat,
a cat
if
can be spiteful enough to intentionally try and prevent me to getting the milk. Maybe it wants the milk for itself, but it's
All
still not
cats-
evil.
No, I don't think you understand. All cats are villains. Like, did you not know that? Have you not seen Catwoman? Come on now.
Well, that's a woman.
Batman
That's
Returns.
a different thing.
No, but cats are just, they're
Don't
always
blame cats for the actions of women.
No, but cats, like, there's a reason why cats are they are used in art in a more feminine sense, and dogs are used in a more masculine sense. Even like when lions and tigers are used, they're called big cats. Like they are purposefully,
Well, they are big cats.
Yes, but they're purposefully like separated.
I saw a tiger getting into what was this? Someone had left a wheelbarrow out, and it was like a tiger or a lion got into the wheelbarrow. It was literally, if I fits, I sits, but for a massive fucking bar. It was like, whoa.
If I fits, I sits.
Yeah, they're just all cats are the same. It doesn't matter what size they are.
Well, but they separate out big cats because cats in general, like, you know, if you say like, oh my gosh, you're hissing like a cat, or you're throwing a hissy fit, or you're a scaredy cat, like it's much like weaker, almost negative connotations.
Oh, I never thought that hissy fit might relate to cats. I always thought it related to sissy.
Nope. Hissy fit relates to cats because that's what cats will do if they don't like a situation. They hiss at you. So you're throwing a hissy fit. And so you have all of these correlations to cats being more feminine and dogs being more masculine. And it's all of these things, but like for those who are not, I'm not going to out anybody else out on the stream or anything like that, but I am a huge K-drama fan. I love them. I love my J-dramas and my C-dramas too, but like I love K-dramas.
When I say K-drama, I mean that region.
Yes, that
I can't tell the difference.
Oh, I can, but that's because I learned languages. But that's neither here nor there. And you can also
English.
tell
We just make everyone else speak what we speak.
But you can also tell like facial structure differences and stuff like that. There's also mannerism differences. But that aside, Vincenzo is probably the best thing I have seen in the last 5 years. And that's not
really. Because I like Vincenzo. I didn't know you'd watched it actually.
I told you to go watch it.
Oh, was it you that told me?
Yeah.
I thought I brought it up, but
but that opening scene where he like walks,
the opening,
like,
yeah, I was actually
just
disappointed because I think it sets a tone for the series that you don't
doesn't
actually
live
really
up
get
to.
again.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that it doesn't live up to; it's that he doesn't really do that very often. Because there's two things, right? There's the whole vineyard scene, and then there's him blowing up the building. I think they both come either at the start or at the start of the first episode.
Yeah.
And none of the rest of the series is like those two scenes at all. What always gets me, though, it was Vincenzo that made me realize that all of these shows just
he
have,
is
like,
attempting to
an eating scene. And that eating scene is generally has like a different theme. I've noticed these shows very regularly will span multiple different genres, and they split the genres into different scenes.
Yes.
And there's normally something about each scene which makes you go, okay, no, this is the comedy scene, or this is the romance scene, or this is like down to back the main plot again. Yep. And so it works because they don't do what Western entertainment does now, where they'll have like an emotional scene and someone will tell a joke in the same scene.
Yeah, in the same scene. Yeah, no, they're very good about like separating it out. But so I should clear this up. When I say it's the best thing I've seen in 5 years, I mean on streaming, like a streaming show. It is the best streaming show I've seen in the last 5 years. And
I mean, I think nearly everything I've watched over the last 5 years has been from streaming anyway, so.
fair. Like when I watched oh, my brain stopped. Oh my gosh, Disbrew, what's it called? Souls.
You haven't even described it, so how am I supposed to know?
The-
I was literally meant to guess a TV show from every piece of entertainment that has ever been produced.
on streaming. No. It's oh my gosh, there's
Everything's
two,
on streaming.
There's
Suits.
two seasons of it, and she can jump bodies. And she can possess people.
What?
Like
I have
it's
no idea what you mean.
Alchemy of Souls. Thank you, Disbrew.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even know if you meant Western entertainment or Korean.
No. But
I've
so,
had
like,
mixed results from Alchemy of Souls when I recommended it to people. Some people have gone, "This is amazing."
Yes,
and other
I
people are like,
loved
"I don't
it.
get it."
I
don't mean like I don't understand it. I mean, there's like I don't get the appeal. So it's definitely no one's ever come back and gone, it's all right.
yeah.
It
no,
seems to be
you
one or the
either
other.
you either love it or it's not your wheelhouse.
I have
it.
a feeling it's down to the genre skipping. Because there
think
are
so.
some scenes which just randomly out the middle of nowhere are like farce. And then you'll just go into like a farce. It also has farcical romance.
Mm-hmm.
So like his mother figure combined with like one of the leaders, their romance is just pure farce. It's like Carry On movie level farce.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a weird tone. But when I recommend it, I really recommend it for like the fighting, and
Yes.
probably their romance scenes are better done, and like the politics of it. But some people will see those other scenes and be like, this actually ruins the show for me. I don't really, because it does spend up quite a lot of time sometimes.
Mm-hmm. I think
they
that's
showed
part
me
of the
something.
reason-
His mother, there was a thing that and this was the first time I ever really grasped the cultural differences. But when she's it's when the main characters are getting together,
Mhm.
and she goes to the mother and says, "Should I call you stepmom?" And she looks amazed or like horrified.
Yeah.
Goes, "Why would you shame me like that?"
Yeah.
And I couldn't work it out. I had to think about it, and it was the traditional belief that even we would have had, that if I'm not married and I'm your stepmom, then I must have had him out of wedlock, and that
Yeah.
would shame me, because that like he's illegitimate then. But if she got married, well, then she could be called stepmom.
Mhm.
And it was like a throwback to traditional morality. in a way.
Morality. Yeah. No, it does. It like pulls you back to actual standards and morality and what that would have been and what that would have looked like. And the wildest thing about it was when you actually started like paying attention to the fact that was a farce, it actually made it more intriguing about like, okay, so what is the actual end game for this then? Like, how does this feed into everything else? And I think because Alchemy of Souls is 30 episodes.
I didn't mean farce in that sense of.
No,
it's not
I know
serious.
what you meant.
I meant farce as in it was farcical. It was kind of so over the top comedy, like so out there that it was just like unreasonable.
Mhm.
Like it was a very strange form of humor that I'm not sure we have in the West.
I don't think we did, not anymore, that's for sure. But what I mean is like, how does like, because they do spend a lot of time on it, so you're like, okay, well, how does this actually support like the main plot going on? But the thing is, we can't have shows like that over here because the average K drama is 16 episodes, and I can't think of a single modern TV show that could survive
I can tell you why.
16 1-hour
Movies.
episodes.
It's the movie, people. It's everybody thinking that movies are amazing. It's what it is. You need to get anyone who worked on movies, like writing. You need to stop it. You need to get rid of them. The crap. They can't do it. They could barely keep an idea going for 90 minutes. When a movie goes to 2 hours, it's always ass because they can't keep an idea going that long. There's no way they can keep it going for longer. You need television writers like we used to have. They knew how to do it properly. And we seem to the moment money came into television, like big money, ruined television. Because it attracted the movie people. The movie people were off getting paid so much money to make crap movies that I've not watched in a decade and stopped watching like 14 years ago or something is when I stopped generally going to the cinema because they were all crap. Well, I thought even back then there was the odd one, but I never really cared. TV series were better. Money came in, and suddenly those people that were getting paid fortunes in the movies started working in television. None of them have any talent.
Yep. It's a problem. It's a big problem. And that's what we're seeing with Wheel of Time. I think the exception may be House of the Dragon. It's not Game of Thrones. And like I've said this many times, it's not my wheelhouse.
I was bored, but it's not my thing. It was Game of Thrones, even then, I was never that keen into Game of Thrones either. So it's not surprising to me that I'm not that into House of the Dragon. I did like Matt Smith, though. Never really liked him as the Doctor. So I expected not to like him in that. And then I thought he was amazing. Like, I enjoyed that was my issue with House of the Dragon. I enjoyed, like, really liked every scene he was in, and I was bored every scene he wasn't. So to me, he was the series.
Did you see the here? I'm gonna share this really quick. We're talking about all kinds of fun stuff. So this tweet popped up in my timeline, and it says House of the Dragon showrunner Ryan Condal doesn't understand the super fandom around Daemon. He's not Ned Stark. He's the anti-hero of the story. If you're looking for Han Solo,
like a man
who's always going to do the right thing in the end, you're in the wrong franchise, folks. And then, one second, I'm going to find Mahler's response to it real fast. Because Mahler, oh my God, he eviscerated this tweet. It was glorious. I was just like, oh my gosh, do it again, Mahler, do it again. Hold on. Mahler is like the epitome of when he speaks, people listen. Okay, here we go. Matt Smith playing a clever, ambitious, callous, arrogant, ruthless, no BS warrior who puts himself and family above all while indulging in life and kills anything that threatens the way that with his medieval lightsaber while riding a dragon. Why do you guys like him? Because he's a real they tried to make him, they even said that he is the anti-hero of the story, but they made him a hero.
They've tried the same thing so many times. They've said the same thing about Watchmen. Why do people like Rorschach? Because he acts like a man. Why do people like Doctor Who? Because he acts like... Moffat had the best description of the Doctor. And it's not, I'm a madman in a box. No, it's he comes in, he waffles all this, and he literally said liberal shit. But then he will give you one choice. I'm correct, you do this, or I'll wipe out your entire species.
Yeah.
That is the way you rule. That is what power is. That is like basically solidified masculinity. I know best, do it.
Yep.
Like, I am the leader here, and I don't care what you think. And if you do wrong, you will be held accountable for your actions. And what Mauler said there is essentially the only way you can play with morality. Which is how I know the Acolyte's going to be crap, because they don't understand this. When the people say, everyone's the hero of their own story, what they mean is they have a reason for it. This guy cares about his family above all. They value something. It's the same thing with nation states. It's like, is the king wrong to do this? Well, it depends. Is it what's right for his people and his country? Because if it is, then that is the moral thing to do, because his nation is what matters. And it doesn't actually matter who you're fighting at that point. What is good for your nation and your people is the only thing that matters, because they're your people.
Yeah.
And that is basically the distilled morality. Other people can disagree because they'll want to do what's best for their country. And maybe it's best that they all work together so that something horrible doesn't happen to both people. But when the cards are on the table, if it's us or them, it always comes down to us. That is the moral decision. And you will only get that from masculine morality and male heroes. And you will never have anything like that in the Acolyte. What you'll have probably from things like the Acolyte is a bit more of a CW thing.
Yes.
Where it's like, oh, I believe in you, Barry. And then he goes and then he talks down the hero and everyone gets along at the... I have seen CW episodes of The Flash where this person is like annihilating the city. They're absolutely just brutally slaughtering people. And then he comes along and goes, have you ever considered that you might be good and that you should do good things? And they're like, oh, actually, yeah, maybe I should do good things. And then they turn up in another episode as a good guy. I'm like, nothing's happened to them. They can't get away with that. But that's the kind of thing that you're going to see. The only reason Darth Vader worked is because he died at the end. Like, otherwise, he would have had to have lived a horrible life to make up for what he'd done before. Because there's basically no way to atone for that.
No.
Which is why he had to go out the way he did. And in the Acolyte, I don't think you're going to get anything like that. Their morality is so different to what most people's are. It's just going to come across as evil.
They're villains, like they accidentally write heroes. They do it like who they feel.
Because it's opposite the morality.
Yes.
So what they think is evil is everyone else thinks is good, and what we think is good that they will think is evil.
Yes, and so here is a perfect like synopsis of it.
It was like Robin Hood. That was my favorite thing in Robin Hood. Like Prince, who they were like, this is the bad guy. Absolute boss. That guy was persecuted by Robin Hood. They came after his family. It was just like, I just want peace. And all he ever tried to do was the right thing, essentially. And then at the end, they were just like, he wants to wipe out the city. Like, what? That doesn't even fit in with the character that you've written.
Yeah. It's... Okay, so here is like a twisted mentality that has been... It's really perversive in... modern fantasy.
Do you mean pervasive or perversive?
No, perversive. It's pervasive too, but it's very perversive.
Well, that was why the way you were talking, I didn't know whether you just.
It's not pervasive yet. It has like this tiny little foothold, and I fear that it will spread. And when I show you what I'm talking about, you're gonna know you like this whole idea of subjective morality and what a hero actually is. Okay. I need you to look at the scenes and pay attention to what is happening, okay? So it says, a hero would sacrifice you to save the world, but a villain would sacrifice the world to save you. So it's saying that in Last of Us, he is a villain because he doesn't
This is so much a better example than the top one, you know? You know what I would have used? Torchwood, Children of Earth.
Yes, like anything, like this was...
I don't know the top thing, but it looks like...
This is from the game, and essentially, he isn't allowing, like, he's not saving her because it has the potential to corrupt the world, essentially. But this is this is a pervasive thing. It's, the hero is going to sacrifice you to save the world, but a villain will love you like this is what you're seeing start to creep in like romance and adventure. It's that the villain loves you more because he would literally be willing to destroy the whole world to save you, and a hero doesn't love you as much.
He wasn't the villain in
Last of Us.
Yeah,
he wasn't. But they're trying to say that he was, because he did not allow them to like experiment on her and take her blood and stuff.
It wasn't even guaranteed that they'd find something.
No.
So they were basically mad scientists with they were almost a religious cult. It was like...
But this is their whole point. They're trying to say that heroes aren't really heroes because someone still has to die. Like, it isn't fair that you call him a hero if, like, they call it fridging, but it's like, well,
yeah, like one of the greatest narrative devices ever created, and now we can't use it because some woman got annoyed once.
Yeah. I'm just floored by it. I'm like, well, first of all, why are you guys called it fridging? No one else called it fridging.
Well, to be fair, I think what they did reference was someone getting shoved in a fridge, so it did make sense.
Yeah, no, essentially it's you put them on ice so if you I've gone to way too many
No, they literally
seminars.
referenced an example where someone killed them by sticking them in a fridge.
Stick them in a fridge, yes, but the idea of fridging is that you kill the protagonist's wife or daughter or like the person they care about, and then you put them on ice or you fridge them until you need to go back and pull them out for like motivation or reference or whatever. So you put
that bit's not necessary. It is literally you just the basic example is you kill them to motivate the main character. And the reason they hated that is because it actually puts men in a good light, which is the way they judge everything. It's all based off whether men like it and whether men get a good thing. It's not a morality based off like objective abstract ideas, because quite frankly they can't abstract. They're too thick to abstract. Anyone that believes this kind of stuff. And so everything has to be grounded in something.
Yes, I agree 100%. Raider, thank you so much for $62.38. That's a very specific.
Raider does this a lot. I don't know whether the numbers mean anything, Mason, or not.
62.38.
They're always very specific numbers.
Was that your MOS? Were you? Did you ever serve? Was that your MOS? 62.38? Because that was a 60.48.
Oh no, because he changes the numbers, but it's always
very specific.
Yes, an odd, strangely specific number. Yeah,
I love it. Going to paint the town red. Going to paint the town white. Thank you so much, Raider.
That's not actually what it. That's not actually what it said, Raider, either. It was going to paint the town red. Going to paint the wife white.
Wife, yeah. Gonna paint the town red. Oh my gosh! Just this is where we have. This is like just where we've arrived at in life in like quote unquote entertainment. Mudcrab says the literal example was a character's girlfriend was killed by the villains and jammed into his fridge. Yes, that's the one that they referenced. But like when I went to this seminar, so the title of the seminar, I should have known better. So the title of the seminar was Women Writers Helping.
Well, that was a mistake.
I didn't even
You gave
finish.
him a pen. I would have stopped after the first word.
Misogyny. No.
That was my favorite thing. There was the woman went viral on Twitch for talking about like how horrific men were and stuff. And at one point she's like, you can't even have kids because they might turn into a misogynist at some point just by listening to somebody. I was like, yeah, you. It's like, you could listen to anybody online and turn into one. It's like, yeah, you're doing a pretty good job, love.
You're doing that all on your own. No, so it was women writers helping women who want to write. So it was women writers helping women who want to write. And so it was supposed to be like all of these women who are maybe doing it part-time or as a hobby or want to get into writing nonfiction or fiction and what those genres, because you were supposed to split off after for like your specific workshop. And when I went to this seminar, it was essentially the first 40 minutes, the main panel was just bitching about how there's so many more men in writing. It's so unfair. Preferential treatment gets given to men at publishing houses. Most publishing
equality, right? Because we're all equal, which means we're interchangeable. If there's any discrepancy between the outcomes between all individuals, it must be something deliberately targeted against us, which gives us an excuse that we're not as good as them, so we don't have to try and improve. But it also makes us an oppressed class, and so now we actually have power over other people and a hammer to beat people with, so we can get into positions we don't deserve. All of it stems back to the idea that we're equal in the first place. It's like, no, maybe they're just better than you. They probably are better than you. That's why they're more successful.
And on that happy note, I'm gonna let you know right now. I'll be taking over Epic Studios, right? Right, Epic Mike?
No.
Epic versus all mine.
I would not. If I wanted my company to sink into the ground, yes. But it's not because of you. It's just because I think we have enough. We have enough girl brands right now. I don't think we need another one.
I 100% agree with you. How you doing, Mike? I miss you.
Can we take your IPs and then make female versions of them?
Yes, that's fine.
That's fine.
Like we literally swap, but instead of only swapping one, we just swap everybody.
All of it.
It's the same script. It's the same people, the same camera work.
And then we'll say it's for the
just
children.
Swap the roles. Yeah.
We just have to say it. We just have to say it's for the children. Think of the children.
Yeah, we're doing this
we
to
have
save
remade
the
it.
children. Hey, I'm doing good. I got a little bit of time to jump on.
Oh yay!
I just put my kids in bed finally.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, don't say
Chain them
it's
down.
not. Yeah. You kind of have to. I
love
locked them
Some
in.
people tuck them in.
I performed the rituals to keep them. Yeah.
We've drawn the sacred symbols onto the beds that they can't escape from.
Yeah, they're there for now.
Have you ever
Thrown around the circles of salt.
Yeah.
Have you ever tucked the blankets in really tight on the
Like
side?
a hotel room. Like,
Yeah.
who on earth does that? Those people.
The military does that.
They definitely work out, though. They're like all the people in hotels.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It's wild.
No,
yeah, I try
paralyzed.
to.
Oh no, I'm just in a hotel.
It's too warm right now to tuck my kids on their blanket. I don't want to cook them, so.
Fair.
Yeah.
No, it's been pretty wild, Mike. We've gone over how Adar was just trying to protect his children when he wiped out the Southlands and turned it into Mordor and, annihilated an entire country.
Yeah.
And
no. The one of the first series was he's making a homeland.
Yes, he's
Season
making
2 will be him protecting his children.
Yep.
Yeah. It's pretty
Well,
nice.
he goes adventuring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just out here doing the right thing. Yeah.
Just out here doing the right thing. We have to destroy all the people before they destroy us.
Yeah. That's the best way to do it. Yeah. If you kill
We're
everyone
good.
before they kill you, then nobody can turn on you. Yeah.
Yep. No, we were getting into I think you were backstage when I said this. I went to a panel. This was a few years ago, and it was literally women writers helping women who want to write. And it was a waste of time and money and life. But when I was in there, one of the things that they said that stood out to me, outside of the whole like men get preferential treatment in publishing, and publishing houses are predominantly run by men, and there's fewer male writers, so they have less competition. So somehow the fact that there are fewer male authors who had to, because there's fewer male authors, which means they're competing against the wider population of female authors.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow they have less the male authors have less competition.
Huh.
And I sat there. I can't tell you how long I tried to track the logic of that, and I came to the conclusion that there was no logic. Like there was none.
I mean, no, because if you wanted logic, you'd be dealing with men. You're dealing with emotion here. But the thing is, it's not the way it works, right? When I walk into a store, the dangly bits or lack of them of the person writing it mean nothing. I barely know a lot of the time the author that's written the thing because I'm terrible with names. I care about the book, generally the way it looks, because I'll judge it by its cover.
Yeah.
Generally because the description of the book is on the back of the cover.
Yep.
So that's what you're meant to do. And you just buy the book based off how it sounds and looks and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not just competing with you're competing with every author that's ever written anything.
Yep.
For all of time.
Yep.
Yeah, bunch of dead guys, right? Did you see that, Mike? Did you see that tweet?
I did. Where they were complaining about how they're competing with a bunch of dead guys. Yeah.
They're like, we have to compete against C.S. Lewis and Tolkien and Robert Jordan, and these are a bunch of dead guys. Okay, first of all, you've already outed yourself with what you think of your industry when you called them a bunch of dead guys.
Yeah.
Like,
but
write better
you know
books.
We're competing with, right? Because this is the same for everybody. Like, we're competing with cinemas and Netflix and television. Yeah. You're also competing with fishing, going out to the pub, going for a walk. Everybody only has one life. They have set time, and what they choose to do with that time is entirely voluntary, but it competes with literally everything else on Earth.
Yeah.
So you don't have a choice. This is the game, sweetheart. You just write the best you can, and if people think it's worthy of it, they will spend their time on it. If they don't, tough.
Yeah, they
you
won't.
Can't insult an audience into watching your stuff.
Nope.
Yeah.
And the saddest part is, there are phenomenal stories that have never been read. There are phenomenal paintings that have never been seen because sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Yep.
It's just how it goes. Some people don't get discovered until well after they're dead. Some people never get discovered. It just happens. But like, yeah, screaming, oh, if these dead guys hadn't wrote these phenomenal stories, people would like my stuff, kind of makes you sound like an idiot.
There is also an element, though, of, and this is true for most things, the better you are, the luckier you get. Because
that's
I've
true.
always imagined it like, if you imagine, let's say 100 is the line for success.
Yep.
Well, luck for anybody might be around 30, because it's randomly distributed, so we all probably basically have the same luck throughout our lives, averaged out. So if we just say luck is 30, if you put in 60% effort, you'll hit 90 and you'll never be successful. But if you got 70, well, you know, at the peak of it, you might be discovered. You might just about be enough. But if you're already at 90 on your own, then you're way more likely to be discovered via the luck and the opportunities, because you've put yourselves in the correct position to be able to do that.
Very
100%.
true. I actually just mentioned that to somebody the other day. Go ahead and read your super chat.
Oh, no, you're fine. Raider03, again for 2843. Again with the very specific amount. Thank you so much, Raider. Says, thanks, Disproof. The statement has so much more meaning. Never heard the word wife.
Yes. I mean, it was kind of the key word out of the entire thing.
Yeah.
What are we doing to the wife?
I was just telling somebody that statement, luck favors the prepared. It's like,
Yes.
if you work hard at what you do and you get really good at what you're doing, then when somebody comes along and you get the opportunity to be lucky, you're not going, yeah, just give me a second so I can be lucky. It's, no, I'm ready right now and I have something to be lucky with. Yeah. If you don't have anything, when somebody approaches you about, well, what do you have? Then you've already missed your opportunity. It's too late. You can't go back and make that happen. Most people, nobody's going to wait for you.
No.
So
life moves too fast. They don't have the time, especially if they are going to be.
Well, they also don't
like,
care. They don't care.
Yes.
This is one of the issues with Hollywood writers. They seem to think, again, they can't abstract, so the only way they can view the world is through their own perception, which makes them the most important person in the world to them.
Yep.
They've never considered that nobody else cares about them. Like, this is my opinion, everybody must, like, this is the biggest thing ever. Like, Russell T. Davis, all his episodes are just his own personal pet peeves. It's like, you don't matter. Nobody cares what you think. And just those authors, they're the most central person in the world, so everybody must read their stuff. It's like, no, you're irrelevant. And if you vanished, that would be it. And the authoring world wouldn't even blink, and it would carry on. And it's only when you have that kind of humility can you actually realize, maybe it's me, and maybe I need to improve.
But
because even if you're a phenomenal writer and you write a really, really, really good book, one really amazing, awesome book, if you just stop, people will forget about you.
Yeah.
They'll just they'll like your book and they'll be like, yeah, that was great, but he never wrote anything else. I don't know what happened.
Brandon Sanderson, the amount of he's spoken multiple times about all the stuff he had to send in to everybody, and he was just writing book after book. And now, like, Elantris was his first novel. He couldn't get it published, though. He could only get it published after he'd had a success later, and then he went, well, have you seen this? And even then, he said he had to go back and clean it up. Even though he thought it was perfect at the time, when he'd actually been successful for longer, he's like, okay, maybe they were right and I should have changed this about it. And I think even things like the Harry Potter novels and stuff.
Yes.
I think she struggled to get anything published for a long time.
The reason she got something published at all was because it happened to be that the publisher, one of the publishers that she talked to, his daughter was a fan of the books. So he goes, okay, you like these books, sweetheart? And she's like, yeah, I love these books. So he's like, all right, I'll give you a shot. And then that's what happened. But she was rejected like everywhere.
Well, over and over and over and over again.
Yep.
No, it's so funny to me that people will be like, they'll be like, oh, this is my, this is the best thing that I've ever written. It's going to compete with everything else, even though I have no background and no experience. But it's the idea that you can sit down and write and capture the imagination of, like, the world is incredibly naive. And that's the nicest way I can put that, because...
Or arrogant.
Or arrogant. I was trying to be nice, but...
This is why you will find a lot of streamers and YouTubers and people in Hollywood and everything else... It can be arrogant, and the more people watch you, the more difficult it is not to be. But the reason why it can get that way is because to even start making videos in the first place, you kind of have to be arrogant. There has to be something about you, because you made this thing, and you're like, people should listen to me, and people should care what I have to think. That's egotistical in the first place. So there always has to be something there.
Bunch of egomaniacs talking right now.
Well, that's the thing. They even tell you this when you're like learning how to be a screenwriter or learning how to be an actor or working in like the entertainment industry. You have to have a level of self-confidence, and you have to have like a level of you have to have a level of like ego to believe whatever I'm doing is good enough to make people want to do it. Because you're going to hear no, you're going to hear people criticize your work, you're going to hear people, and we've seen it where somebody gets criticized or something happens and they give up. I can't do it. I give up. You know, we see it a lot. I should say more now, where people will be like, I can't anymore. I'm done with the internet. I'm giving up. And it's like, well, then you didn't really believe in what you were doing. Like, go ahead.
It's also one of the reasons why the best advice for YouTube is to just start and do it. Because those are the people that don't have that ego and don't have that arrogance. And so they're the ones that spend all the time going, I need to make this perfect. And so they never end up actually filming something because they're never quite sure. There's always something you can prove.
I suffer from that. I got a whole bunch of videos that have not seen the light of day that I need to
Yeah, you just can't be like that. The best that you just set yourself a time is like, whatever it's like now, I just finish it. Some of the videos I've been like that on actually were my best performing ones, and I'm like, oh
yeah, I hear that so many times. Like people are like, yeah, this video that I just randomly crapped out did super well.
It's not like I crapped it out, but it's like I would have spent a few more hours doing things or like cutting bits out or rearranging it to like flow better. But I'm like, well, it's publishing time, so I don't have any more time, and I just publish it. Like, I've not done it's day 4, I need to get a video out, and I've run out of time because I've spent all this time working on it. And it's like, you could always improve little bits, but it's literally the 80-20 rule. It's like, most people would probably not notice the issues that you see as you're making it.
Yeah. It's like that with, like, being a musician. Like, when you're a drummer, like, you can make a mistake, or, like, as a musician, you can make mistakes, and nobody will know that you made a mistake. Unless it's really, really, really egregious, because if you just know what you're doing and do it well, most people can't even tell that you've made a mistake. Other musicians might be able to tell, but even they're like, yeah, but I mess up too. You know, like nothing's perfect. Yeah. But it's like that. It's there's just a lot of brittle people out here now that just are like, yeah, I can't handle it. I can't handle any criticism, or I can't handle any level.
Don't be mean to me if you don't. Yeah. It's so funny because you used to hear like, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. Was like in reference to if you were if you didn't know the person well, or if you were in like a large gathering or whatever. You're not going to sit there and like point out every fashion faux pas, unless of course it's like a fashion gathering. But if you can't say something nice, like you keep that opinion to yourself and you maybe talk about it later or something like that. But when it's like people that you're going to for advice, or people that you're whose opinions you respect, you don't want them to blow smoke up your butt. Like, tell me what's wrong with it. Dissect this so that I can improve. And I will never forget. I had a sergeant tell me, because when I was a little PFC in the Marine Corps, I was like, I am going to be the Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps one day, and maybe even the Commandant. And he looked at me and he was like, do you understand how rare it is to have someone of the caliber of becoming the Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, let alone the Commandant of the Marine Corps, and you think that you encapsulate both? He was like, we need that kind of confidence in Marines. And he goes, but you cannot shoot above your capabilities, because that's how people die. And I was like, ooh.
Damn.
And he was like, do you genuinely believe you are better than all previous commandants and all previous sergeants major, that you would be able to take both of those positions of leadership and do them better than anyone that came before you or after? And I was like, oh shit.
Yep.
Yeah, I would have been like, yep, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, you might have. I wasn't. I didn't even, like, it didn't even register in my brain that it was going to take at least 20 years just to get to sergeant major of the Marine Corps, let alone commandant.
Yeah.
And it's when you look at it like that, I mean, I spent 10 years in the Corps and I loved every single second of it. And when you actually break it down and you look at where you land and what you're capable of and what you can successfully do, I was like, okay, I should re-enlist. But then, like, we sat down, we talked about it, and we realized that wasn't going to work. I was going to have to choose, like, family or Marine Corps. Like, that's where I was at that point. And I chose my family over the Marine Corps, and I wouldn't change it for a thing.
Yeah.
But
have you considered that if you'd stayed in the Marine Corps, maybe you've had, an extra couple of $1,000?
I'd also be getting shot at a lot more.
No, but this is what I mean. This is the choice that people are making. It's like, well, I could have my career, or I could have children. It's like, okay, how much are your children worth? That's the question you're asking. I don't think it's ever framed that way for people, but that is literally like, how much would it cost you to get rid of your children is the question you're asking when you make that decision.
Yeah, and like, it was never a question for me because, like, when we sat down and we looked at it, like, logistically, I would be missing on because I would essentially have had like a back-to-back deployment, and I would have been gone for essentially like 3 straight years.
I mean, I don't think a back-to-back deployment's a good idea. Like, you should at least face the enemy. Seems like a good idea.
Frick.
Yeah.
But I would have been in back-to-back deployments. I would have missed out on so much of their child. Like, you're never going to get these child years back of they're only little for a very short amount of time, and it goes so fast. And I was like, there is nothing that the Marine Corps can offer me that is even remotely close to having this time with my children. So it wasn't even a question for me that I would choose my family over the Marine Corps. But when I got that, Gear Falcon, it was that was a hell of a rundown. Like, I got thoroughly put in my fucking place, and made to look at the world much more objectively through that. Also, I don't ever really go into details, mostly because I'm not allowed to, but I did do something incredibly moronic, stupid, selfish, self-centered, and it almost got 3 other Marines killed, as well as myself. And if my sergeant had literally not reached in and yanked us out, we would have all died because of my arrogance. That will also humble you really fucking quick.
Was it having a baby?
No.
Yeah.
In a tank.
In a tank.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
A baby in a tank.
They were like, it was that, well, like in the zombie movie, we all need to be really quiet, and a baby just starts crying.
Crying. No,
what are
it
you
wasn't.
doing?
It wasn't anything like
I told
that.
you not to bring that with you.
You weren't supposed to bring that. Yeah, no, it's now, like,
if you tell me something that's going to get me killed, I'm going to be very upset.
Please.
I'm not going to tell you anything. No. But like, now I see these. I was going to say, now that I see these questions on social media of like, would you kill to protect your child? Like, I don't even have to like immediate. Like, yes, duh, honestly. Like, like, that's the stupidest question I think you've ever asked. The second stupidest question is, would you rather be alone in the woods with a bear or a man? Like, that is also an absolutely...
No, the best question was still, would you prefer to share your feelings with a tree or a woman?
With a tree
that was
or a
the
woman.
Bravo one.
Yeah,
the tree. The tree won.
Of course it won.
But I'm looking at these questions that are getting asked, and it makes me realize how few women have had to face real hardship in this world.
Yeah, because men created a safe world for them. That's why.
Yep.
And then for some reason we told them they were equal. So,
yeah.
Yeah. Well, we didn't tell them that. We didn't participate.
We did not participate in that.
I wouldn't have been that stupid. I've been trying to tell everybody they're not for ages.
Yeah.
I'm doing my best.
Hand-to-hand combat training will also humble you really quick, and you'll figure out. Yeah, you'll figure out real fast. You will figure out real fast that men and women are not created equal. When all these 6
Have you seen that video where this woman comes back to her boyfriend and she goes, "I want to fight you. This is my 3rd go at like self-defense lessons now. I think I can take you." And he just one-shots her, and he goes, "I want my money back." Yeah.
Yeah,
I want my money back. Oh my
hard.
gosh.
I can probably find the bit. It's a famous video.
So-
It's really good.
Before hubby got sick, and if you guys have any questions about that, I did a live stream on it a while back. It's like, hey, what's going on? But I sort of talk about the stuff that's been going on the past 2 years. But even now, like hubby is recovering and stuff like that. But
Good.
Before he got sick, when we would like play around, like we would like wrestle and play around and like just kind of roughhouse, he like I'd be like come on, actually try, and he's like no, and I'd be like actually try, and he's like no, because you'll get mad. Like he already knew what the outcome was, but I was like, I really want you to try. I want to see what it would take. When I tell you that he probably added only 15% more effort and absolutely destroyed me, and this is me, I'm still in the Marine Corps, I'm still like I'm still hiking, I'm still like lifting weights, running, doing all of the really physical Marine Corps things.
Yeah.
And
Did she just disappear?
No, a mic
No,
cuts
I
out
didn't disappear.
periodically.
Oh,
my mic cuts out, but this time I heard it cut out, so I stopped talking.
It's no use
but-
if you stop talking. Like then we won't know when you've come back. You won't know when you've come back.
yeah.
That's true. That's fair.
Pretty
But
good.
no, all he did, like he didn't have to really exert that much more force. He absolutely just wasted me. And
Yeah.
I got mad because I was like, this is so fucking unfair. Like I work so hard.
How dare
and
you have
still-
better genetics than me
I was
just by
like-
being born with more testosterone in your
You're
body
s- I know,
and
I
a
was like-
stronger bone structure.
I was
Yeah.
like, you're so much stronger than me. And
Mental
you don't even have to
acuity,
try.
strategy, twitch bone muscle. Like literally, chess has different championships.
Yep.
Because
Yeah.
they're better at strategy.
Yes.
Like this goes. There's a reason why it's not just women aren't interested in video games. No, if you look at any of the esports, there is no male-only like FPS league. It's just because they win. It is literally
Yeah.
that simple.
Yep.
Remember that time they were like, "Yo, we got all these female teams," and they brought them in, and they got wiped.
Didn't they lose like 26 games in a row?
Yeah, they got
Yeah.
wiped.
Did you see? So League. Do you guys like play a lot of League of Legends?
No, I
Average
play none of that.
20. Oh, what was the thing? I think I found it.
It was
They got
bad.
kicked. They actually got kicked. Averaging 27 deaths a game.
Oh my
Yep.
god.
Yeah, it was bad.
No, it's a lot of fun to like play video games and stuff, but I genuinely I know like my husband is far better at pretty much all video games than me. But I am shush.
All the Russian team, Victus Esports, lost 52-2.
Oh.
And
That's
that's not
so
even
bad.
the one that got pushed before. This was a new one.
See, that's why the
And they're Russian.
conversation. The conversation is about
That's
equality.
true.
Of,
They should have at least been like Korean.
that's why that conversation is turned to well, the people that are actually willing to have it is it's not a quality of outcome, it's a quality of opportunity. Because then if there's an exceptional person that goes, hey, I'm really exceptional at this thing and I'm one of
Yeah.
the best and I do happen to have a vagina, they're like, okay, cool, like you're really good, awesome, great.
Yeah, but
But-
even the best aren't as good as the best
But
blokes.
but even if the best, yeah, if that's the thing. It's like if there's no, you can't close the gap. Then why would you want to be invited into something that you're not going to be as good at?
Well, it's the variability hypothesis. Men are more variable, right? So there's more male geniuses. There's also more male morons. Like they're just
Yes.
varied on both sides.
So women
Whereas
do
are
not understand.
basically generally the same. They're generally average about
Yeah.
most things. They don't vary that much because there's no reason for them to be.
Do you
They just
know
need
how
to be good
women
mothers.
took that? Do you know how women took that? So it came out when that info
I saw
dropped.
someone go on average they're smarter. I'm like,
Yes.
"That's not how
So
average
women
works."
took that to mean that, so that means on average, women are smarter than men. And I said, that's not
This
what that means.
disproves
It means
the
when you
statement
go
disproves
to
the idea.
yes. So for anybody that doesn't have like a statistic background or like like if you're not really familiar with a bell curve. So a bell curve, you have 3 standard deviations. So if you're 1 standard deviation, you're still considered within normal range. If you're 2 standard deviations, you are considered an oddity. But if you are 3 standard deviations or more, you enter into those realms of like genius or like absolute moron. Okay. So you are the furthest from the center that you could ever possibly get, that any human has ever been. Right. And so these groups are infinitely smaller. Like we are talking less than 1%. And the way that women read that is there are more male geniuses, but there are also more males with cognitive dysfunction than females. The way that women took that was women are smarter than men, which is not true.
Also, and they don't like to talk about it, but the IQ tests aren't treated the same between the two people.
They're not.
So 100 for one isn't the same as 100 for another.
Yep.
Yeah.
The only
they don't like that bit.
The only most people don't know this, but in the US we have something, it's called the ASVAB. It's what you're supposed to take before you go into the military. It's supposed to test general knowledge and IQ. And so if you score, if you get a perfect
that's how they get like the officer track and stuff, isn't it? That test.
So like I got pulled because the highest you can score on an ASVAB is a 99. And that's what I scored. And so they were trying to pull me into these other programs.
Which idiot decided that? At least make it 100.
No, because that is
an arse.
No, stop. Okay, so right there, that is proof that you can't be an officer.
Good.
Why?
They take that. So it being a 99 score, there's actually a reason for it. It's for people, like they look at it as people who can't function outside of a particular or more common structure. So like this group could have
more common. It's not the more common structure. It's like it. I think it's more about.
Why are you questioning why we're doing what we're doing?
Well, I mean that might be part of their reasoning, but it's not why I took issue with it. I didn't take issue with it because it's more common. It was that they did it deliberately to annoy people, and that's what annoyed me. It wasn't the 99 that annoyed me. It was that I know they deliberately did it to antagonize me.
Well, you said just add one more point, but they do that purposefully to see
but I knew they were doing it purposefully. That's the bit that annoyed me.
Well,
it's like the latest Doctor Who. What annoys me is the fact that he put the thing in to deliberately mislead people, because then he could point it out and go, "Oh, that actually proves something." It was his intention that pissed me off, rather than.
But it
pissed me off more.
It's a metric that they use to find sociopathic tendencies. So you would have probably been pulled to be a sniper.
The term high-functioning psychopath.
Yeah, I'm definitely a psychopath.
Well,
I would have been pissed.
It's something.
I would have been furious, bro.
Oh no, no. Sherlock was saying high-functioning sociopath. Like you're a psychopath. No, I'm a high-functioning sociopath.
Okay. Vespian, Glory of Rome. So, hello, Glory of Rome is forever. It's an interesting pick. It is not percentile. That is what they tell people, and if you don't question it, you make a good soldier. You will make an excellent troop. But they tell you that it's percentile. I think an officer
should question more.
Yes,
well, I think the higher up you go, you should question more and more and more.
Most people, almost everyone, with few exception, who questioned the 99 percentile, they either went to become snipers or officers.
You told me because I questioned it, I wouldn't make a good officer.
No. You threw a fit, so you would have gone sniper. They there's a difference between.
I'm colorblind as well, so I would have made a good sniper.
So if you tactically
they all look
question,
the same to me.
They all.
Well, no. In World War II, they used to pick colorblind people as snipers because they focused less on colors and more on shapes.
Yep.
So it allows them to spot people like camouflage people better because they're more attuned to movement and shapes rather than because everything just looks the same to them anyway. So they.
But now, since you're colorblind nowadays, they would kick you out because colorblindness is something that they test for, and they can prevent you from actually entering into the service because of it. But so if people tactically questioned,
I'm not insane.
No. So if people tactically questioned the percentile and the 99 because nobody is 100, right? Then they were more likely to be an officer.
Someone writes in a question and they're like, "Oh, we never thought of that."
I have never heard of that happening. But the people who were more like, this doesn't make sense. Like, you need to make this fit in a box, because the way that snipers tend to think is very linear, and so they were like, They were like,
'cause
"Okay."
it's a straight line to that. It's more of a curve from one.
Well, yeah,
it is a bit of a curve.
It's a straight line if they counter for the wind.
But snipers tended to be more aggressive in their rejection or just flat out anger towards it being 99. And the whole argument is, well, it's a percentile and nobody is in the 100th percentile, but that's also been proven false.
That's Beardo thinking.
That's
Beardo would be a great officer, and that says a lot about the American Army.
I don't know that he'd make a great. I think he'd be a good sniper. But I feel like Beardo would.
I watched him play Metal Gear Solid. I
know.
Think he'd be a good sniper.
I didn't say he'd be able to hit the target. I said he had the attitude and so just make him a grunt.
No, that is pretty key to being a good sniper.
I know, that's why I stopped.
I'm gonna say I fought Sniper Wolf without the thermal goggles.
He's got the attitude of a sniper.
This is like Mr. Bean levels of logic. This is Mr. Bean becomes a sniper.
Actually, that would be pretty great. So I'd watch the crap out of it.
he like goes to shoot a target.
Beardo's catching
hits an ice cream van and it falls on his car, but then he finds an ice cream and it's all better.
It's all better.
And then what he doesn't see is his car rolls down a hill and runs over the target anyways. So it all works out for him in the end. Yeah.
But yeah, so that means but that's why it's only one.
He just pulls out another target out of his pocket. This has already been like pre-shot and just hangs it up.
That's why it's only one of the metrics that they use. The other metrics that they use, you have to go through like psychological screenings, and they actually, like you have to make it through boot camp and not unk on the range and stuff like that. But you can't just go in and become a sniper. You still have to go through like infantry. You have to build up to that. There's like half-cock is like a generational phenomenon.
There was a TV show over here called Ultimate Force, which was about the SAS, which is like our special forces.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a really good show. Not as good as I can't remember what the other one was, but that was on sport, like Sky thing. But no, Ultimate Force. There was a question where something went wrong on one of their missions, and so they were like, "We want a psychologist to come in and examine them all." And their boss, like that was leading the SAS, like, "Are you insane?" And he's like, "No, because it was one of the like a posh schoolboy, privately educated kind of guy. Beret didn't the leader of the SAS always kind of not disrespect him as such, but he treated him as if he didn't really know what he was doing on the field kind of thing. But he was like, "Are you insane? No, like this is regulation. They need to be inspected by a psychologist." Like, what do you expect to find? It's like, "Well, I need to know that they're all mentally stable." It's like,
no.
They're in the SAS. They kill people for a living. Most of them enjoy it. And it was
Yeah.
It was like, what do you think that he's going to report?
Yeah, he's like, these guys like to kill people. That's kind of.
It's the best way I heard it described.
That's what makes them good at the job.
That's what makes them good at their job. Exactly. The men who not only join the service and go into those MOSs, but excel at them. It's better that they are on our side and being harnessed as a weapon towards actual bad people than being on the streets and having no way to act upon that except to become like a serial killer. Yeah. Like exactly. So it's insane. Did you see there was a serial killer? They went out to his farm and they found the remains of 10,000 people.
No. If you look at any of the comments on that, they found 10,000 remains.
Remains.
So that could be bits
of the same people.
Yeah, it wasn't.
That's still a lot of fucking remains, Disparu.
Well, it depends if you put someone in a blender.
Yeah.
It's 10,000 remains. First of all, he should have just got a pig farm and he wouldn't have had to deal with it. But
the reason I started looking at it is because I saw the title and I'm like, no way.
I know, right?
Unless he lived in Silent Hill, he's not getting away with that. Like, people would notice. That's a town vanishing, you know?
Listen, the elves did not realize that their people were being corrupted in orcs, okay?
To be fair, I've seen the elves in Rings of Power. I don't think they're that smart.
No.
I know they've lived for a while, but they certainly didn't spend that time educating themselves.
Oh, gosh.
I'd love to see where their IQ bell curve is.
Yeah.
Just like, it's a vertical line at like 60.
That's pretty good.
Oh
Yeah.
God. For those of you that don't know, at 60, you are categorically retarded.
Oh, I think it's sooner than that, but yeah.
No, 80 is when you're considered challenged, like you are below.
Oh, I thought it was 80. Yeah, I thought
No,
it was like 80
is when 80 is when it will be a challenge, but with enough resources, you will be capable. 70.
Well, isn't it 80 or 85 where they won't allow you in the military because there's nothing you can do that's actually beneficial anymore?
It
I know
depends.
there's a cutoff point.
There is a cutoff point. During World War II, that cutoff point was 63.
Well, that's World War II. No, it was.
Now
it was
it's
Peterson
80.
that kept saying it.
I want to say it's 83.
Yeah, 83 is probably right. Because I kept thinking 80.
Yeah, it's 83. From what I remember, it's
about
83.
15% of the population, by the way. Or no, is it more? It might actually be more.
That not in the U.S. Like globally, it might be more. But
the minimum score on the ASVAB is 31.
31, yeah.
Look, if you have 31 IQ, that's a carrot.
Yeah.
No. 31 means that you have an IQ, but your general knowledge is shit. So you are good for like cannon fodder. So you'd be a good grunt, or you would be able to do like these guys get a lot of shit, but they have some of the more dangerous jobs for like motor T.
So
you
what
move
is
tires.
it? So to 85 is. I don't
Okay,
know
80. It looks like 83 is the cutoff.
Mm-hmm.
They said
85 is 15% of the population below 85. So 83 will be like 14 or 13.
31 or more is roughly comparable to an IQ score of 90, of a little bit less than 92.
Yep.
So
you have to get. I've only ever heard of it one time, but some guy only got like a 9 on his ASVAB. And they were like, you were literally so, like, according to this test, you are so stupid, you shouldn't have been able to write your name on it.
Yeah, he couldn't pick up his pen.
Yeah. And he was like, oh, I just didn't care. And so they were like, okay, you have to take it again. And he took it again, and he ended up scoring like a 94.
No, why would you do that? Why would you ever have someone in the military that literally the entrance exam, they can't be bothered to fill it in?
He didn't join the military. They just made him take it again.
It's pretty base.
Well, I was going to say, like, surely failing it that badly and then going, I couldn't be bothered, just means that you're not material.
Yeah, but the ASVAB, but they use that. The ASVAB is a metric that gets used, and so they want it to be as accurate as possible. So when he said he just didn't care, they were like, you have to take it again, and you have to at least try. And he scored like a 94.
What a piece of shit.
Yeah. So
I was wouldn't allow him in because of the attitude. Like,
I would have been like, no, you can't join. Yeah, you're not allowed.
Well, that's not going to make somebody good in the military. Like, even on the entrance thing, he couldn't be bothered. So when he's in there, he's not going to be bothered.
Yeah, that's why I didn't join the military, because I would just been like, I don't really.
That's
care
true. I
about
would have been bothered. Like, no, it's
yeah,
my idea of
like,
hell. Like,
I don't want to. And they're like, you can't tell us that. I'm like, well, I can. I just did. Like,
yeah, no, it's the entire attitude where they like scream at you, and it's like, you could either do what I say, or you can walk out. It's like, well, you're not making it a difficult decision for me, to be honest.
Yeah, I think I'll just walk out. And like,
that sounds like the better option.
Yeah.
You could stay here and get screamed at and run a mile, and 2 miles with rocks in your back and like damage your butt, or you could just leave. It's like, oh, are there any downsides? No. Oh, cheers.
Yeah, no, but it's wild. Like the metrics that we use and everything like that. We have all of these objective measures to kind of bring it back. Like we have all these objective measures, and these women flat out deny them. They say that they're unfair. They say that they favor men. They say
this is the thing. Going back to the idea of it's equality of opportunity. There is none, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we're all born different, and so I will have different opportunities than either of you will. You'll have different opportunities to me.
Yeah, that's a geographical
skill. Well, not just geographical, like physically. Like everything about us is different.
Yeah.
You could run us through any test on Earth, and we'd probably all three of us get different results at every single one.
Yeah.
Nobody has the same opportunity as anyone else. It just doesn't happen. So the very idea of it as a function is just irrelevant. Like you just can't even use it as a metric.
It's impossible.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Well, no, it's possible. It's just you don't want it.
No, the thing
like,
is,
for instance, an easy way to do it would be just to stick everyone in prison.
yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, it is impossible in like a free world, in a free society. It is literally impossible. So you get these people writing shows like Rings of Power where they can enact their power fantasies, where they control everything, and it's still like, and then they're like, why don't people love this? Why aren't people taking this up?
Because it sucks.
And it's because it sucks, and people don't want that in reality. People don't want that in their escapism. That's the whole concept of it. And so when you're telling people that they need to have like perfect example, so my house, our water heater burst and our house flooded, and we had to like get a whole bunch of stuff and repack stuff and everything like that. Stuff I hadn't seen in years were like my ribbons and trophies from high school, because that time in my life is over. Like, I'll still keep it and scrapbook it so that my kids can maybe one day look at it and be like, oh, like, so I could use it for
They'll be like, oh, a ribbon.
No,
I'm not sure
ribbon, Mom.
No,
they'll care about it as much as you think.
No. It's to use as like motivation for them to be like, look, it is possible. You just have to work really hard. Because my mom did it for me. When I started in track and field, my long jump, I ended up setting a high school record at the end. But when I started, I took 18th place, but I worked my ass off and I studied strategy and I killed myself. Yeah. But I was like, okay, what are different strategies?
We'll never find out what those strategies were.
Yeah.
Hops with different strides. What can I do?
Yeah.
And
you cut out. You went. My strategy was and cut out. And so it was like one of the moments in the movie where it's like the last thing you must remember is, and then he just has a heart attack.
Ding. Okay. Well, essentially, I studied different strides and what different like Olympians and different champions did to become more successful, and I started utilizing those. And by the end of it, I had a bunch of first place ribbons, and I did and so that's how I approached basketball, swimming, tennis. Like, I did all of these things. Like, I studied them from an objective point of view. My dad was also my coach. I had very heavy male influences, so that's how I played. But
I the knees.
Yeah.
But it's I had
tried
male
not
coaches,
being a girl,
right? No, my dad.
That's probably why she was successful.
I was crying. I will never forget. My uncle and my dad, my grandpa was sitting in the chair, and my uncle and my dad I was on the ground in a ball, and I was crying because I came in second on the 800 by 0.2 of a second. And I was so upset. And so I curled up in a ball and I started to cry. And my uncle was like, you can cry when it's over. You still have 4 events at this track meet. Get up and work. And I was like, shit. And my dad was like, he's like, if I see you cry again, I'm pulling you from the event. And my grandpa, I looked at my grandpa because I was like, maybe he'll have some mercy on me. And I looked at my grandpa and he literally was like, you heard your father. You heard your uncle. Mm-hmm. I was like, fucking hell. I just want a hug. No. And I didn't get that.
It's not what men do. It's not men's job. Women raise infants. Men raise adults.
Yeah. So that was the last time I ever cried at any type of sporting event ever. And I got better. It sucked, but I got better. And I wasn't like mentally damaged from that for like the rest of my days. But I still remember it because like I saw myself become better after that moment.
Yeah.
So it is possible, but but not everybody has an uncle and a dad and a grandpa who are going to show up at their track meets and tell them those things. Not everybody's going to have a mom who is like, you were born a girl.
I think everyone has a mom.
Not like, okay, not everybody has a mom who's going to sit down and tell them you were born a girl. So you are going to have to do your best as a girl, as a woman, and prove you can do these things and not let the fact that you are a girl stop you from trying. Huh?
Yeah.
Like steak, bacon and eggs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds so good right now.
I love bacon and eggs. But
there's many things you can choose to do.
Yeah.
So many things. But
buy a kettle so you make tea properly.
I don't think any of these writers, especially any of these female writers, ever had an actual interaction with a man or an honest interaction with a man. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look,
Probably not.
when you see a photograph of him, yes.
Yeah.
Well, all they talk about are like in Mike's situation, he would be considered like I've seen him be called terrible things, but like
Me?
Sorry.
yes, you
I probably shouldn't have done it, I'll tell you.
Somebody called me something?
yes, and you told them to F off and get a life.
I don't remember that. I say a lot of things on the internet that I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's just the way it blows in. It's like, yeah, it's like somebody really said something horrible to you. It's like, oh, was it a friend? I mean, you're not narrowing it down here.
It was
I've straight up had people quote me like 5 minutes after I said something, and I was like, "Who said that?" And they're like, "You literally just said that." I was like,
just said that.
That wasn't
No,
paying
it was after Blood and Water, and they were like, "Don't you feel ashamed that you're not representing your people more?" And you're like, "It's fucking Vikings. Get a fucking life."
Yeah.
Like,
I don't remember that, but I probably did say that. Yeah.
let me see
Yeah.
if I can find it.
Yeah. I like.
Everything as well, like representing your people. Like,
Yeah.
you're the puppet master. It's like, like everyone's behavior reflects back on you personally.
Yeah,
So,
I'm
yeah,
like-
mate, I probably should have phoned them and told them not to do that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I don't know. It's very weird to me how
Wild.
these. It's bizarre to me how these women, they must not have anything better to do with their lives, because they
don't.
will take up causes that have nothing to do with them and that
Yeah, it's
do not
maternal projection, like the same feeling that should be put on two children, which is also why multiple children is better, because you essentially have the same amount, so it's distributed across all of your kids, which is
That's
why
why they-
if you got one, you don't want to over mother them, but if you've got six, they can't. You love
can't.
them all, but they do become less important. Yes,
Well, yeah, you can't mother them all.
they do.
have to.
You know it. You know it to be true.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you don't love them, but listen, you can't. When you have 6 kids running around, I have 2 that are actively running around, and I can barely keep up with them. Okay, and sometimes I'm just go, you know what? Just don't try to kill each other, and do what you're gonna do.
Well, yeah, I mean, it literally comes down to, like, in a dangerous world, you would have had to have loads, and so some of them would not make. That was just the life.
Well, but
mortality rate was very high.
Well, but also,
But
like,
the issue is that if you don't have kids, then you project it outwards, the motherly instinct outwards, and you start treating the world and everybody as if it's your children, which
Yeah.
then means you try and protect them from things, and then you end up in hell.
and then you end up in hell. Yes, that is true, and you also end up with incapable adults.
It's the same thing.
Like, it's the same thing. No, the thing that I have noticed is like we don't ask our older ones to step up or to, take over any type of responsibility. We
just let them starve and assume they'll find the bowl eventually.
No, they just like naturally like step into into like not necessarily like a mother or father, like nothing like that, but they start helping take care of like the smaller ones, and stuff that we've shown the older ones, they're showing to the younger ones. So when we go to like teach the younger ones or show the younger ones, to be like, oh yeah, like big brother, big sister showed me this, like this is how you do it, and I'll be like, that's really close, like this is how you do it, and this is why. And so
we've seen that in media. Like, any media used to have this all the time, where you would see like the older brother or something protecting the younger one in school or whatever. Like,
yes.
It's not that any of this is strange or unusual. It just seems that it seems to have been lost, and in a very short space of time, because people were taught responsibility and accountability, and therefore, like, they stopped doing it. They started caring about themselves more. It was about what I can do. And so then everybody loses it. So what used to be common knowledge 10 years ago in media, it is now treated as if, oh, I'm amazed anyone that can do that. Can you imagine, like, the fact that an older brother might look after a younger one?
Yeah.
You want to hear a really funny story, just Brew? I know Lady Gravemaster will appreciate this. This is also the difference between fathers and mothers.
Okay.
So, like, with kids, eventually you have to teach them, like, you have to potty train them because they can't use the diapers anymore and stuff. And my daughter is very self-sufficient, and like she wanted to use the toilet, so she was like, "Yo, once I can do this, I'm gonna do this. This is rad. Like, I want to grow up and do my own thing." My son, however, was like pretty chill. He was just like, "Yeah, whatever. Like, this is fine. Like, getting my butt wiped, that's fine." And one day, he was old enough at this point. He had done it a couple times. He'd used the toilet. He knew how to do it all. So it wasn't like I left him out to dry or anything. But one day, I just couldn't do it anymore. I was like, I cannot change another diaper. And I told him, I sat him down. I said, "Listen, man, I can't keep cleaning up your poop. I can't do it anymore. I don't want to do this. I don't want to."
You.
Yeah, I was like, "I don't want to change another diaper. I cannot do this anymore. I need you to start using the toilet." And he looked at me and he's just like, "Okay, Dad." Like, he got it. I was like, "I can't do it anymore. I'm done. This is the last diaper I'm ever gonna change, at least for you." And you know what?
Yeah.
Never had to change another one of his
it'll be you
diapers.
changing mine.
Yeah. I was like, "Listen, man, don't make me flip the script on you here." But yeah.
Well, no, I'm like, that's what I'm looking forward to in my old age.
Yeah.
Like, you've got to have something that gets you through.
Yeah.
Like,
No, I'm
I'm 65.
I have a strategy. I've already told my wife if I can't wipe my own butt anymore, I'm just gonna buy a car and drive off the Grand Canyon.
Oh my God.
Or
with
as long as you've
explosives
got a
in it.
lawn, you can do what dogs do and just
That's
pull
true.
yourself across it.
I'll just walk around for the rest of I'll just walk around and just shit in my yard. Yeah.
I mean,
wild
that
animal.
I mean,
that's a
grass,
strategy.
Nature's cleaner, and you're fertilizing it; it'll grow better.
That's true.
I don't think that's how that works.
No,
don't-
you should
Worked on Clarkson's farm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay, but it's
I
not human.
It's one of my favorite stories I've
So?
ever told about
It's
parenting.
all the same stuff.
It's
Look,
so.
It's all
if it
poop.
works for a cow and I'm eating the cow, it must work.
No,
Yeah.
dog feces are incredibly toxic to everything.
Who's feeding a dog steak?
Yeah.
I do, just like little bits of my
Oh my
steak.
God! Don't do that. It's a waste of perfectly good.
Are your
steak.
dogs the ones that beg on the table?
No, he's a hunting dog.
Why is he inside then?
Yeah, why isn't he getting his own steak? I want him seen, but dragging.
Yeah, go
back a
hunt your
deer
own
carcass.
steak. Yeah, bring me back a deer or a cow.
Yeah, how cats come back and they have all this horrible stuff. How amazing would it be if your dog just brought back a deer? It was cook
Somebody
that.
said just buy a bidet. I mean, a bidet is a good idea too.
Ugh. I mean, yeah. Have you
Not,
ever?
it's so much cleaner.
No,
It doesn't sound cleaner though, does it? It sounds
no.
like
I
it's
wasn't.
everywhere.
I wasn't eyeing at the bay. Someone sent me something on X that
also very French.
I cannot share. But no,
Part of me rebels just because it's French.
because it's French.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's
In
true.
Japan has some banging bidets. Let me tell you, they are.
They bang you
clean
in their bidets.
They
I don't wanna
clean
bang
your
one.
bottom
It's like
very well.
it's like a little scraper at the end, and it just goes up there while squirting water.
no.
And you're like, "Oh, this is great,
Uh,
man! This scoops
There
me
was a
out."
YouTuber came out with his own range of bidets. It was sold by Linus Tech Tips. I can't remember his name.
That's pretty great.
What did Mazza
He
do
used
to
to be a Twitch
himself?
streamer, now he's on YouTube.
I just saw your
You haven't heard the lore about me and Mazza?
Mike broke Mazza's heart. Bad. Mike.
Yeah, so I spread the rumor that me and Mazza were a couple because I realized the only way to defeat Mazza is by defeating himself. So he got really upset with me about this, which means I won because he was like, "Stop telling people that we're together because people are going to believe it, and then I'm going to have." Yeah, and so people started believing it, and they started wishing
Long
us.
distance.
Yeah, long distance. They started wishing us all kinds of wonderful things. Memes started spreading. And then then at the height of it, when I felt like he finally had accepted our coupling, I broke up with him. Yeah, I broke up with him. Yeah.
That was savage.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I'm not a good person. I'm just
See,
here
now
for
he'll
the-
have to go back to his ex. And,
Yeah.
yeah. No one even knows if he can find that kangaroo.
Well,
It's the
good
one
news.
wearing his shoes.
Good news, Epic Mike. Based on today's modern writer, you would not be a villain. You would be called an antagonist with depth and reasoning.
You're not a 2D villain.
No, I would tell everyone I was a villain. Yeah.
Did you see? Have you seen that interview clip? Like, I have to ask you, have you seen that interview clip?
Is it about the acolyte? Because
yeah.
I've seen a lot of things on the acolyte.
Yes,
and
I
they,
know.
They all make me sad.
I've seen so much. No, so it's the Collider interview, and it's right after he says, it's after his whole spiel of, I really think that's why George wrote it, and it's not about good and evil, like his whole spiel.
Yeah.
Right after that, did you hear what she said?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I'm gonna make you cry. Disbrew
My-
can check out for half a second.
My favorite one is still where we saw Leslie Headland break the heart. Like, you could see her break this journalist's soul in front of her when the journalist asks her, so all the colors of lightsabers, like, how did you decide on which color goes to which person? And she just goes, aesthetics. I just thought what would be the coolest color during which fight to fight another one. And this woman is heartbroken. Like, do you know how many hours I've spent trying to find philosophical reasons to associate colors with lightsabers?
The lore-based reasoning, yeah.
And she goes, no, it was, I just did it like that. And somebody, I can't remember what she said, but she makes some kind of excuse for her. Oh, it's just an aura thing. And the other woman goes, yeah, I used to make excuses like that. And it's like this, she, like, her world has collapsed. And Leslie Headland, like, took her heart and crushed it.
Just like, it's like Leslie Headland kicked her into a black hole and it started to crush her.
That was the ultimate never meet your heroes. Is what that was.
100%. So this is what she says after his whole spiel of like, this is how I look at it, and that's why I think George wrote it. So this is her answer to that.
Why do you regret this?
I'm sorry.
It's why I've kind of stopped using the word villain, because I feel like people look at a villain as like a surface level, like bad person. Whereas if I say antagonist, at least that implies depth, and then we'll get some justifications.
Oh my fucking god!
Yeah. Look at his
Okay,
face!
listen. Here's the thing. I just had to argue with somebody about this, like majorly, because they tried to come at me about, well, antagonist means bad guy. No, it doesn't.
No,
it means
I
are.
literally said this earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, it means they are fighting against the protagonist, and they were like, no, and I was like, yes, you can be a villain and be the protagonist of a story.
Well,
they're like, no,
it doesn't even have to be that deep. If you want to drive your car somewhere and I stand in front of your car, I'm the antagonist.
Yep,
I'm not a villain.
Nope,
but I
you're
am an antagonist because I'm stopping you doing what you want to do. That's it.
Yeah.
See,
that's it.
She's like, it makes us give us like it tells me that we might get some reasons and motivations. It's like you get that for a villain. He's evil.
Yes,
that's what. That's the thing. You don't like the moral judgment because you think everyone lives in this grey area, and you don't want to admit that some people are good and some people are evil.
Yes,
because you can't handle dealing with that and the ideas of what needs to be done to deal with that.
Yep. Yeah, it's wild, but yeah, like that. It just means that they don't actually understand anything about story, and the fact that guy who said yes, and then look at the other two, like Daphne Keene's like, oh my god, what are we doing here? She tells him to shut up in an interview.
Yes, it's this same interview.
Multiple
right
times
before this.
she saves that guy. Like, she not only tells him to shut up, but she also says something else to him another time. When he's like trying to say the name of something, and he says like 5 different bizarre names, and she goes, "You just need to stop saying names."
Yeah,
like she is like his carer.
Yeah.
Yes, and he is over here. He's over here like. He goes, everything you just described is he's like antagonist and villain.
Look at his body language.
Like he does not like he's looking at her like she is stupid. And he is
arms
over here
crossed, like covering himself. He's like, "Oh, why am I here?"
Yep. He's like, this whole thing is stupid. If there was a message that I could give to South Korea, you guys don't need Disney. Like, I realize that Netflix and Samsung essentially own South Korea. But
yeah, Netflix does. They were complaining about that because basically now all TV shows are made with the aim to sell them to Netflix.
And anything that Netflix doesn't own, Samsung does.
But
so
this is why I have a Netflix subscription.
I get it, but I'm telling you right now, you don't need Disney.
Yeah, but these people don't understand anything about like basic story structure or what basic story things are, and they think that it's clever now.
Or just professionalism.
Or they think it's clever to make the villain like a sympathetic character, and so every villain. That's why Disney keeps having all these twist villains. This is like a whole thing that's been happening a lot recently. It happens in Disney movies, and it's been happening a lot in Pixar movies where they'll have a character that seems like a good person and they're like moral, and then they make this like last minute weird switch into a villain, and they're like, oh, they were the bad guy the whole time.
Yep.
Prince,
Yeah.
he was good all the way through. He was persecuted, and then at the end, he just went, and that's why I want to flood the city. And they're like, what? Where did that come from? Out
Yeah.
of nowhere. Because it's the only way they could justify him as the bad guy, because they had to have him as evil somehow. And all this sympathetic villain stuff, it's so normally like pathetic reasons. It generally comes down to, I couldn't get my own way, you wouldn't give me what I wanted, and so I decided to do it anyway. It's like, that's still the motivations of a villain, love.
That is 100% still the motivations of a villain. Like, that's what they did with Maleficent. Her name is Maleficent, the mistress of all evil. And you turned her into a sympathetic villain. This guy, through the whole interview,
Still would, but yeah.
The entire time.
Look at Wicked.
Oh, God.
It's literally the Wicked Witch of the West. And now they've done a whole backstory for her, where it is just, oh, well, actually, the sorcerer who was helping the heroes was the bad guy, and he just gave her a bad reputation.
Glinda,
Glinda,
the Good Witch of the North. Yeah, Glinda, the Good Witch of the North, was actually a bully and was jealous of the Wicked Witch of the West, Elphaba. They gave her a name, Elphaba, and so decided.
Can't believe you know that name.
Huh?
Can't believe you know that name.
It's bro, wild. I don't think you understand. All right. You might be a nerd, but are you lettered in choir all 4 years of high school, nerd?
That's not nerd. I'm sorry. Listen,
I think that's more of a
choir, band.
You're getting into dweeb territory, okay? Listen, I was adjacent to all of these people. I was never a theater kid. I was never a band geek. I was never a choir dweeb, okay? I saw all of these people. I dated some of them, and you know what? Don't come at me about trying to say, listen, I get nerd stuff because I did band. I'm like, no, you just did a thing that made you more of a niche. Okay, made you more. You
I
joined
did band
a niche
and
of a niche.
Choir and theater and
it's wild.
And
I did wild.
Yellow brick road I knew was peeing on block paving and watching where it went.
Yeah, that's pretty based actually. That's a good time, dude. Watching your pee stream through like the snow is pretty great.
Yeah, it's like, can it be predicted which direction next?
Boys will be boys.
Or if you do it like
a river form,
or if you pee up a hill and then you go like, can I dodge this? Yeah,
well, still or into going. The wind.
Or into the wind, yeah. Peeing into the wind.
That is the Twister movie I want to see.
Yeah.
peeing into the Twister.
Yeah.
Watch it just suck the pee right out. You're like, oh man, this is great.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Either it'll fly back in their faces, or it'll go around in a circle, and it might even go around in a circle and get them on the way back.
Yeah. Get you in the back of the head. Yeah.
That's the thing.
That's skill.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. That's skill.
Okay. If whatever you say, Mike. No, I did all of that stuff, and I know all of that stuff because I had to perform. You knew how many times I had to sing "Defying Gravity." You'd probably cry. I also
the fact that you had to sing it once makes me want to cry.
The the amount of times that I had to read not only Wicked but the sequel novel called "Son of a Witch."
There was a sequel.
Yeah, it's called "Son of a Witch." It would also make you cry.
It more just makes me sick to my stomach.
But the thing is, like, I dealt with all of that schlag, and like, there's some stuff it's meant for stage and it does well on stage. Wicked did not need a film production. It's certainly not in this day and age. And I can't help but recognize how much of this woke crap comes up from theater and like stage performance and such, because they were trying to like break through and be different. Like, if you listen to some of the like the author or like even the stage hands and stuff like that, they couldn't compete with Beauty and the Beast or with like Chicago. They couldn't compete with those, so they had to make something that was so that subverted so many tropes and was so out there that it stood out on its own because it was by its nature so different.
Yeah.
And because it couldn't compete one-on-one head-to-head with the classic stories. And so they went about it this way.
Uh-huh. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. Theater people are the worst. Yeah, they occasionally come up with a really good piece of art, and you go, "This is great," but then also theater people will make things like Cats.
Yeah, that also.
And then they'd be like, "What is this about?" And he's like, "It's about cats." And you go, "Yeah, but what's it about?" It's like, "It's about cats." And he goes, "What's a Jellicle cat?" "I don't know. I just made it up." And they're like, "Were you on drugs?" "No, I just made it up."
One of the people in sort of the, trending at the moment who came from theatre is Cutie Gatwa.
Yes.
Did he
yes,
really?
he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he very
That
much
makes a lot
did.
of sense. Yeah.
You
See,
know who
here's the
else
thing.
came from theater? Like when you look at the two sides, you know who else came up from theater? Hugh Jackman. You know who else? Ian McClellan. You know who else? Christopher Lee. And so
Yeah,
Ncuti
but those guys
Gatwa-
don't count. They
you've
came
got
from like good theater.
Yeah, no, but
the father in Alias, came from Shakespeare. Picard.
Yeah, that's
he did
true.
the
Yeah.
same.
What's his name? Victor Garber or Victor?
Yep.
Yeah.
But it was classical theater, and they didn't hit above their belt. Like they didn't shoot above their weight class. They grew.
The guy
and
in
they learned.
Alias, it became his on the set. It's what they take the piss out of him for it, because they'd all be like laughing and joking. He's like, "We need to be serious. This is acting. I came from the theater." And he would take his job incredibly. This is the most important thing in the world, kind of thing. And they were just having a laugh.
Yeah.
Yep. But it is true. You do need some of that, but you need someone who is actually talented, because and Mike kind of hit it on the head. For every one of the great things that come out of theater, you get a dozen or more that are awful, and they're not disruptive in a good way. They are, they're horrendous.
Disruptive in a bad way.
Yeah. Yes, disruptive in a bad way. Well, because you talk about the smartphone back in 2007. That was a disruptor. That was a market disruptor, but it was over the net positive. It was a good disruptor.
Yeah.
But you have, allegedly. But then you have other market disruptors that are horrifically bad, like the stock market crash in 1929, like Black Friday. You've got all these other market disruptors that happen that are a net negative. And so
Like Rachel Ziegler.
Yes. Absolutely. But then you have people like, I'm sorry, Dakota Johnson and Sydney Sweeney, the way that they handled the absolute disaster that was Madam Web. I mean,
yeah, but Sydney Sweeney has really big boobs.
Generals need to.
She can get away with a lot.
Well,
Yeah.
so does Dakota Johnson.
Her boobs are okay.
If she trips up, she's.
Yeah, but Dakota Johnson has really nice legs, and that's what
Yes.
she uses a lot.
And an ass.
If you watch her in interviews, she knows a lot
I
about
use
how to
my
use
legs
her
a lot.
legs. Yeah.
Get all
I
over
wish
the
I could
place.
use my legs like that. Yeah. Wish people were like, "Damn, I want to look at that guy's legs," but they don't do that.
Well, no, I think I tend to use my legs every day.
That's fair. But I mean, like to seduce people.
Oh no.
Um.
That's what the hammer's for.
That's true.
Oh my word.
Yeah.
So what I've taken from this, Mike, is I'm not taking over Epic Verse and Epic Studios. Is that
No.
what we've gathered? Dang it.
No.
I thought for
No.
sure if I got
Yeah,
you on the
This is
show.
gonna be this is the start of a villain arc.
Yeah, you have to pry it from my cold dead hands, and I make that as a challenge, and then that's the narrative now is Lady
He's gonna
G
start
trying to
raising
kill me.
orcs.
Yeah, she's gonna try to take my company away from me by
I'm trying to take it away. No,
If
but
you see like a hole from a dam leading all the way up to your front door,
Yeah.
and she starts walking around with a sword. Don't worry, she's not going to attack you with it. She's off to unleash the dam.
I'm off to, yep. I'm gonna go in this very obscure keyhole that everybody apparently forgot about, but an entire tower was built to protect.
Yeah, she's like, I know what this looks like, but it's not what
By
you
the
think it is.
elves, who
I don't
would
know.
still be alive. The people that built the tower would still be alive.
It doesn't make sense, Disbrew. Stop trying. Just stop trying to make it make sense. It won't. It's written by women. It is pure illogical.
Well, I think it's J.D. Payne and
ridiculous.
Patrick McKay.
Yeah.
No. They're the showrunners, not the lead writers. They
Yeah, but
co-wrote.
do you know how much power a showrunner has over their
I know how much
writing
show-
staff?
I
Yes,
mean,
I
I was
know.
just gonna. I was just gonna say, if we had testosterone tests, we might be able to find out if you're still correct.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, they're also like J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay are capable of adapting something. We saw it with they can adapt something that's there. They can't adapt something that's not.
What did they adapt that was good?
I
Nothing.
don't know.
I said they could adapt stuff that was there. They can't make it up on the fly.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think that Rings of Power might have been accidentally better if they had just made up all the lore on their own.
Probably didn't use any of the names.
But,
they
did. Just, well, what I mean is like,
make it all up and not use the names.
They didn't get the appendices or anything. They just said it was Lord of the Rings, and then they just made a bunch of
they just get like a picture of a turtle.
Yeah,
like
and
this
like,
is Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, it's like, isn't this great? And you're like, I mean, it's probably better than what you would have done.
It's like no, you give them that. That's the inspiration. You just tell them that's Lord of the Rings because they're not going to know any better.
Yeah, they don't know because they haven't read it. Yeah.
Like this is Lord of the Rings. Now adapt it. It's like, oh, okay.
Things that make you just die inside.
You're just like, I like turtles.
I like turtles.
I like turtles.
I like pizza. Oh my god, it's the Ninja Turtles. Yeah, no, this is so bad. Like, the state of modern Hollywood. We don't even get pretty people anymore. I have a video that I'm working on. Huh?
Yeah, you don't get pretty people, but that's what was the thing I was thinking about the other day? It was I can't remember what I was thinking, because there's always like the weird thing. It's like there's insecurity on one side. It's like I want to deal with someone who's more attractive than I am.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but it's also like they despise the other side so much they don't want them to have anything good either.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of a combination of you should be looking at me and you should look at me that way, because I think Sydney Sweeney probably has that a lot. There's going to be a lot of people who will be like, oh my God, nobody ever made that attention about me when I was in a movie. So it's that kind of attitude combined with just general insecurity. But also, if you don't look at me that way, you shouldn't look at anyone that way. And so they make somebody worse.
Yeah, so the video I'm working on, I call it potato bag protocol, because have you, like, they uglified Dakota Johnson and Sydney Sweeney in Madam Web as much as they could. They hid their assets for sure.
True story, I didn't know. When I saw Sydney Sweeney on the red carpet, I had to look up who she was playing because I didn't know. That's how different they made her look.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
Wild.
So
I didn't watch Madam Web.
So they uglified Sydney Sweeney because you like yourself. Well, I have a boss that is a masochist, and I have to watch a whole bunch of stuff I don't like.
That would make him a sadist if he makes you watch it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't want to know about your boss's kinks. Listen, you guys do what you do.
It's God,
if he's like, oh my God, I love watching you watch bad movies, that's definitely a kink.
We need to watch them together.
Yeah, can you watch this bad
scary.
movie? Yeah. Does it make you sad?
It like needs a webcam up at all times so we can he can like see the reaction.
Ew,
he's like, oh, that's really good. He's like, yeah, that's terrible.
No, he does. No, the only reaction that he enjoys like that is asses. He enjoys making ass feel pain.
I thought you said asses, and I'm like,
no,
ass.
Yeah,
somebody's like making asses feel pain. That's definitely a sadist thing too.
No.
I put the people in the private chat as a picture.
Okay.
Like you can tell who she is just out of like process of elimination.
Oh, good lord, though. Yeah.
Out of the entire, like, you wouldn't, like, she looks flat there.
They pin those puppies down hard.
Yeah. They
Chances
really
are,
did.
I bet you they're taped.
They are. Oh no. She talked about like her transformation. She said she felt like she was in middle school again, trying to like do certain because there's only certain outfits or whatever, but like she has it's the opposite of a bustier. It essentially flattens and then you have to like tape it down, and then they have a straight shirt. You can't see it, but underneath this, there's another shirt that takes away the shape. It's a straight shirt, and then they put the collared shirt on, and then the sweatshirt.
Yeah, but
they buried them.
Now look at the other two girls.
Didn't
do it with them.
Yeah.
It is literally these are all choices that are all done deliberately. It's like, well, you can like these people, you shouldn't like this one though. That's what that is. Look
at how far down her coat goes. It covers her ass.
That's wild.
Like it covers her legs and her like
Look what they robbed us of.
I know.
You can see the stomach of the other two people.
Yes, you can see. I mean,
Like,
this is a
it is
B
literally
cut.
chosen that way.
Yes, you can see the belly button on the other two girls, but you don't see her chest. You don't see her ass, and that was on purpose.
Well, yeah, a lot of this stuff I still think is like it's designed to try and guide people to begin liking a certain kind of.
Yes.
Oh, 100%.
They want people to be attracted to androgyny.
Yes. Well, it's just like in the.
Well, the other two aren't androgynous.
That's true, but yeah, go ahead.
They don't want you to. They don't want you to like big boobs, and they don't want you to like fit butts because Dakota Johnson doesn't have a big butt, but she has a nice butt. There is a difference. Like this is a thing that got lost in the early 2000s. They like even Baby Got Back, where it's like I like big butts and I cannot lie. There's a difference between a big butt. There's a difference between a big butt and a nice butt, like a nicely formed butt, because you can have like a big ass is not a thing. Like that
I'm
is
a child of the 90s. I remember Coupling, and Coupling had an entire story arc where it's part of her character that she is paranoid about her ass growing all the time because at least in this country, having a fat ass was a bad thing. And I remember
it was
change.
like that.
Yeah.
It was like that everywhere.
I saw people change. It
Yeah.
altered. And it's the strangest thing and nobody
So Disparu, this is remember
people
when
remember it, but the Coupling literally shows you what the culture was.
So remember, Disparu, how I told you that here in America, like the idea of like black and white is more of a cultural thing than it is actually like a color thing.
Mm.
Like
yeah,
black culture
you would be like you're acting X kind of thing.
Yeah, they like black culture. They like big butts, like legitimately, like big asses are like a thing that they're attracted to. So that's where that came from. Was like, oh, black culture really likes like bigger butts and stuff, and so you'd have women that would have bigger butts for like certain culture groups that were like encouraging that to be a thing, and then you'd have other culture groups that were like, no, we don't like that. That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
America's a messed up place, bro.
Nobody got X, but like I remember, and it's so strange because it just
got
kind
picked
of
up
happened
by the world.
Yeah, but it got picked up, but it genuinely changed.
Yeah,
what
almost
people
overnight.
liked.
Yeah,
I remember it happening. It was a whole cultural thing, and everything it changed, and then suddenly no, I've always liked them. It's like, well, people didn't. Like the entire country didn't. And
I've always liked big asses.
It's the strangest thing I can remember because it is literally like, you know, those times where it happened in Stargate and stuff where they just look in a mirror and they suddenly end up in a parallel world. It's that kind of strange thing. If Coupling wasn't there, it's enough to make you think, well, maybe I was just wrong. Maybe it was never like that. Because
we might be in a parallel reality. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very possible because I'm telling you, when they open up that Hadron Collider, it messed with
I didn't
shit.
mean it seriously, but
I've
always got Coupling to point to and be like, this character is what Britain was.
But that is so. Here is the other thing. Okay, skinny white biatch, I should say, was always became an insult. So it used to be that and Mike can back me up on this. It used to be that black guys liked skinny white women or big ass black women, but they didn't like big ass white women or skinny black women. It was very specific, who they wanted to have the big ass and who they wanted to have the tight small ass. So they wanted the and this was a whole I think they disguise themselves as white women, white chicks. They make that joke. It's you can see it in that show, in that film. And so, but the thing that changed too was women started getting heavier. And so they were like, well, if you like big butts, it comes with you can't just have a big butt. Your body's going to get big overall. So if you want a big butt, you're going to have to take the big girl that comes with it. So that's what also shifted. Women wanted to start taking. Women didn't want to take as good of care of themselves as we had been in previous generations. They didn't want to stay fit. They didn't want to be active. They wanted to just be lazy. And a side effect of that is becoming you get bigger, you get fatter. And because and so because that became what women, they're like, we're too tired to care about ourselves like that because we still have to do all the house stuff and now we have careers. So I'm doing triple the work with none of the help and it's not fair. That's where this whole idea that it's not fair and he should be pulling his weight at the
I
house.
keep telling him if they stop separating out the washing, they'll save loads of time.
Yeah.
No, stop.
Yeah, you just wash it all together. Yeah. It
Oh my
doesn't make a
God.
difference.
You don't need
You
to
would-
separate towels from everything else.
You
I
would
will
not like
end
being
you
in my
both.
house. You would
I
not
will
like being
end-
in my house. I just wash all that shit at the same time.
Oh God,
Exactly.
It just all goes in and comes out clean. It smells nice. So
No, that's not how
No.
you do it. That's
I do
not
have
the
to
right
bounce.
way.
No, that it
This
is the right
why
way.
you don't have any time. You're just wasting it.
I have
Wasting it all.
plenty. I have plenty of time. I
No,
just,
you don't.
I like to do things the right
Big
way.
butts.
Wash it all together.
No,
Wash the
because
whites
you-
with the colors too. Don't even
God,
bleach them.
no.
Just wash it all
you
together.
Never.
separate 'em.
Don't separate
Um,
anything. There's no reason to. Just wash it all together. Just grab it, throw it in there, and wash it. And
Look,
Good Lord.
eventually the colors stop running anyway.
yeah,
You're both insane. You're both sociopaths.
Well, no,
so-
I'm not because I only buy black clothes in the first place, and so
see, Disparoo's
I only
figured
have
it
one
out.
wash. Yeah.
If
Black
it's all
like
black,
hard.
then it bleeds into itself. Yeah.
Do you want to know
Bleeds into
how I pair
itself.
socks? I think I've told ladies you this, but I
Yeah.
only ever buy black socks, and so every sock goes with every other sock.
Every other
So I
sock.
don't need to
Based.
pair them. I just have a pile of socks and I grab two.
It's so
my
good.
God.
It's so
I
good.
think I think that is genius.
It's the most genius shit ever. Yeah.
Yeah.
And here's
Yeah,
the thing too. You
no.
can't ever be accused
See?
of wearing the same thing all the time because everything's the same color, so they don't know.
It hurts the soul. On that happy note, with apparently buy all black things because they'll look better.
Black
after
is
you
better.
wash them.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you can wash them all at the same time. It's not a problem. You won't have any problem with them turning pink at any point, and you don't have to pair socks.
Oh, good
Yep.
God.
If you only wear, if you try to be a hero and wear white, then like it gets dirty.
White
Villains
is
wear
you-
black because then you can wear the same clothes all the time. It doesn't matter.
The only
it also
argument
hides
for a white
blood.
shirt I've ever heard was Asmongold's, where he said he used to have bad dandruff, so he wore a white t-shirt. I was like, that's smart.
I can see that. Yeah, that's kind of a good reason. But
Good Lord.
I do got to bounce. Actually, I got to go jump
Oh.
on party animals
Oh,
because
okay.
I hate myself.
Well, apparently. Well, before you go, what
Okay.
are your thoughts on Rings of Power? Because we're gonna wrap up because it's been 4 hours.
On Rings
So-
of Power season 2.
Yeah. So, because Adar is a dark character but doesn't see himself as a villain, which started us on this whole adventure.
Listen, I shouldn't advocate for things like this, but if I met these people in real life, I might throw hands.
Whose hands?
My hands. Just start
His
throwing them at
hands.
people.
I thought
Like-
you carried a spare pair around and you'd take some.
I wish I did. I probably should start doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, if people are like, can you lend me a hand? It's like, actually, I've got two. Right.
Like when I'm hanging out, I just see them. Yeah, and they're just like, "Hey, yeah." I'm like, "I got a gift for you," and it's
Just
just
like, eat
my
one out.
fist in a box. It's just my fist in a box, and when they open up the box, it just comes out. Yeah. I'm like, they
like
opened
a
it.
pop-up toy.
Yeah, I was like, they asked for it. What am
They
I supposed to do
literally
about this?
asked for it.
Yeah, they opened the box. I told them what was in the
I
box.
call it
was gonna-
Jack.
What's in the box?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. So,
no, I do gotta
okay.
bounce though.
Yeah. Well,
right.
thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks
much
for
love.
having me.
Have
I
fun
will
on
be in touch
Party
with you
Animals.
guys soon. So yeah.
Cool. Looking forward to it. Talk to you later. Bye.
All right, see you guys.
Mwah. Much love. So, Disparu, final thoughts on Rings of Power Season 2 and the whole I'm not a villain, I'm just a dark character.
Well, he is a villain, though. I've seen him.
Oh
we already know he's a villain. We saw him in season 1. Like,
But he says he's not.
I don't care what he says. I care what he is. It's like, I don't care what anyone does. I care what you do. And this is the whole point. One of the issues that Hollywood has is it's moved from a deed-based morality to an identity-based one. That you're not good because of what you do, you're good because of what you are. So if you have enough categories, that makes you a good person, just regardless of what you do. So you could do evil but still be good because of what you are. You have an excuse. If you're an oppressed class, you get to do whatever you want. That's what this is. It's like, oh, somebody was mean to me, and so now I set off a volcano and wiped out an entire region. It's like, what? No.
It's
People were
justified.
wiping him out. He wiped them out.
It was justified. We'll see. And like someone tried to tell me, they were like, well, John Wick is a villain. And I was
No, he
like,
isn't.
I was like, defend that.
I mean, he might have been a villain previously in his career.
And I was like-
because he was just taking jobs for presumably anyone. But we don't know that. We don't know
Yes.
whether actually he would, because they can choose which jobs they do,
Mhm.
but sometimes they got forced into people by other
Means like the
major
marker.
powers and stuff. But what we have
Yes.
seen is that he actually doesn't mind going up against people who make him do horrific things.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the marker thing, that was like a law that was set in stone and he didn't want to break it. But now we found out that actually, as you saw, when he went into the hotel at that one, he wasn't supposed to do it either, and he still
Yeah.
broke the rule. So he will
did.
stand up to people when he needs to.
Yep.
So,
Exactly.
no.
And so, like, when they tried to say that, well, John Wick is a villain, and I said, no, he was a gun for hire. I said, we don't know his previous jobs. We know that people respect and fear him. I said, and if you go back and you watch that first John Wick, he only kills people who were either directly involved in breaking into his
Oh,
house.
yeah, means to an end.
Who were either directly involved in breaking into his house, stealing his car, killing his dog, and trying to kill him, or they were the people defending the people that did that.
Also, like, because we never see them, I don't think we ever see police in any of the movies.
Just are you working again, John? And he's like, yeah.
That's true, yeah. But they would, because they were taken out of other movies, I think that was more of a mistake kind of thing, that they hadn't actually built the world yet.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was we haven't thought it through. But as you expand across the world, you don't see police, and the amount of shootouts and stuff, they would have turned up if they existed. So I get the feeling more like this is their justice system. This is how the world stays under control. That if you piss someone off, they will take that out on you. And so people have a natural built-in reason why you should be good to people, and that maintains order. Because otherwise, if it's worth it and the price is right, then you won't be around for much longer. So that's always been my headcanon. I don't think it's ever really been explained, but it does explain a lot of things. And so in that case,
but that is a logical and acceptable conclusion, and you're basing that off of the lore within the world itself. You're not trying to extrapolate stuff from other things, which is what Rings of Power is guilty of doing. It's literally attempting to give morality to these villains out of like pity and out of like oppression Olympics. And it's taking stuff from real world. Like, who looks at orcs and honestly sees black people? Like, really, truly.
Oh, no, I don't think that's what this is. I think this is very specific to a certain thing that's happening in the world right now that I'm not going to go into. But I think they sympathize, and that's what this is a stand-in for.
I think you are correct. And I hate that they do that because, as we know, Tolkien hated allegory. So if you go by...
Well, yeah, but in the previous article, he hated allegory. But Tom Bombadil was the thing of the speech. It's like, no, you don't understand. That's not what he meant by allegory. You're too thick to understand his words, but you think you're smarter than him, which is why you're like, well, I've got him on this one. It's like, no. You're coming at it from the other end of the IQ chart.
Yep. And the thing too is the fact that it's applicability. That's why when Gary looks at the Lord of the Rings, he's like, I don't even think Gary has said, I don't think that Tolkien realized that he was writing about addiction. But that's applicability. That applies to Gary's life because he's
that's
lived
Gary's
that.
That's Gary's interpretation.
Exactly.
And I think you're always likely, like I said a lot about people can't abstract, but even if you can, you're always more likely to interpret things through your own experience and find messages and things that may not have been there, but you can interpret that way.
Yes, but
I think that's one of the reasons these stories mean a lot to people, because it helps them and guides them and can give them a message. It's like Sam's speech of there's something good in this world worth fighting for, Frodo. That could mean anything to anybody.
Yes.
But most people will probably find something in their life where that's a useful message.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the whole idea behind applicability. Because, like, someone could look at Gollum and, like, where Gary sees, like, an addict, someone else sees, for instance...
I never thought of Gollum like that. Even when you said, I couldn't think what in the story it was relating to until you mentioned it.
And so, like, you might look at the ring as, like, the addiction and Gollum as the addict, or you might look at the ring as, you know, this, the one that I've heard is it's sort of like the power of a nuclear bomb, and who really should wield that, and so you look at the ring and it's like, okay, so this is like the power of a nuclear bomb, and then they have that that discussion at the Council of Elrond, and like who should carry it, who should take it, it needs to be destroyed, like we shouldn't use it. And then you have the people who are like, we should use it. And they were like, well, that is, for a long time, people were like, well, that was an allegory for when they dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And it wasn't.
No.
It wasn't. But
No,
people were
because
like,
it's not
oh,
a thing, it's an idea. This is the whole point. One of the things that's always been said, what was it? Small minds think about people, average minds thinks about events, great minds think about ideas.
Yeah.
And that's all you're doing with the ring. It is far more likely to be some kind of abstract idea of something like just temptation or lust. And to be honest, seeing Tolkien's other responses when they were speaking about like Tom Bombadil, and he says, look, it's a feeling, and it's not a feeling I even want to really analyze. I don't think that he's even thought about it like that, and I don't think he'd want to. I think he's just like, no, this is a message that they're fighting over.
No, that's exactly what.
It's
but if you think about
that,
if you think about if you think about the time frame when that discussion was being had, they looked at it as an allegory, but it applied to their life because that was what they were going through at the time. One of the reasons that Lord of the Rings is so timeless is because it is applicability and not allegory. Anybody can pull or see whatever it is that they need to or want to from the story. That's why right now people are like, oh, the orcs are black people. They are an allegory for black people. No, they're not. The orcs are a race in the world that are evil. They represent evil. However you decide to apply that to your life or take that is up to you. And these people don't realize that what they are doing is showing more of themselves and what they genuinely think than of what it says about Tolkien.
I don't think it's that. I think it's because it's demeaning. Tolkien was a smart bloke, and so he would have been the kind of person that thought about ideas. And to have somebody take your work that you spent your life in, you've spent your time, all this time writing, all this time planning, writing the Silmarillion, all this stuff, and to have it degraded and dragged down to something so basic and pointless that you didn't intend it to be, you are demeaning and insulting the work in the first place. Like he does, it's not about. It's like when you're talking about something with someone, or you're talking about an idea to someone, and they go, "Well, I'm different," and it's like, oh, it's like getting kicked in the face by their stupidity.
Yes,
I think it's just there's no need to do it. You're essentially forcing him to have a conversation that he didn't want, and it's so beneath him that he didn't care about it.
Yes, it's almost so. For those of you that don't, so there was that joke going around where it says the average woman is 5'6", and I leaned into it because like I understood it. Disbrew DM'd me and he was like, "Were you leaning into the meta, or are you like taking
I wasn't
the piss?"
sure because you
And
could
I
have
was
just
like,
been a woman.
And I was like, dude, it's I'm obviously like it's obviously
no, because
a
the
joke.
joke was that women don't get it, and you were like, I don't get it. So
No.
I was like.
I was like, obviously I get the joke. It's like your anecdotal evidence does not change the average. Like I understood that, but I leaned into the meta, and then Disper's like, go check the comments. And I was fucking flabbergasted that people didn't like the women.
But that's why
didn't
it's
get
a meme,
the joke.
because
yes,
it's true. So it's like stereotypes. Are they true all the time? No. Are they true enough that enough separate people noticed the pattern that they all got together and realized it at the same time, and it actually became common knowledge? Yes. That's how. So all of these things, all of these memes, the reason why memes are funny is because you recognize them to be true, because they prove your life experience already, and you're like, yeah, I know that pattern.
And that's why the left can't meme, because they keep trying to subvert both the humor and the truth, and it doesn't work.
Well, it's because they don't live in reality. They're trying to create a reality out of various different like unknowns and theories, and if we just all agree like this, we'll create a new reality. It's all kind of theoretical and lies and word games, and that makes it very complicated. So it needs to be explained, and you need to believe in it and have faith in it and go through like the path of the words. So that's why they're just words of text. It is very much like, do you know what a mountain is? Yes. Okay. Now draw a line where it ends. It's that kind of topic. Everybody knows what we mean. Just because you can't define it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. But they'd be like, no, it doesn't exist, and that means we can come up with this other thing. There can be like mini mountains, which are the difference between the flat land and the mountain land. And this can mean there's actually a mountain is a spectrum, and that you can't define it. So maybe there's different mountains. Maybe I can give different words to mountains. But all of that needs to be explained, and all you've got are like intelligent people on one end going, no, it's a mountain.
It's a
and
mountain,
stupid
yes.
people on the other end going, no, it's a mountain. And you've got the midwits in the middle who are like, well, I think I can convince myself about that because I'm very smart.
It's true though, and it's depressing that they are such a loud derivative voice. It's so wild. But no, that was a perfect analogy for what we're seeing with Rings of Power. It's the freaking did you ever watch the Mean Girls movie?
No.
No? Well, have you ever seen The Limit Does Not Exist? They took that.
The only thing like that I've seen is where some blonde becomes like a lawyer.
Yeah, that's Legally Blonde.
Yeah, I remember one of the lines of it is like, I've got a fifth sense. I can tell when it's raining.
Yeah, I think I've got like ESPN or something. I can tell when it's raining, and she meant ESP. Yeah, that's Mean Girls. That's not Legally Blonde. That is Mean Girls.
Oh,
so
I must have seen it then.
Yeah,
Or
but
I've seen a clip of it.
Yeah, you've seen a clip of it. But in that same movie, they're discussing. They're in like advanced math, and so she's sitting there, and she gets to the end, and she's like, got to try and remember this thing when she wasn't paying attention in class, and then all of a sudden she's like, the limit does not exist, and then they end up winning or whatever. But that meme took on such a firestorm of stuff because now like feminists latched onto it and were like just remember, the limit does not exist. You have no limits. And I'm like, yes you do. Like, you can't go up into the stratosphere and expect to be able to breathe. Like, you can't.
Point them at a wall and tell them to run.
Run through the wall. Dive into the dive down.
I believe in you.
Right? Like, you don't even have to tell them to dive far. Just dive 25 feet down. 25 feet's not that deep. It's certainly not the Mariana Trench. Like, just
give them that meme and say, understand this.
Yeah. Yeah. It's wild. They always try. They talk in circles. And they talk in circles and they speak nonsense because they think that if they don't give any definitive opinions or factoids or even like actual concrete objective facts, that they will always be seen as smarter or they'll always be right. There was a scene from House where it says, if you want to appear smarter, ask the question. And the problem with that is, if you can ask stupid questions. So like,
yeah, there are no stupid. Yeah, there are. There really are.
Yes, there really are. But these people, specifically these women who are in charge of all of these things, they are taking this to mean that they can do no wrong, and anybody that questions them is evil. Because why would you question me? You don't question men. Like, actually, yes, we do, but it's constructive and they can handle it and they often improve afterwards. So that's where we are. I don't think we're going to see an improvement at all.
The difference is, I don't think you mean question. I think you mean hold accountable.
No, we don't. We can't
men are
use
held accountable by their own actions because it's the result of them, and there's no one else is going to give them anything. They're never going to get a free ride. Everything they have, they're going to have to work for.
Yep.
And this is something men realize very quickly.
That's been true through history.
I just played game till I was 30, and I had nothing because I was playing games. Like, there is literally nothing else. Like, you realize this, and so it's a bit like being punished instantaneously for your own actions. Like, you are responsible for your own life, and you get the consequences of it.
Yep.
Whereas, if you have, like, a load of things bailing you out all the time, you never learn from your behavior, which is what you see.
Absolutely. And I think that's why we're never going to get... definitely never going to see improvement on Rings of Power. I don't have any... If this gets 5 seasons, I think... because Bezos made such a big deal about it, I think come hell or high water, they will make sure this gets 5 seasons. But if it does, I can't see this improving ever. Ever. Like,
oh, no. Like, things can only improve if you're actually making changes.
Yeah.
So you would need to entirely get rid of people like one of the things where I think it did get better at one point was what was it, 12 Monkeys, the TV series. But I like that because I think they got one of the producers from Alias or something to come along, and he changed the style of it, and it was kind of like a soft reboot where you could tell it was a soft reboot. It was an entirely different style of show, but he was recognizably the same show, but it was just a different style thing, putting things together. I think it was 12 Monkeys. It was something like that I was watching. Oh, no, it wasn't. Was it 12 Monkeys or was it Charmed? Or was it someone from 12 Monkeys went over to Charmed?
Charmed definitely had Charmed had a course correction after season 3, the original sister.
No, I mean
died.
the remake.
Oh,
the remake. I think it was. Someone was brought over from another show that I think. Now I'm thinking about it. I think it was Charmed brought someone over from 12 Monkeys, and they basically fixed a season. And so it dropped everything, right? That was an entirely Californian show. Even before everything else, that was peak of everything you could have. It literally had the white lighter as a gender studies professor, and at one point they staged they got one of the Charmed sisters to get the students together to do a protest against the university headmistress because she wrote a book of there's only 2 of something. Wow. And so they got her fired. It was literally teaching people to be activists and stuff. And then in one of the seasons, and I can't remember which one it was, all dropped immediately. Suddenly the white lighter was masculine. He was like a badass character, and he had these cool storylines where he'd just go off and start he had an evil version of himself as well. And they were fighting each other, and he had to work out, what do I do to this guy, because he's essentially me. And it got really good. And then end of the season, I'm guessing he left because it went straight back to what it was before and doubled down. So a showrunner like that can really change a show, but only if they want to. And it's like anything. If you don't maintain something, it rots.
It does. Yep. That's true of anything in this life, whether it's your body, your home, your career, your family, your relationships in general. They will eventually wither away and die. Vespasian, The Glory of Rome is Forever, for $10. Thank you so much. I feel the brilliance.
Rome a lot.
I bet he does. I feel the brilliance of Tolkien is that people can read parts of their own worldview into it, and when they insert these types of prejudice into it, it reflects on them, not on Tolkien. Great stream, LG. Thank you, Vespasian. This has been a lot of fun.
It's one of the things about I've said it in a video that Lord of the Rings is essentially just masculine values solidified. Everything about it, there's nothing feminine about it, which is why they get so annoyed. And it's why they're, oh my god, women are talking to each other. It's not about that. It's not about that. Even the fight scenes. You'd hate this woman if she was but she still embraces masculine values. The entire thing does. All the thing about sacrifice, going to war to save your people. The women should actually be guarded and protected. There's something in this world worth fighting for. Just because your home is safe doesn't mean that you shouldn't go out and do something to try and save the world, because it'll get there eventually. There's lots of values in that, but one of the core things is there is good and evil. You should fight evil, and it gets what it deserves. And I still think that's one of the most core things, which isn't what we have in society today.
No, not at all. And I think that's why, that one subpar author, pointed out, she's like, we're competing against dead guys. Well, that's because nothing has come along to even remotely compete with them.
This is why I've said, not only is it that Hollywood won't change, Hollywood can't change. Because these people cannot write something good. It is impossible for them to, because they have the wrong morality to do it. Yep. You have to have masculine values in any of these things, because they are the heroic values. I've even heard people like Destiny come out and go, well, men have all the cool ones. It's like, yes, but they weren't given to them. This isn't something society invented. This is like evolution going out thousands of years. We evolved to do different roles. And it just so happens that the guys got all what we'd call now the cool ones, because they're based around fighting, justice, and honor and duty. Well, that tough. It makes better entertainment, and until Hollywood actually gets back to accepting that, which they can't do with the current people, the current people will never be able to do it because they're using the wrong moral structure, which leads to the wrong stories and gives the audience the wrong emotions.
Yep. Well, and so it was I think you actually sent me the interview where it was the guy was asking him, or the guy, there was a bunch of women sitting around a table, and there was a guy on the microphone, and he was like, like, what's important? He was like, women are more materialistic, and men are more
Men care about stuff, women care about people.
No, that wasn't it. It was women are more.
That is the thing he was trying to go off though.
Well, yeah,
men
but I
care
think
about things, women care about people. They're
yeah, but
social.
it was like men care about values. Like women are more materialistic and men are more value based, I think is how he said it. And she was like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "What are some things you care about?" And she's like, "Family, friends, a home." And he said, "Material." Care about the friend. Those are people. The house, the home is a thing. And he was like, men care about honor, duty, dignity, morality. He was like, he goes, so women are materialistic and men are value based, like morality, like deep.
It's not a negative.
No.
Because if you're looking after kids, well, you need a home. You need people to protect that home. You need food brought to you. And you then distribute that, but it means that because you can't get food on your own or protect yourself on your own, that you rely on other people to do it. So it means that they need to care about that stuff. There's a reason why duty is a masculine value, because otherwise, why should he stay with his kid? Why should he protect them? Like, that would lead to a worse species. And so there was a survival reason for men to care about their offspring, for men to care about their people and their family. And so we developed the abstract idea of duty, and it's instilled into, like, the core of them. Like, all of this stuff is because it provided a survival advantage. And now we're trying to fight against literally millions of years of evolution. And do we just think, well, we've tried this for 10 years, we can just change everything and teach people a different way?
Yeah.
No,
you
and
can't.
Nor is it possible for you to learn to think differently, because this is like instilled within you over literal millennia.
When they tell people, when they're like, that's why when they're like, oh, you have to be the one that wants to change outside of extreme situations like torture, people will seldom change the way that they think, the way that they act, how they perceive certain situations, because it has been built into them over time. And you're just talking about a single generational, from your point of view, from what
It's
you've
not even a
lived through.
generation.
Now, but now you're
like
talking
10 years.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. You're talking about this span of time, and you're expecting people to flip on a dime when you're competing, like you said, against millions of years of what has worked and what has seen humanity survive. So all of these, like, all of these anti-human people are pure evil. All of these carbon must be deleted people, evil. And the thing is, all of these people think that they will be the exception whenever their I'll call it Ragnarok. Whenever their Ragnarok happens.
None of them think that far ahead, because again, that's an abstract idea. Thinking about the future is an abstract. A lot of people live in the now. Like, have you ever seen those things where it's like the amount of percent of the population that doesn't have an internal monologue?
I know. I was floored when I heard that. Like, what do you mean you don't have a voice inside your head?
Lots of people don't have a voice in their head. Lots of people can't think of an apple. The ones that can, it is in different things. Some people can't think of a detailed apple. Some people can't spin that apple around. Some people can't think of a cube with a corner missing and work out what it's like if you turn it 90 degrees. Like, there's a whole range of people, and everyone just assumes that everyone else just thinks like them. And it's only when you talk about it, you're like, oh, actually it's different. But that explains why some people just cannot think of the future, because it's an abstract concept. It hasn't happened yet. And so all they can think is, if I do this today, I will get this now. And that's it.
Well, but then you have the people who are like, if I do this, like, I'll be on the right side of history. See, that's the other thing. They can only talk in, like, footnotes or in sound bites. And they're like, I'm on the right side of history, so I'll be okay whenever X, Y, or Z happens. Whenever we take over the way that we do it, I'll be okay. And it's like, no, history has proven that that is not the case. You have concrete, factual evidence that that is not the case. And these people just flat out reject it. They reject reality as a whole because it means that they are not as powerful or as in control of other events outside of themselves that they would like to believe that they are. That's why you had a whole bunch of people. I will never forget. I had coworkers. I had coworkers who could openly talk. This was during the coup. They would openly say, because you weren't supposed to ask anybody, but everybody assumed, because I was working at a university, everybody just assumes that you have like liberal leaning beliefs. But I live in a very I live in a very conservative state in a very conservative town. And so most of us actually are centrists and leaning right. And so, but these leftists, they had enough confidence to be able to just like speak whatever they want. And literally, I will never forget, I walked over to get water and I had my mask under my chin or whatever. And they were like, you need to pull your mask up. And I said, no, I don't. Like, you're over there. We're fine. I said, I'm not going to put my mask on to get water. I said, that's ridiculous. And they were like, whatever. And then they were like, yeah, so did you hear like that they might open up COVID control camps for people who people who didn't want to get the vaccine and take their kids away and put them through re-education? I think that's such a great idea. These people wanted my children ripped away from me and me put in a government facility to be retrained to think like them. People do not realize how evil they actually are. And that's why now you're like, we need to forgive each other for what we did during COVID because we were all scared. I was like, no, here's the difference. You were afraid and you immediately wanted to kill everybody. I was afraid for the future of what it might look like for my children because I didn't want them growing up in an authoritarian state. That's two very different things. But at no point did I ever say that someone who thinks differently than me or believes differently than me should be put into a camp and have all their rights stripped and their children taken away. Never once did I say that.
I'll never forget, like, supermarkets started saying, like, you can only go down an alley in one way kind of thing.
Yes.
And I was probably about a trolley from front to back of it down the alley. So I'd like, the back wheels would have been at the exit.
Uh-huh.
And so I literally, and this would have been like 11 p.m. at night kind of thing.
Oh,
so
yeah.
There was almost an entirely empty store. There was no one else around me.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I cared that much anyway, but this was just the situation. And so I literally just pulled the thing around and walked backwards about a trolley's length before I was at the end. And so, she must have been like 5'1" or something. Like, we're talking incredibly short. Suddenly went, you can't go that's only a one thing. And I just kind of stared at her. Probably knowing me with some kind of, who on earth do you think you are? Kind of like expression on my face. I was not impressed because I tended to walk around incredibly pissed off in those days. And she kind of looked taken aback. And it was like, yeah, you've just realized you have no power here.
Yeah.
And it's really strange that you thought you did, isn't it?
Yes.
Because this isn't a situation that you would ever have had power. There is nothing that you could possibly have done that could have made me do anything that you wanted. But you thought you could. So for some reason, you suddenly had the confidence that you could because you thought you were part of the dominant social order and you thought you could use that against me and leverage, like, what? Social peer pressure? Or like threats of something else, like untold threats? And that made you think you were above me and you could order me around. And it was literally, I didn't even say a word to her. I just gave her like a disgusted look. But you could see, she's like, this was a mistake. it was.
Yeah.
I'll never forget, because I've never had somebody that small and tight randomly think that they could tell me what to do. It was such a bizarre thing. You get that a lot now. I see a lot of people going around going, I intimidate men. It's like, you've never done it. It's never happened. Like in your
No,
entire
you don't
life,
intimidate
all of
them.
history.
You annoy them and they ignore you and walk away, and you have contorted that in your mind's eye to be I intimidate them. That's because you can't deal with the reality that they actually want nothing to do with you.
But this is the problem in Hollywood. Like when it's like you need to look tough, and they just kind of look like annoying. And it's like they just have a sour like Zendaya in Dune 2. It's just like she smelt something bad all the time.
Yeah.
That's throughout the entire movie. But that is the attempt of you need to look like intimidating. And we saw it in Ahsoka. There was one guy in it, and what did he do? Every time he was on scene, he entirely stole the stage. No, there was two guys. There was Thrawn, but also I'm on about the lightsaber guy. And in every scene he was in, he just dominated it. Even if he wasn't saying anything, because he was physically imposing. And then you've got these little tiny people next to him, and it's just like, it doesn't work. Again, it's probably down to like millennia, but you just look as like, nah, I could take you in a fight. That's just how it is. So no one can believe it.
Yep. And that's the thing, like for a woman, people often think that scene from Wonder Woman where she walks into the ball with the sword in her back, you know?
If they're going off Wonder Woman, she's magic.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, people are like, well, Wonder Woman was able to do this, and I'm like, first of all, Wonder Woman's gorgeous, so she can already command, like, she already demands attention because of how
that
beautiful
would be where
she
her
is.
power came from, if any.
Yes.
And I don't mean Wonder Woman, I mean Gal Gadot. If she walked in a room, she probably would be able to get men to do what she wanted. If she walked around a supermarket, she probably could get men to obey. But that's coming from her body and her beauty, not being physically imposing.
Exactly. And so women specifically, love to take that and misconstrue it. And they're like, and the thing they love to do even more is you can't hate this. And it shows the scene with Captain Marvel punching, like about to break the guy's arm as she robs him, you know? So it's Captain Marvel about to break the biker's arm for telling her to smile as she's robbing him of his bike. And
Captain
then
Marvel really should have smiled. It would have been a better movie. Definitely would have been better marketing. Did you see that time where they actually put a smile on all of her pictures?
Yes.
And they got really annoyed? But it did genuinely make every single picture better?
Yes, it did.
Like,
and
it was just better marketing.
It really was. And the thing is, they just don't understand. They hate the power that they have, and they want the power that someone else has, but that isn't the way that reality or the world works. And so
no, the people you're talking about don't have that power. That's why they're bitter.
Yes.
That's why they will look at someone like Sydney Sweeney and take it away from her, but give it to other people because they want to push you down that path. Absolutely.
And you've got the you have the situation where they'll put the scene of Wonder Woman in the room, and they're like, you can't love this female power. You can't love this scene and hate this scene. And it's the Captain Marvel scene. And I'm like, I 100% can. 1, they're 2 different characters. 2, they're completely different actresses. And 3, Captain Marvel was so insufferable that she is everything that women hate about women on screen personified.
But also, I mean, if Captain Marvel, if Brie had worn like what she wore on that like Saturday night speech and stuff, people would have liked her more.
Yep. 100%.
And if anything, I think it proves actually because people's attitude around her has not only softened, but sometimes it's outright changed because she shut up. Like she stopped saying all of that trash that somebody else probably told her to say.
Yep.
And she went on a little bit of an apology tour.
It wasn't made for you.
And
We've not heard her say that.
changing her outfits and stuff, and then people's minds changed. It's not that people are unreasonable; it's the way you treat them.
Yep.
And maybe if everyone hates you, maybe it is
you are
something you've done.
Maybe you are the problem. Maybe it isn't everyone else for sure. But yeah, I Hollywood needs to change, and they need to change quickly, but they can't and they won't, like you've said, especially not with the current
I think
employees.
Rachel Ziegler may have done a bit of she didn't do an apology tour, but she kind of
she has
been quieter recently.
Yeah.
But also I think that whole speech where she's like, thank you, I love movies, I love making them, I love being around making love movies, and we all love movies. I think that was genuinely her desperately trying to say things that people liked, and it just came across as a bit odd.
Like, please don't take away my job.
No, I think she was trying to say things that people agreed with, which is why she was, because the people had commented like why always putting people down, etc., etc. So that was her being like, no, I'm going to try this happy-go-lucky kind of thing, because from the way she talks in interviews and stuff, it does seem to be the way she is. She does seem to be quite a happy-go-lucky kind of enthusiastic person. It's like, oh, I love you, everything's amazing, kind of thing. It's the way she was in some of the interviews. But then you listen to her other stuff, and it's just kind of bitter and spiteful.
Yep.
And it's like, are you turning that on, or is that what you were told to say, or is that what has got you roles in the past and you got rewarded for it, so now you say it in everything? It's a weird case.
Yeah, she's one of those situations where you kind of look at it and you wonder how much of it was the PR team and how much of it was her. And, like when we looked at that Acolyte interview, him talking about Anakin blowing up the Death Star and that's coming from him.
And he was really fighting for that. The full clip of him talking about that is really long.
Yes,
because he's like no, but it was evil. This is how morale.
Yeah,
he was really going for it.
Yeah, it was like 2.5 minutes. It's the first 2.5 minutes of that interview. It's wild. But like that's what we're facing today. We have these people who think there is no objective moral good or bad or evil rather. And that's where we've landed, and that's why Rings of Power doesn't work. That's why the Wheel
because
of
good
Time,
and evil is a fundamental story. It's also why Star Wars can't work.
Yep,
it's
Star Wars can't
to the
work.
Story. Now in the games, there was a grey character. And it did kind of work because of the situations they did. If there's a beggar and you gave him money, actually giving him money was the wrong thing to do because he went and did something with it and it ended up getting him into a fight and he got killed. And it showed you the outcome and it showed you both sides of the equation that maybe what you think is the right idea isn't, and are you right to judge it that way? But then you always come back to, no, the dark side of the Force is just evil.
Yeah.
And so you can try and play about with it. You can even try and balance it. But now you're just a character that does evil half the time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of the things with the grey idea. It doesn't work in Star Wars.
Yeah,
really.
it does not. The Grey Jedi does not work. And people try to say that Qui-Gon was a Grey Jedi, and I would argue he was actually more of a true Jedi than any other Jedi because he was going where the Force genuinely took him. He was not trying to utilize it as a form of political power or anything like that.
I think the only way you can get away with it is if it's like you end up doing something horrible, but you're doing it in the protection of something you care about. So like if your family is in danger,
well, that's what
causes you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but they could be after you for a good reason, right?
Yeah.
This is the whole point. So like they could justifiably be after a member of your family, but you protect them because they're your family.
Yeah.
Not because they didn't deserve it.
Yep.
And so that would be a bad act that you were doing for a reason that you could at least justify. And then there you could be like, well, it's kind of grey because, he's only defending his own family.
Yeah. Well, so he slaughtered the Sand People after his mom, right? And he says not just the men, the women, and the children. Like that's what made it evil. Like he slaughtered all of them. And you're like, well, I can understand because it was his mom and he lost it, right? But then, like, what was his justification for the younglings in the temple? There was none.
Oh well, obviously there. But even with the Sand People, I was like, I think it's in Ender's Game. Where when they're recruiting him, they watch him and he gets bullied and beaten up by somebody. And then I think he jumps him and he just keeps going. And they said, why did you kick him? He's like, well, he was bullying me. He's like, no, when he was on the floor, why did you keep kicking him? It's like, so I didn't have to kick him again.
Yep.
And, I don't think that's an evil point of view. Could be a neutral one, though.
Yeah. It's very interesting when you look at it from that perspective. But Ender's Game is also, that was actually on the Commandant's reading list. So I actually read that while I was in the Marine Corps, and then the movie came out. But
I've only seen the movie, but I've looked up the ending to the books because I heard like the movie changed it.
Yeah, it's very different. Very different. So it was one of those instances. I don't think it was for the better, but I understand from a Hollywood perspective why they would do that. But I think they should have left it alone. but that's where we're at with modern writing. They unintentionally make their villains heroes because they have the opposite morality to the audience and to good.
Barbie is the best example I think there is of that. That is like two people watching two different movies on the same screen, and you will still get people defending, no, but he is the hero of the story, and it's like, yes, he is, and she is the villain of the story. Yes, I absolutely agree with you. It's not what the movie says though. And they could be like, no, they don't know what they wrote. No, they know exactly what they wrote. It's just everything you find heroic about him, they think is villainous.
Yep.
And you can't confuse what you interpret the movie to mean to what the movie actually did. And I do think this is different than like Starship Troopers, where he was just poorly educated.
Yes.
And so he failed what he intended to do. No, Barbie was excellent because it did exactly what they intended to do. It's just they hate everything you love, and they were honest. And because of both of those things, you've ended up with different people siding on different sides of the same coin, and everyone's like, no, this is how the world is, but they took different sides.
Yep.
But it doesn't change what the message actually was, and it is quite a horrific movie to like.
Well, and even still, like, it's the entire concept that under the Kens everything got better and somehow that was wrong.
And the way they overthrew them is by pulling everyone into a van, lying to them, and making them miserable.
Yep.
Like, I 100% agree with all the interpretations that are like, no, this is good because of this. It's like, yeah, but that's not what the movie was actually saying.
Yeah, that's
they were
not
just
what the movie
honest
said
about what they were doing.
Yep. 100%. On that note, Dispree, what do you have coming up?
The Acolyte.
Yep.
The review embargo for The Acolyte is sometime today. I don't know exactly when, but I'll be covering the reviews. Then it drops tomorrow for me, as I'm using British time zones.
Time zones.
So I'll have a video on the reviews out today, and then the reviews for the actual shows.
It's always a good indicator of how much they have in the show when the review embargo is 12 hours.
I like seeing. Well, exactly. Yeah, and I like seeing the different opinions from them. But the main reason I like covering the reviews is because if they don't like it, some of those critics' reviews are hilarious. Like when they get really savage, like they were with things like, some of them were Rings of Power.
What was it? The Irish Times. The Irish Times was like
hungry, filthy simpletons or something. Stage Irish accents, or what was it? The Marvels disappears up its own black hole.
That one, yeah.
There's been loads of them. So that's why I like covering them. But what I find interesting is they gave the reviewers 4 episodes. They're only releasing 2. And it is the 3rd episode that Film Threat has said actually destroys everything. So you may not think the first 2 are that bad, but the 3rd one is what really destroys things. And so that's what I'm interested in these reviews specifically, because they may even have a different opinion than the initial one that we get, because they've seen the 3rd one.
All 4, yeah.
Oh.
I'm looking forward to it. I am looking forward to it. And I will be on Side Scrollers on Wednesday.
Oh.
Yeah. And what else? Oh, book club. We have our first meeting back. Remember, we're doing the first Redwall novel. And that's Saturday at 8 a.m. Central. And yes, I realize that it's 44 minutes after I said that we need to end the stream.
I know.
But the conversation is so good. I just don't want it to end. But I appreciate everybody in the chat. Thank you so much, Psychotic Mongoose.
I think we did this last time as well.
We did. Yes.
I think the only reason that is a 7-hour stream is because we kept, we're going to.
Yeah. Every time we tried. Yeah. Every time we tried to close out, we would like bring up one more topic and just go for like another hour.
It's like that mystery detective where he's like, just one more thing.
One more thing. Yeah, I don't need sleep. I need to keep going. But Psychotic Mongoose for the memberships, Raider for both of the super chats, and Vespian for your super chat. I really appreciate it, and everybody for you guys spending time here and listening to us talk about it. Everything from the state of Hollywood and writing and how we've gotten here and what we used to have and Rings of Power and the Acolyte and everything in between. And thanks for Epic Mike for coming on, and Disprove, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
Yeah. So
despite the fact that you started half an hour before you told me you were going to.
I didn't. I was trying to be the opposite of Gary, apparently. But
yeah, surprisingly early.
I know, right? So everybody, I genuinely greatly appreciate all of you. I've had so much fun. And I did a live reaction to Venom: The Last Dance earlier today, so that's on my channel if you want to check it out. And I also did a video on.
I joined that live stream.
I know you did right at the
as
end.
You went bye.
I know.
I think you went thank you, everyone. And actually, thank me. I literally just turned up as you went thank you. I was like, oh, that was nice of it.
You literally typed thank me.
No, it wasn't a command. You said thank you, and I went thank me. It was there.
Yes, but I was in outroing, and I was like, thanks everybody. But yeah, I reacted to Venom: The Last Dance. I'm actually really excited for it, but you can go watch the trailer. And Brian McCain, for a member for 14 months, snuck in at the end there. Venom 3 looks great. I agree. I'm looking forward to it. And I did a video on why Hollywood just, even when they make good movies, we still don't show up. So much love to all of you. Thank you so much for being here. Disbrew, appreciate you. And I hope all of you have a wonderful night. Much love. Bye.